up, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, day traders and closet swing traders? Hope you guys are doing absolutely fantastic. We do got our last day of free week. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this week. Type a quick one in the chat if you guys have been enjoying free week so far this week. Awesome. Beautiful. Look at all those ones coming in. I love it. I love it. All right. And we got Alan Alice, good morning. We got Alex joining us. We got Amy B. Matt's in the house. Good morning. Ben, Bill, Brian D, Dr. Joseph Moore. Fayaz, good morning. Jenny, Greg K. It's Friday. GW, good morning. Hilton's in the house. We got Jay King, Jason P. King, Jay, Linder, Jeff. Good morning. Jennifer, Joe. We got Joel, John, Jose. I feel bad for maybe Monday. I'm going to start from the Z's. Because it's so many people. The whole fam. Good morning, team. Good morning to everybody out on YouTube land. I see all you guys commenting as well in YouTube land for right now. Good morning to you guys. And let's do a quick share over to TradingView. And just so you guys know, obviously this is the last day of free week, but keep in mind, you don't have to just be like, all right, that was a fun free week. We'll see you at the next one. I mean, you can if you want to, but you can keep the party rolling the entire time. All you have to do is go to All Access Pass. And the same format, same everything that we did this week, nothing changes. It's the same going forward. So 9 a.m. Eastern, so 30 minutes like right now before the market opens till 6 p.m. Full day trading in the morning. We got afternoon swing room. We got classes in between. Just crazy schedules that we have. Why is my TradingView going so slow? That's not good. My TradingView is going like turtle slow. That's going to make it fun. All right, so let's see what happened. We did get PCE numbers come out. Realistically, very muted reaction. Nothing really going crazy on PCE. All the numbers kind of fell in line. That being said, there was a little, I think the algo is probably playing around in the beginning. Just kind of they attempted to break lower. We're gonna have a very, very tight range, I think, today. Until we don't, and I just don't know when that point will be where we actually start to break. That being said, I mean, the algos tried to bring the numbers down. They just couldn't. Got bought right back up. So at least the Bulls were playing defense there, and they're not strong enough right now to break it out based off those numbers. However, right now I still have to be in the bullish camp. I still want to lean bullish on everything still. I don't know. The big numbers, and I know Tesla's up a little bit today, and then obviously Intel was a big story yesterday. So let's go first to the Qs. Let's see if the Qs look any different. Right now, though, inside day, we still have even on the SPY, we still have the trend in place, right? So VPOC is higher each and every day. We had a little bit of a pullback, very nice gap here. I think somewhere around the 413 is the next spot. And if you guys were around the afternoon room yesterday, I think probably, I think we hit about 418 potentially. So be careful with shorts. It doesn't mean that over the weekend we can't get some black swan news. Doesn't mean so. I mean, have protection where you feel fit. But I'm leaning a lot more heavier in the bullish direction, at least for now. I don't think a lot of these things are based off of fundamentals. I think most of it is based on the fact that everybody saw some kind of recession coming, and it still might. But there's just a ton of money that was still kind of just sitting on sidelines, and people putting it back to work at these certain points. And you're getting those rallies. People are afraid they're going to miss the bottom of the market, and I think a lot of these moves are probably attributed to that. So we'll see. But Tony had a nice message in Slack today. Just go with the trends. Just do what they do. When I first started in the market, I wanted to catch the bottom and sell the top. That was difficult. Way easier just going with the trend. You don't have to catch the entire move. You can make a lot of money just catching some of it. Yeah, we'll get to all the chips today. The chips could be fun. AXP with big earnings. We'll take a look at that. Visa as well, I believe. So on the Qs, very, very similar to the SPY. We have this one little VPOC somewhere sitting at 293.78-ish. We kind of got up to there. We're not able to break through that yet. So we are at a little bit of resistance. Support, I would put support, at least the number I'm watching on the Qs, 291.02. So anything below 291 could give us a little bit of a surprisingly crazy pullback. The entire week's been bullish. Does anybody want to take profit on Friday? Maybe. We'll see. But inside day is a little bit tougher to trade. So we're going to need something with Catalyst. And we'll start with INTC. And I think NVIDIA and AMD are both sympathy plays off that. Here's our daily chart for Intel. They dropped about 10%, I believe, after earnings. Earnings were atrocious. I can't fault people for selling Intel. I think people are starting to get a little bit worried about the dividends. Is the dividends still going to be held in place? And also, what happens if they cut the dividends? Right? I do own some Intel. I was looking to buy some more, close to about 24, 25. Last quarter's earnings was very, very bad. And this one was unimpressive. So yeah, I do think this is a pretty sweet gap and go. It is down again, massive at open. We have a little bit of potential resistance. Let's see if we can get this thing bought up a little bit. So I do want to short it. It's just going to have to be as high as I possibly can, because 10% is a lot for a stock. That being said, targets on this one, I'll be looking at about 26.75 would be my target today. If it really gets crazy, probably target would be 26.21, somewhere down in that zone. Otherwise, I don't know if I want to play the fade. I don't think I feel like I have to play the fade. There's a lot of room to the upside just to capture something a little bit higher. Otherwise, I personally would just feel a little more comfortable just short as high as I possibly can. We'll see. Maloney says, morning. Long time no see. I know. The 7:30 meeting's crazy. I didn't know that time existed on my clock. That's nuts. All right, let's take a look at AMD since you guys were asking on that one. So AMD will move, or it's down based on sympathy. This one it's going to give us a little bit of a stronger picture in terms of that retest gap. So let me see what you wanted to do on this one. Jason, Ron, by the way, yeah, we're still good for like 11, right? When I get off, Ron. I just saw you comment in here. So we have AMD is, I would think, a retest gap. You're still inside of a lot of all 3 days were all inside day candles on AMD. Nothing really changed from that perspective. We're still inside this one candle, which is a nice breakout candle, great volume. Have not done much since, but also now we do have a little bit of a double top. And let me just see again what you want to do. I'm thinking we probably go short, but what do you think about shorting AMD? Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I don't know about the open though. That's the only thing. All right, so we're gonna have on this chart the next stop. Well, we have the 10 EMA on a daily. That's going to interfere a little bit, and then we're going to also have the 71.79 zone. So it gives us a little bit of room to the next at least VPOC if we want to close gap and then maybe retest that one, which I think we have to eventually. But 68.96 would be a bigger target. I just don't know if that happens. If AMD also has earnings coming out. Is it Tuesday or Wednesday of next week? Next week we get Google earnings, we got Meta earnings, we got, I believe, Snapchat earnings, which the market for some reason moves off of. We got a host of maybe Amazon, I believe, comes out. Potentially Apple's next week. So next week's going to be a huge, huge maker. And then we also have the Fed meetings, I believe February 1st. So we'll kick off the month with that, right smack in the middle of earnings season. So next week's going to be wild, right? If I was in AMD, not as like a long-term person that I'm just not selling, but going to look at Intel's numbers today. Again, this is all we're down based off of Intel, right? So it hasn't moved a lot. We have a little bit of support. You can look at this thing two ways, and I would say if I was holding this thing long, looking for some kind of breakout into earnings, something like that, the Intel numbers would make me feel a little bit shaky. I'm like, well, it could definitely be an industry type thing, right? So it might make me want to sell. I agree with the short side of this thing. We should have a good stop, but give me some kind of short somewhere around the 74.62 if we could get it. And even with that, we're still inside this candle, and I think that's going to make it still a little bit tricky. But especially on inside days, short as high as you possibly can and go long as low as you can, right? And I probably want to go a little bit. I think the chips are going to get chipped away, no pun intended, but it was intended. So I don't know why I said that. But I don't really want to go long AMD today. I agree with the short. Just let's see if we can get a little bit higher. NVDA would be the other one. We should get some sympathy. Tyler, in YouTube land, Amazon is hammer barcoding on the 3-minute. Never seen such a thing. We'll take a look at that one as well. This one I like a little bit more. Again, I would love to see. NVIDIA is definitely going to be high on my chart. It is still an inside day from yesterday. The main difference is we had a lot more bulls on this breakout. This is technically a high wave candle. So what I would love to see, like in ideal world, one little push up into that VPOC, short there, probably stops somewhere above 200. And then I'd look for targets probably down here, right? So that those numbers would be, if we could get some kind of short in around 197.10, it gives us about $2.90 of risk. And then we have a lot of room down to 189.50. That would be an ideal short for me. I'd be okay with that. We might even get jammed up on that one. So we might not make it all the way to 189, but really the next stop is 191.64. Yeah, I'll take that too. That's still a decent. We could probably still make 2.5 hours. So NVIDIA is definitely high on that list. I couldn't find pre-market indicator use. Is it a private script? Pre-market indicator that I use bar charts, Jeff. You might be thinking of either Stephen King has one. I do use a pre-market scanner, but I use it for the 10 EMA. So it's a little different. Otherwise, I just go to barchart.com and they tell me what's gapping. I like the gaps early in the morning. Let's make it 11:05 or so. Look forward to it. Yeah, that extra 5 minutes is big for me too. So yeah, that works, Ron. HC, do you see AMD hitting 50? I could definitely see. So AMD, I like. It's a strong company. I don't know what happens after earnings. I also don't. I mean, Microsoft wasn't great earnings. But they got bought up after, so we could definitely see the same thing. Tesla wasn't. It was better than expected on Tesla, but it wasn't outstanding. And you saw that run up. So I don't know what happens on earnings. I do think in a longer term perspective, we might get back down to 50, especially if we have the recession on table. If recession comes, recession's there. Yeah, 50 easy. The one thing with AMD is they dilute a lot of shares. So they dilute a lot of shareholders, and they've been doing that for like the last 5-6 years, where you don't have that same game being played in NVIDIA. So just on that basis, it makes it, every time they dilute shares, it makes it the company actually has to improve a lot more just to even kind of break even as a existing shareholder. So just based on that, yeah, I could probably see a 50 target happening again. But I would expect a little bit of a bigger pullback. Not today, obviously. I don't know if you're asking for today, but that would be wild. It would have to be something after earnings, and they would have to miss by a lot. Weekly 274.89. So that's the area I was thinking the short. Hector says, Lucian, I get the same sentiment and feeling when I see Lucian pop in. Good morning, Dan. What do you think about Roblox long? Day trade? Hilton, or are you thinking for a swing? Uh, either one, I would say probably not yet. Mm-mm. I'm not a huge Roblox fan, so I'm going to be biased regardless of like for long-term investing. I need to see a little bit more. Obviously, I think if the metaverse does work out, Roblox would be a player and it would be a good move. This candle, take with a grain of salt. This is the little, I believe, the freeze, the halt in the market from, I don't even know if they explained that one, what happened with that entry orders or tape was, the printer ran out of ink, something. But take this one with a grain of salt. Otherwise, that would look tremendous, but you can tell there's zero volume on that whatsoever. It's already run up a lot. So yeah, if this one does want to just spring out of here and just absolutely crush it, I'm okay missing it. I'm zero problem. Looks like we had a little bit of a gap to fill. Didn't quite fill that gap, but kind of made its effort. And then we do have this double top. And today, at least, we're gapping down. Should be a retest gap. So I do think this one gets bought up quickly. So if you're looking for a day trade, I just don't think there's a lot of room. You got about 17 cents to fill that gap. So only if you think this is the bounce spot and we have a much bigger move coming, then that might be a decent entry spot. Otherwise, for me, if I want to get into any type of swing or anything like that, this is a massive move already. I'd have to wait for at least 50% pullback, probably a lot of orders that were there. So when the stock market broke, there's probably some people getting filled, getting pushed up. But yep, somewhere right around that zone, that's where I'm thinking would be a much better risk to reward on certain trades. The dollar is ripping. Eesh. 100 SMA weekly on NVIDIA is at 195. All right. Yeah, I have my targets a little bit lower. The SMAs, the EMAs, they're important because people make them important, right? They're all just an average. Like the reason this is the 10 EMA. The reason that's created is because the last 10 candles, the average price would be there. Right. And people have that on the chart. They're looking at it, but this is a great line to tell me where the stock has been, but it doesn't really tell me where the stock is going. So for me to understand kind of where they're going, it's, well, is people making money or losing money in trades? Are they bidding these things higher? And for that, I use the VPOX. So while I do think that we could get some little bit of hesitation on NVIDIA, because again, it's just power numbers. If everybody has certain lines on the charts, yeah, it could act as a little resistance, but I think ultimately we have to look for where people are actually going to protect their investments or where they're going to start bailing on things. Let's take a look at Tesla. Yep, Tesla was. Why is Tesla so low? I literally look at Tesla every day, but yeah, it's so low on my chart. I'm going to slide this up a little. So on the Tesla, we are gapping up. So this one looks a little bit different than so far everything we've looked at. Let me take some of these lines off. We did attempt a bearish trade yesterday. We squeaked out. I think I got a 0.2 win on it. Was looking for a little bit more of a pullback. That never came. And again, so nice little gap up from earnings. The beauty about Tesla at this point is the earning concern is off the table, right? So it could definitely get some more momentum. We did look at this zone yesterday too. And this one, I have 163.34 is a little bit of a higher volume spot. This is also some kind of retest gap as well. So I would not exactly go long here. I probably would love to see a green candle short as close as possible to this. If it starts to break the next spot, maybe we get to like a 167.87, but yeah, somewhere in this 163.34 zone, I think is a good spot, at least even for a day trade, a scalp. See if we get some kind of reverse. Now we have a big wide open gap in Tesla. I think eventually this one fills. So getting some kind of either puts in that zone or looking for a short candle breakdown or something like that for day trade. And then even if we come back, we come into that 158. We still have about $4 or $5 of potential reward on the trade. So it could work decent. But yeah, I would be looking to at least short this one. I don't know what happens when we start getting back into that candle. If It depends, I would say, on the SPY and Qs at that point. Again, this market is very resilient. Hilton said, "Why so on Roblox?" Any did I answer your question, Hilton? If not, just ask me specifically. I know we talked about Roblox, but I didn't know. I got the chat slowly behind, so Jeff Pierce, check your settings. Thanks, Gary. What about CRM short on a bearish gap and go? Okay. CRM. This wouldn't be from where we're opening right now. It looks like we are inside this candle. So this would be a bearish gap and go, technically, from just where we closed to where we're opening. The problem with this, number one, we're still at the very high end of this range. And number two is it's not gapping outside of another candle. So right now you still have a lot of bulls profitable. They might want to come and take profits. And then your target would be 160.72. But for gaps that I like a lot, like if this entire candle gap down and this is where we opened, that'd have a lot more power to it. Right. So you still have a lot of people that are not really losing money. I mean, anybody that bought in this candle alone, plus anywhere from here, they're still profitable. So you might get some profit taking as you are at a good resistance. But right now, you're not really hurting any of the bulls yet. So nobody's really getting trapped. They just kind of have the luxury of just saying, all right, let's bail. Let's take some profits. Let's go buy some treasuries for 4.8%. Jeffrey says, expecting Tesla to fade and fill the gap. I do expect that. I would love to see a green candle on Tesla. So I'm watching for a 3-minute, maybe a little run up, and then maybe we could take a breakdown. I don't know if it's going to be the best trade I've ever seen, but that would be where I'd want to apply some risk if we could. Right. Richard Jet says, dilute shares. What is that? Good question, Richard. So diluting shares is if a company says, okay, we're going public and we have, let's say, 100 shares, right? And we're going to sell all these shares at $1, right? $1 per share. If you buy one share of this company, right, you're spending $1. You have what, 1/100th of a company. But now they go, okay, we need to raise money because we got bills, we got staff, we got all this stuff to pay. The companies don't necessarily make money from the stock moving up or down, right? Unless they own shares themselves and then they get some value from it. So what they'll do is they'll put out more shares in the market, say, okay, you know what? Instead of the 100, let's sell another 100 shares. So now you have 200 shares out in the market, and we're going to sell those shares for $1 as well. So now you still spent your dollar, you own one share, but now there's the market cap doubled. So now you would need this stock to go up to $2. You would need your stock to go up to $2 to really break even as far as valuation of the actual ownership you have in the company. So they're legitimately diluting their shares. It's if you guys watch the Facebook movie with Justin Timberlake, you could they cover that a little bit. It's kind of how they took out the two twins. Mike says, which indicator is that for VPOC on the candle itself? This one you're talking about? So my VPOC indicators are the session volume profile. And then when you go to indicators, type in session volume profile. Not there's one for HD. I don't know what HD is. Mine's just the regular one. Yep. And that will add it. And that will just add this. Then if you go into settings and you click on developing, I think it's called developing VPOC or whatever it is, that will get the orange portion there too. And that's just used for trading during the day. But otherwise, without that, that's the red candle. That's the highest volume of the day. Do I think IWM has run its time? The problem with we can look at IWM. My issue is the second part of your question. Has it run its time? I don't know. There again, we still are. We even just saw that come in on the PCE numbers. I mean, we're still buying up dips. We're not fading. The only thing that might give us a bearish day today, I think, would just be because we were up all week, and now you're coming into a weekend. The economy itself, nothing is great. Like nothing has fundamentally changed. But yeah, if we start breaking past, I'd be watching this, see if we could close anywhere above 189.06, and then we have not that much institutional interest up until probably 193.60 and then 198.88. We're still technically making higher lows, right? It's not also, it's a little bit head and shoulders, but not really. Otherwise, I'd probably go more double bottom here. There's our breakout. This is our retest. This is probably wave 1, 2. That to me looks like we're in some type of a 3. And again, maybe today's bearish, not sure. We're definitely at a huge resistance, but if we break through, I think next level takes us into here for continued wave 3. This would be the spot where I would look to get probably that wave 4 and then maybe double top up here, one new higher high, something like that. And then we could roll kind of coming into this resistance. So now I wouldn't necessarily say it's run its course. It's run a lot. We could see pullbacks, but I'm pretty confident that if there's still some bulls in this game, they might be able to bring this thing higher. Let me just take a real quick at Boeing. Pre-market nothing, and then I think Visa. Boeing's down slightly, but we got Visa, which I believe had earnings today as well. So let me just take a look at this chart, just because I haven't seen it yet. Visa looks like a nice gap and go. All right, let me just add this one to my chart. I'm going to watch Visa very carefully as well today. And we'll see if we can make some moves. We have about 2 minutes left until the open. Gap and go up. Yep, correct. I'd still be waiting for, I mean, we've had a nice run into it. Right, so there's still people profitable on this gap. Let's give it like a candle. Would love to see some kind of red high wave, something like that, but we're above all of this volume at this point. We're starting to see the institutional investors kind of wean down a little bit. 231.95 would be my probably target today. And we'll see if we could get a little bit higher, but yeah, I think their earnings were pretty decent. So we got Visa, NVIDIA. I'm going to move AMD up slightly on the list as well. CVX, I might be looking for continuation play. I know CVX is down a little bit after hours or pre-market. Actually, you know what? We'll have a close eye on CVX today too. It was a nice bullish day yesterday. We had a lot of people come in, bid this thing up, kind of into that resistance zone, and now it's actually a bearish gap and go, and we do have a wide gap. So I actually might be playing CVX to the bearish side. I was going to look for continuation, but what is your NVIDIA play? I don't know the play yet, but I would like NVIDIA to be bid up a little bit, and then maybe we'll look for that rollover. And then we got 24 seconds till the open. Apple, I don't see anything crazy. Probably have to continue to look for continuation bullish, but we do gapping down a little bit at the lows of yesterday. So I'm going to give Apple a few minutes. I would like to see this thing run up a little bit more. It's going to be very difficult to go bullish. It's also going to be very difficult to go bearish, but if we can see some kind of a setup, I think I prefer slightly bearish. And that is the bell. Round 1. Fight. All right, let me get this over to TUS. All right, got Apple over there. So let me just pull up CVX. I'll keep. Let's look at Visa. I'm going to throw NVIDIA down here, NVDA. I already got Amazon and we got CVX. So again, CVX maybe could be shortable. They're not giving me any time on Visa. That's a shame. That is a shame. NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, we did want to be bought up. So that's decent. Looking for probably 196.89. Where did we get to? We got to 196.12. This would be an interesting breakdown. 194.02. Let me just see what these numbers look like. I still kind of want to short this thing higher, but let's see this if this candle breaks. What I say, 190, 194.01. These bulls, they don't give up. All right, and that's gonna now with this candle, it's gonna make it too wide. So I don't really have a stop placement yet for this thing. And again, Tesla, I think we said Tesla we could short a little bit. I think it's gonna be a little tricky today. That Visa gap and go was the one, but they didn't give me any. I would have had to take something pre-market on that one. Attorney Dan says, I love you. I love you too. You know, Valentine's Day is coming up, Dan. You just made me $100. You on V? There you go. 100 more than I made. I'm glad the analysis helped somebody. Yep, that looked like a nice gap and go. For me to play this one, I would have to probably take some kind of pre-market breakout or probably that candle breakout would have been the trade for me. It was just a little late to the game on that one. CVX is dropping. Dan's literally just logged in 10 minutes ago. Beautiful. AMD getting some kind of a bounce. Again, this is a bounce into a retest zone, though, so be careful on this one. Somewhere around 74.40-ish would be a spot I'd start to look a little heavier. Market again. We're in a tight range on this market. That's why I don't know if I believe. And again, individual names have the ability to run without the indices, but yeah, Visa I like a lot. That was probably one of the cleanest gap and goes. I just wish we had some kind of sell-off, and we did have a sell-off, which is the first candle pre-market. So if I had a little more time, or I'd be looking for like 228.17, something like that. This is entry. Coast that one on up. All right. NVIDIA is probably getting a lot closer to where we wanted it. Let me see if we've breached it. Or if we're right there, we are right there now. All right. Ooh. This is the zone on NVIDIA. I'm just gonna need some kind of a setup. I don't want to be the first one to go short on it, but just as it's a nice breakout candle right into the resistance we want, though. Now we have a little bit of a high wave. We're also gonna have to contend with the VPOC. VPOC doesn't mean as much this early in the morning, but it's still there. 196.35. Let's see if they're gonna bid this thing higher. But I can get it about $2 higher. And again, this could be. And we're in the zone right here. This might, like, if I was to do a blind short, this would probably be it. 196.36. $36. Stop would be, let's go 197.36. I'll go a little bit higher. 197.60. We'll just leave it at that. 194.87. My personal day trade NVDA. 196.36 by 197.60. This is what I'm thinking. This is not what I'm putting in yet, but I'm just throwing it out there in the chat. So if you guys want to get it ready, and I'm going to get Slack ready just in case. I'm probably going to need another candle or two to take that trade. In all honesty, this is the zone I like NVIDIA for potential fade. Question is, are the bulls going to run this market up today? If they do, I do not want this trade. I just like the zone for retracement. Now we're dipping already. Yikes. Yep, just being patient. Interesting little candle on Tesla. So let me see. And again, I like the candle developing. I think that's interesting. I don't know so much about locations or anything like that. We're above that. I kind of wanted that 163 something to 163.34 to be the spot that kind of holds, and we're breaking out of that. So next spot on Tesla would be, if we continue bullish and we don't fade from here, 169.61. So let me see if this thing does close red and the market wants to break. That's going to be a big if. 164.68. It's almost like a little 3-bar play. 162.15. $167.71 would be my target for 1.2. 169.74 would be 2 R's. 69. Actually, that might be 3. Nope, 2. Dang. Did anybody go NVIDIA short? I mean, Dan is just ringing the register all day. Liam too. Congrats, guys. I mean, I don't know. This you're still in danger of this just being a retest and bouncing. Scalp wise, I mean, that was a clear scalp. Is it a trade though? The thing that's troubling is this market is just so tightly knit, and I kind of want to take this Tessie on the breakout too. But it's up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. It looks good. It has room. I'm just shy of my 2R target on this thing. Let's give it one more minute. This market is throwing some serious wicks right now on the SPY. Dan says, are you going to be in Vegas? I don't know. I haven't booked it yet. I haven't booked the trip yet. I do want to go. And it's very possible I do go. I just have to figure out logistics for me. That's it. You gonna be there, Dan? I mean, if Dan goes, then I kind of have to. I have a wife and kids too. Does that mean you're bringing the wife and kids? Or I got you. He says, nah. Yeah, I do want to go. I just figure out logistics. Anybody else that's not going to Vegas, considering going to Vegas? Thinking about it. Greg Gilbert says me. Dan says, talk to me about the wicks on the SPY. Well, it's not confirmed yet. Those candles are still open, but I'm looking at these. We got up to the zone pre-market. We failed. We got back up again. So the problem is, I mean, we're getting the wicks. Now this candle's closed. But we do seem like we're buying up this market still, which is interesting. I'm glad I didn't take that Tesla breakout. NVIDIA looks like it's kind of S-curving a little bit. Peter says V. Yeah, V needs some kind of unless this thing gets very, very overextended, I try not to go bearish on gap and goes, like bullish gap and goes. I really try my hardest. It's tempting. But the problem is you're fighting people who are trapped. So if this thing comes back, because I mean, tell me you haven't owned a stock that did something you didn't like at open. And your thought is like, okay, this thing, if it fades a little bit, I'll get out. And then this candle comes in, you're like, shoot, why don't I just pull the trigger there? And now as this thing starts to rotate back down, this looks like to me, we might even be able to get some kind of S curve on this thing. So I would rather, and again, maybe it doesn't work, but I would rather do a fib retrace, see where this thing can come back, buy it off like the 50 or the 618, which I can't see that number, but looks like 229.34. Somewhere in that zone, 239.36. So then we'd have some kind of intention of buying it looking like this. We buy here, I'll stop. We could throw below that candle, and then our goal is to S curve this thing up. That would be ideal. But again, I'm just waiting. I got to wait for the SPY. The SPY is not doing anything. This could easily give us this 1, 2, 3, 4 candles in a row. We got all those wicks at the top. And then in 5 minutes from now, we're like, yeah, why don't we just go short? This market just collapsed. So we don't have direction from the overall market. And that makes things a little tougher for me. We did just see that Tessie did attempt to rally, got that breakout, and didn't immediate trap for bulls. So we have a little bit of a bull trap on Tesla. I just don't know if these bulls are going to break it out. My assumption is that they do. If I was to take a random stab in the dark based on the rest of the week. 163.11 now. So let me see what this would be. We'd be buying it right above the VPOC. Not a huge fan of that. NVIDIA could be double topping potentially. I need a candle though. I'm going to need a candle. CVX, nice little dumpage. This kind of looks like 2 inside candles. Definitely bullish. Probably going to have some support. Tesla probably, again, about 169 and change is target. There's the SPY breaking out. So let's see if this candle holds. This wick would mean a lot more. If this turns into a wick here in a trap, that would probably be a more meaningful wick. And let me just see where I want to plant this entry to a short Tesla. 163.11. We got tweezers, 165.50. I'm gonna wait for this green candle to close, but I might be able to take this one. And I also want the SPY to close too. My personal day trade Tesla 163.11 by 165.50. That's how it would look. I do want to wait for, I would love for this candle to stay green. And I'm going to need the SPY to really, I want that trap wick to come in. This candle has to, on the SPY, close the trap wick. Otherwise, bulls are definitely in control. And I don't really want to be heading down short. Let me check on my YouTube peeps. All right. We got Amazon. Amazon's above 100. That's a key number. I think my target on Amazon is like 102 and change to 103, like 102.50, 103, somewhere in that zone. Good call, Johnny G. Johnny G saying consumer sentiment in 15 minutes. Oh, wow. So that gives us what, 10 a.m. Eastern? Consumer sentiment will definitely affect. I imagine I would actually expect good numbers out of consumer sentiment on this one. We've had a lot of bullish days in a row. There's definitely some concern about recession and or depression. But I feel like the bulls that have come in the last really 3-4 weeks. I mean, really, we started getting bought up on some of these names about 3 months ago. they're sitting pretty good in their portfolios. And usually when the stock market goes up, people tend to spend more. Interesting. Who's taking that one? Peter. Peter, are you in Amazon already? That does look like a very interesting bull flag. And then we got consumer sentiment coming out. All right, so let's see. We could get a kind of crazy wick on it too, though. 167. This market has pulled back 0 amounts. 99.88. Target would be 103.04. That puts us probably right at that. I think next resistance 162. Got in early on the Tessie. Yeah, that looks like it's kind of S curving at the top, so that one might carry. I'm just thinking we got now 1, 2, 3, 4 on the SPY. Looks like the bulls are here, but now you probably got to expect some kind of pullback coming in. I would think. AMD is kind of rallying back a little bit. Still in the danger zone for AMD though. Is Intel rallying? I'm not really getting too much out of CVX, so let's throw Intel up here. Interesting double bottom. Tons of wicks there. Okay. Bullish is the direction, at least for 13 more minutes. My target was 165, but thinking moving it up. Well, if your target's 165, you've done that. Yeah, 169 will be my target. Control the stops though, because or make a decision in the next 12 minutes. Because I don't know what happens. I'm leaning that we do head a little bullish. Delta looks interesting down here. Let me just see Delta DAL. Delta's usually not my friend. We've had some good times and bad times, but they're all bad depending on perspective. And it's kind of rallied a lot already. Just kind of sitting inside. Stop moves to 163.75. So no matter what, there you go. Just trail that stop. You should be good. Let me see what Roblox is doing. I know you guys mentioned that one. Pre-market. So you're getting bought up. You have that 10 EMA still inside day. That should have been a retest gap. All of this could be retest or about a 50% move of yesterday's candle. Intel starting to get that breakout. So let's see. It's got a lot of room to the higher side of things. I don't know where this thing pivots, but this is FOMO at this point. This thing is moving off FOMO. The entire market. We're in squeeze zone. So if you're in bullish something, great. Try to hold on. Try to hodl. Yeah, we're 1000% squeezing. This thing could get ugly for bears real quick. Attorney Dan says, listen, I don't give compliments when they're not merited. You made me 200 this morning. Thank you. Yeah. Dan's very serious about compliments. You don't just give compliments out. No, especially not in a recession. With the type of inflation we have going out there, you can't just be giving compliments. You got to save it for the right time. I'm 55. I'm a lawyer and a professor. You are brilliant. Now I'm blushing, Dan. Now I'm blushing. Compliments are up 12%. Yeah, we should get when's the Fed coming out with the compliment report? This quarter compliments have been up 12.6%. That means people feeling kind of good out there. I like it. Nvidia, nice little flip on that vid. Shoot. Nice breakout on Intel. Just waiting. I'm just waiting for the right moment. And now we got 9 minutes to report. I'm not so concerned with the report. I don't think, but it definitely could throw a loop in the market. The market does like to get you when you least expect it. The stock that should not be named having a day so far. Okay. Let me. I don't know which stock you're talking about, but DK Engine. I'm just gonna guess some random letters, and maybe this is the one. Yeah, it's up. Nice little run. At least on these random letters that I put in, that definitely probably cannot be the stock that you're talking about. Yeah, 2.5%. I'll take that. I've been thinking all morning we go up then dump. Yeah, I don't necessarily know how quick the dump comes in or at all. I do think, and I think a lot of people have at least 410 kind of in the on their blinders, and they're just kind of focused on that 410 number. I do think we get a little bit higher. I think 413 would be in play, and then realistically, I kind of have my sights set on 418 at this point. So we do have a lot more room to the upside. That was a beautiful S curve on Amazon with some room to run. Delta still pushing. Yeah, that would be for the SPY, correct, Dan? Yeah, I think, and again, probably right before. I think what happens is, I don't know how far I could expand out this chart. Yeah, I can't even get all the way up there, but I think because everybody's thinking 410, probably somewhere in like the 408, 409 zone, we get a little bit of maybe a pullback, and people like that are all kind of waiting. So they're going to front run that 410 number. It's my guess. But I think that would just be some kind of profit taking. We make one more push that gets us to the 413, 418 area. So and that's a big move for the overall market. Euros, good morning, team. A little bit late to the party. The party doesn't start till you get here. Now the party starts. Lucia says if PCE doesn't tank the market, then there might be a chance to trade today. Well, PCE is out already. That came out 8:30 this morning, and that did nothing. And again, that also, it did nothing, but it did a lot at the same time, because again, we don't know. PCE is going to be the second, probably most important data point that the Fed receives or uses to make some judgments and how they want to raise the rate and proceed. CPI would be number one, but PCE would be the second one. So it really came in line, and free market and the market really did nothing from that point. But we did see that at least the algos, or I would say probably most likely the algos, were attempting to bring this thing short, and the bulls had solid defense. So even though we didn't rip bullish, it did tell me there was a little bit of a line in the sand for the bulls are not quite giving up yet. So while it did nothing, it kind of did a lot at the same time. And that kind of leans me to the bullish direction. The one I really kind of wish I was able to catch was Visa. That was probably the cleanest out of all of them so far. But there's maybe if I play the 1 minute chart. Oh, yeah. And sentiment is going to be the one. But yeah, I don't know. I do think sentiment's probably, I don't think it's going to be a bad sentiment for the market. That's what I think. We have 5 more minutes until I'm just absolutely proven wrong on that. But at least my opinion going into it. That's a nice little bull flag on Visa. Might have some more room to the higher side on that one. AMD is where I drew my imaginary line. We did get a little rejection. This could be a spot for a pullback on AMD. And there's the Tessie. Again, everything is just so bullish. It's going to make it a little challenging. And we do, I mean, honestly, we can sit here for, it's going to be easier for me to make a play, I think, after we have more data than the gamble that we would have to take if I was to open a new trade right now. So I'll be patient. And if the number's good, then you have PCE coming in line. And then if consumer sentiment comes in better than expected, there's not really a reason to drop today, except for profit taking, except for the fact that we've been up all week. Let's see what's going on in the other account. You got Airbnb is up 0.33. You got Amazon. Obviously, that one is crushing it today. Boeing's been stagnant in this area, but I mean, it's already had its run before the rest of the market knew what a run was. Coinbase, even Coinbase is doing good, 3.8%. Stock we don't want to mention, 2.66. GEO's up 0.5%. Staple goods, so Kraft Heinz is down 0.5%. You got MO rocking a little bit. Netflix, we got Netflix down a little bit. Maybe that one's giving a little back. Maybe we finally see a little rotation from an absolutely wild. I'm still up 72% on that one. That's crazy. Palantir, it's up 0.76%. So slight move there. You got Tesla, of course, kind of rocking, not really giving up. That's an interesting hammer on inverse hammer on Amazon. I don't know if I believe it yet though. The stock we don't mention is DraftKings. Yep. Me rocking DraftKings. We go back. We got some history with them. DraftKings. Why don't we mention it? No, we've been building out positions in it. That's all, and it just keeps going down. It's one of those stocks. But my point of view on DraftKings, I'm holding it for a much longer period of time. So I think we could see some upside, but it's going to be a slow grind. It's going to be painful, and it's going to be about 3 to 5 years. And I think we have some solid ground then on DraftKings. One of those, but yeah, my great grandkids are going to really enjoy DraftKings stock one day. It's going to be crazy. They'll be like, wow, I got like 80,000 shares of DraftKings at the $17 price. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm Dan Jansen. Janson though. That's it. But everybody spells it like that. So Tesla just waiting. So now we got about a minute. We'll see how this market wants to react. We are getting a little bit of, again, pullback into the number. Still makes sense. I mean, you got key data coming out and probably a lot of people profitable. So we will see. Otherwise, on this Tesla, it's going to be tough again to go short, but I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate and saying if this thing breaks, 164.24 could be a slight little double top short time frame. Ryan says, I feel you on DraftKings. Appreciate that, Dan. Let's see. We got about 10 seconds. Let's see if this comes out right away. 4, 3, 2, 1. That was boring. I don't know if the numbers are out yet, but nothing happened yet. At least the algo should be able to read it quickly. So my guess is either it's just another muted reaction PCE, or the numbers have not actually dropped yet. Jay's got the numbers 64.9 versus 64.6. All right, let's go. I mean, that's not really a great number. 164.24. Market is selling off of it. Okay. Now it's starting to make a little more sense. 164.21. 164.21. I don't even know if Tesla's the right one. Amazon could get a dip. Nothing's really going that crazy. AMD is right in that range. If we could get this breakdown on AMD, that might be worth it. 74.39. Again, that wasn't a great number. They're buying these things up again. $74.39. They're buying bad news. 74.39. If AMD goes, but this is still only 1, 2, that's 3, 4. I need one more wave on AMD. Let's wait for one more double top, something like that on AMD. Crazy Delta, yeah, that one looked like it was about to break out. It's still on a daily basis, it's still just inside of a bigger range. I could see Visa popping out of here again. And again, Microsoft, big part of the SPY. Let's see what Microsoft's doing. That one's up again, or at least it's up slightly, little double bottom. Maybe we could get a break further. It's already had a decent move. And can we play this Tesla bullish now? I don't know. I still kind of like the AMD short. Market is starting to rally, but they're just buying the bad news. It wasn't great news. It wasn't too far off from expectations. And the bulls are just kind of complacent. Buy the tip. We'll see. If this turns into a bull, some type of bull trap, then great. We'll play the short side. Otherwise, we'd have to look for something in a bullish direction. It's tough. It's tough right now. CMG. Look at Chipotle. Double top. Okay. Agnes is in snowflake. There you go. Long with a 10 EMA candle. That one looks nice. Let's see if I can see a wave count prior to this. This one might be the 1, 2. You might still be in a 3. So this 1, 2, 3. Where's your targets on this one? This is such a I'm fighting myself because I'm like, these things, I feel like we catch some bearishness, but everything just keeps getting bought up. It's crazy town. Like, even do I want to take this Tesla short, or is Amazon going to be a stronger short? I don't see anything I'm loving yet, and I just don't want to. I don't want to force it if I don't have to, because there will be a good setup today. It's a matter of when and where. Let me check out VPOC on Snow for you, but right now, yeah, it does look good. It's a nice little move so far. Where could I potentially think Snow gets to? Honestly, you look really nice right now. You're probably going to start hitting a little tiny resistance here, but I wouldn't put that much weight on it. So maybe shave 10% off. This way you could not have to aggressively move stops. And then somewhere in the final target, I'd be looking for about 158.70. So you do have some room on Snow still. Is Unity Software getting any sympathy? I don't know. I also don't know if any of these guys reported or what they're moving off of, but yeah. So you have Unity Software. That would be the sympathy play to Snow. Tesla's a weekly 200 right there. I know. Yeah. It's stalling. It's got some room to the upside. I kind of want to play it to the it's got a big old gap fill. We moved a lot. But even if this is so on a wave count basis, not using pre-market, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that out 5? Or do we want one more push? This is all 4. One more push is 5, and then we rotate down. That I don't know. I kind of like this break here. We're going to have very, very good support. A little bit lower. That would be troublesome. Then we have another support here and one last potential rally for bulls right there. So once that breaks, that's our confirmation. Confirmation's a little further away. And again, everything right now just keeps getting bought up. The report's not until March. Okay. What about Disney? The House of Mouse. Maybe we got Spy pushing. Also had placed an Oxy call. Took it off for 1.5 before the news. Let's see what Oxy's doing. Before the PCE news. I mean, you lock 1.5, nothing wrong with that. Do 1.5 a day. I mean, trust me when I say your account is going to look different 6 months from now. Like astonishingly different. Netflix, maybe a double bottom. Let me see Netflix. It looks different than the rest of the market. NFLX. Let me see if I think this bottom could hold, or maybe we do want to take a break of it. Got a nice little volume candle. Obviously, we got all those moving averages right below us. Honestly, a slight little pullback. Bullish has been the story since earnings came out. And honestly, before that too. If this thing breaks down, we'd be looking for probably target about 357.94. So to the downside, that is about $6. It does look like it's starting to get rejected a little bit. Market's going bullish. This thing is looking a little bit bearish. Still stuck in that opening high wave candle, so would expect a little consolidation. I'll continue to watch Netflix. We could probably go high of the day might be high of the day is $3. And we got, if we could hit those bottom numbers, that's 2-to-1 risk reward. That would give us 2-to-1 ratio. Amazon still pushing bullish. Tesla still on the move. Market ripping. Nice 10 EMA on Rivian. Yeah, that could. S curve. Nice little retest into that. What should be support. Let me see if I can get some targets in the bullish direction on Rivian, RIVN. So right around here is going to be one. So 1878. And then next target on this one becomes probably about 1909. And then we probably have one more in 1969. Then you have a good move to 2128 if you could get there. What are your thoughts on 30-minute on Qs with bear divergence? Let me see. So Qs, QQQ. Flip that to 30 minutes. I'm not really seeing. I see the divergence here. So something like this. Let me just use this tool. Something like this. And then we got this. That would be my divergence. Not quite overextended. We're actually still a little bit oversold, but this to this is not divergence. I wouldn't try to flip that one short yet. Um, 3 minutes. Come on, I want to trade something. Now I'm just getting antsy. Now I'm about to start YOLOing. Made you another $20. Man, it's like a slot machine for Dan. He just ranking A. He's collecting cover charges. Dan says I'm done for the day. It's a solid day. Scalpy McScalpies. CVX long. CVX long might be one I might be interested in. CVX long 10 EMA. Let me see where a scam call from Turlock, California. Okay. See if I can see 1, 2, 3. And then his question is that 4-5? That could be. That might be interesting. We're also above the VPOC. I like that. 183.40. By. I'll go a little bit lower. It's got room to the higher side. 182 even. 182. Need 187 and change for 2 hours. 187. Is that 2 hours or 3 hours? That'd be 3. So we can get to 187.60. That's in the realm. Could happen. Let me just do one more thing on this one. Let me go back a little bit further. And I just want to find out where this thing bounced at. This is 176.35. It's close to it. It's not. I tried so hard to nail the exact bottom, but that's a good little bounce off that 618. Yeah, it's not bad. It's great bounce location. Incredible, actually. All right, let me flip this to 3 minute. Question is now, do we want to catch it on the pullback or do we want to try to take a breakout? Let me flip this to a 1 minute. We gotta start getting crazy here. $183.40. Yeah, so I still like that. And then we throw stops probably right here. 182. We could get 182.05 now. 0.5. All right. I'll be down with this one. My personal day trade, CVX, 183.40 by 182.05. That's what it would look like. Just give me one more second, though. Let me just see where the VPOCs are. I do want to play the bullish continuation on this one. I said that early. We've come down. We haven't quite fully retested. We got the 10 holding us up as well on a daily. Well, that's a nice little gap. This is also a this would be a bearish gap and go, so that I don't like as much. I do expect some buying to come in though. I'm gonna hold off on this one for a little bit. Again, the only thing I'm not loving is the fact that it's technically a bearish gap and go. But I'll be watching this thing very, very closely, and if we throw the order in, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. The location as to where this thing is kind of stolen out a little bit makes sense. But the other question that I have too is, and I might wait for this. This to me, so I was looking at maybe that's a 4-5, and then this is all ABC, and then we take the break. I could see that happening. That's what I'm tempted to play, but also 1, 2, 3, 4, wait for one more move, one more bigger drop. And then if we get that play, we have a lot better risk reward. just crazy risk reward, a lot closer at 618. That's a spot that I would expect to hold a little bit stronger. So would you buy T183 stop loss for target, you mean? So you buy long? Yeah, so I would be looking long on this one because again, we still technically have the catalyst of good news from yesterday, right? And when you're looking for continuations, you're looking for something just to kind of keep moving. I think CVX is a front runner for playing continuation. The problem, I think we could just be a little patient with this one because it is also technically it's a gap and go bearish, right? It's very difficult to play that. I like this location a lot where we're getting this balance, even where we're at now. To me, that would be a good steady, like that should be support. But I'm thinking if I was using my waves a little bit more extended before, and now I'm kind of saying, well, that's 4 or 5. And maybe that's not the case. So I think what I want to see on this one is 1, 2, 3, 4. We get one more move, maybe even a bear trap, something up there, and then we get one more push down. Slightly bigger right into that 181. Again, it's not to the penny, but 181.27 zone. Would I take Visa on a retest? Yeah, yes. Yep. Not yet. Hasn't really retested enough for me. $229.33 would be the next spot I'd be interested on Visa. Do I still have coffee left? Man, I drink coffee like I own Starbucks. Do you take the gap into consideration if it's over earnings? Yeah, 100%. Great question, Ray. Yeah, the gap is the gap is the gap. Why it happens, insignificant, right? So the gap is going to be caused because of whatever happens. So it's kind of the reaction to the action. But then from that point, you get one more reaction because anybody who's being trapped on that gap has to now rearrange things. So even on Intel, anybody that was bullish on Intel with that little run up, I think we hit like $24, $25, made it all the way to like 30, 31. There was definitely some people bullish in that thing. And then they wake up today, they're down 10%. So why the gap happens to some extent matters because that's causing the gap. But then the reaction that people now have to adjust their portfolios, they don't like losing money. They're going to make some kind of moves. That's all potential from after because the stock is gapping. So yeah, absolutely. And all right, we got one little two little high waves on the SPY on the 5-minute at least. And the question now is this a wave 5 on the SPY? Maybe. If we're using pre-market. So pre-market, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we stall out a little bit here, then maybe we could finally take some of those breakdowns we're looking. Tesla's not really running crazy. I know we got that moving average in the way. Let me see on Tesla if I could base a stop solely on VPOC. It's already run past that first initial spot that I wanted, which is interesting. We're still at the 618. If today closes as an inverse hammer, we might see a little pullback on Tesla coming in like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. But really, I'm looking for about 169.60. 169.60. That's about $4. Definitely leaning in the bullish side on Tesla still, though. I don't know why I want to short Tesla so bad, but VPOC. So VPOC is just let me share a new screen. This one, okay, good, I believe. All right, so VPOC on my chart, and you could just add the indicator. So on TradingView, you'll just go into the indicators section, which is up here, that one actually. And then that's going to draw the lines on the chart automatically for you, which is, let's go back a little further so we get away from the 618 nonsense. That's going to draw these like little red lines on your chart. Essentially what it means is you have volume down here but this is volume at price. So this is giving you on this candle, we had a lot of volume on that candle, but this is an entire day because we're on the daily chart. So during that day, we had tons of bullish volume, right? The question now is, okay, great. We have a lot of volume coming in, but I'm interested in what price people are bidding at, right? So the red line is giving us the highest volume per price, which is important because that means, again, people are making positions, bullish, bearish, doesn't matter, but they're putting money or moving money around at the highest volume at that price for whatever reason. And then if you get a break above it, then typically that retest into it is going to be a spot where, well, that's where a lot of people probably got in because we know it went bullish because it broke out bullish from that zone after that highest volume came in. So that was more buying than selling at those certain points. So now I'm looking at, for instance, how I'll use the VPOC here. I'm coming up with a price target of 169.52 because that was the highest volume price in this area. That's also, as we broke down, that's probably where a lot of people from here, that's where that trapped a lot of people. So now as we start to approach that 169, whatever it is, 52, it's kind of like the range. I would imagine anybody who's a little bit trapped from here is going to say, okay, let's start selling. Let's clear out. I'm getting either break even or slightly losing less. And that's probably going to be a much stronger resistance for Tesla as we get closer and closer into that zone. Right. So we were very close to it now. We're off by about $3. And I'm just kind of waiting patiently. We do have this gap up. But you can also tell we're in a bullish direction from VPOC as well. I mean, you can look at the candles as well, but you have VPOC down here. So that means there was high interest here at 127.46. The next VPOC closed at 130.65, meaning that there's interest at a much higher level than the previous day, meaning that they're bidding this thing up at these zones. Then the next one comes in. Again, all that interest is coming in at 143.74, so much higher than the previous day. We're in a bullish trend from that. Makes sense. And if you guys have not seen, Tracy Ball has a very, very good volume profile class. It is available on the dashboard for you guys if you want to take a look at that. She has a whole trading strategy that goes around it and very, very, like I said, intelligent video that breaks it down in a much more time-controlled manner than kind of just being on the mic during a live trade session. But anyway, so let me get this up here. There's the first candle, maybe a little first crack in Tesla. I'm not sold yet. I do think we get one more little bounce in the SPY. So I'm watching that very closely. Visa's not really at the interest level. Again, I really don't want to go bearish on Visa. And I'm watching CVX very closely. I wanted to see technically one more little bounce first, but we are starting to approach that 181.27-ish zone. Thoughts on VET? VET. VET. Why is this thing? VET. That's my third attempt to get it in. All right. For day trade, obviously this thing's run a little bit. It doesn't look like there's for day trade purpose, it does not seem like there's a ton of volume on this thing. And you get some wonky moves if you're day trading it. In terms of maybe a swing trade, we're definitely down low. We look like we broke, I don't know if that's all-time low, but we broke a very, very key level, and this looks like some kind of pivot. So I don't know specifically what this company does, energy related. If you're looking for like something that's probably decently beat up, this one could be it. But again, I don't know the financials, fundamental, nothing behind that. It just, I do like the fact that we're kind of shelving out a little bit. That was a pretty dramatic drop, and we haven't really recovered that much. So I think a lot of people probably got trapped in that, and you probably have some more time of just stagnant sideways trading for a little bit. And again, if you're thinking long-term where you're like, hey, I like this company a lot, it might be interesting. CVX is right at that 618 now. So this is a spot I'm definitely going to watch closely. Yep. And again, I'm not just going to put a blind trade out here for CVX, but if I see anything interesting with these candles, I know I'm in the zone that I like. I'm trying to pick those zones I like, and then maybe we could apply either a 10 EMA or maybe a look for a certain candle, a certain volume. Visa looks like a 10 EMA bearish from here. Again, it's only really the first pullback. And if I was to go short on Visa, the same thing, I'm looking or attempting to get in somewhere around 229.33. I would be worried that that might be probably the targets if I take that thing short. So again, I don't really want to short it. Still kind of want to go long on it. Good volume coming in on this candle on CVX. This might be an interesting trade. So 181.90. If this thing turns into a hammer is kind of what I'm assuming. And if it closes down here, I probably won't touch it. 180.65. My personal day trade. CVX 181.90, 180.95. Sorry, 65. I'm not taking that trade yet. I want to see this candle close. It didn't really close where I wanted to. I like this high volume though. I do like that high volume. I wish they bought this thing up a little bit more. Let me see one more time for CVX. If we're right at that 10, I'm still probably going to take this one. This would be CVS long. I'm looking. Yep. Yeah, we're right at that 10. Give me one more second on this thing. This is the bounce spot on CVX. This is where it should bounce if they're going to bounce this thing. And if not here, the next spot down would be 178.83. But just waiting. I got a temporary idea of what I want for the order. But besides that, it was probably maybe a little too early. Session volume profile, Richard. Volume profile. There you go. I typed it in the chat for you. Glad to see you, TOS. You're a Thinkorswim user. Daniel says, do you like bearish here for AMD? Maybe. We're in the zone. I drew the line up here. We got above it. We kind of broke down a little bit. It's not a bad attempt if it does. We do have VWAP coming in very, very close on this thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the ABC. So yeah, if you're going short, it'd probably be about 75, 75.10. So about here. Stop would be the high of the day. If we want to attempt maybe a breakdown on this one, using almost 10 EMA would be 74.81. Let me see. Let me see if we can take the breakdown on this one. 74.81. I still got to get that stop kind of relatively at the high of the day. I might not have to actually. 75.38. I think this market has, I think we have one more push on this market. Nice little bounce off that VWAP on Tessie. We're just hanging out on CVX. It's inside candle. Kind of a rejection off that 618 though. That's the high volume candle we'd have to break if we're going bullish. Okay. Right now it looks like it's still coming down a little bit. I like your analysis. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I wish I could get some more trades in today, but I have to just be patient today. Right now. I know I'm going to catch some crazy trades, but question is when? When? I don't have to be in everything all the time. In the meantime, view. Just a quick reminder, because today is the last day of free week. By all means, and I do appreciate each of, and I hope, I mean, whether you guys join or not, I hope you guys learned something. I hope you guys could at least walk away with something. If you like, just at least one thing, if that's possible. I feel like, to me, this has been a successful week. Let me just see. Somehow I just lost all the slides. Come on, where'd they go? But again, we don't have to just we don't have to end this family. We can keep the party going. You guys, we do have all access pass. You guys are more than welcome to join. Somehow I had like a slideshow thing and just completely lost it. Don't know where that went. With just some upcoming things in case you guys missed it throughout the week. Let me see if I can find that again. While I'm waiting for some trades to set up. External. There we go. I went to go share like this screen, and then just not only did it not share, but then it just deleted completely. So, I don't know. I don't get that one. All right, so there we go. I got it back. I think I got it back. Nope, now it's just loading for 25 minutes. Do you guys see the screen where it says Real Life Foundation? Is that the screen you guys are on? You got it? Okay, good. I don't know. Otherwise, this is all confusing to me. But yep, so just a few things for real life trading, just so you guys know too. We do have throughout the course of the year, we have the Real Life Trading Foundation, which we help a lot of different causes. Right now, we are raising money through the foundation to build out 3 different schools, which is incredible. So we are looking to build that out. If you guys do want to donate, by all means, you go to Real Life Foundation at cheerfulgiving.com, and you will be able to donate. And the current proceeds are going to build out those 3 schools currently. So awesome cause. Also tax write-off as well, if you guys wanted. And I think we froze here. Hold on. Let me see if I can get. Oh, yeah, we have guess the closing price as well. So every single day we give away, we give it away if you guys guess the correct price. So every single day you guys go in there. Today would be Meta. If you guys guess the correct price, and this is whether you remember or not, it doesn't matter. You're more than welcome to go to reallifetrading.guess and be able to take a stab at which price a certain stock will close at for the day. And if you guys get it right, we've actually, believe it or not, we've had more people than I thought. Like, you guys are incredible at guessing that price. And we've given away a bunch of $200,000 trading accounts. We do have all the different mentorships groups. Like I said, I was running kind of one just to because I thought it'd be fun for Tuesday mornings. That one is sold out. If you guys are interested in doing that one with me, I'll probably in 2 months after this one's done. As long as there's enough interest, by all means, we'll try to run that one again for Tuesday mornings, live trading, the same live analysis, but we'll go over why I'm thinking certain ways, what kind of gaps are important to me, how I like to play them. We'll take some team trades in that group as well. So shoot me an email. My email is dan@reallifetrading.com. So very simple. And then otherwise, we do have other mentor groups that we release pretty much once a month. So you guys can check those out. Typically, they're about 8 weeks long. You guys get all access to Slack for duration of those courses as well. And then we do have personal mentoring. So we do one-on-one coaching. There's a list of all the different coaches that we have as well for that. So we also have Matt's doing a bot trading, which I've taken the bot trading course. Phenomenal. Like if you guys have any interest in the bots trading for you guys, that would be it. Jeremy does the Tesla Titans. A bunch of you guys probably in this room are in that group as well. I think you guys could speak highly in regards to that. How do I get this slides to change without me? Oh, there, I'll just click on it. 90-day masterclass. I know a lot of you guys are in the 90-day masterclass. Again, this is the second, right now, currently the one that's running is the second one, but these guys meet every single day for 90 days, Monday through Friday for 90 days, 3 months. And it's designed to take a trader from brand new trader, just brand new into the market. And the goal at the end is to have traders with solid trading plans be able to trade consistently and be able to be profitable. You guys also get a free $100,000 funded account with that one as well, so that you're also able to trade. We have the connections team. Look at, I mean, there's like 3. Not only do we have a connections team, but it's also our supermodel division. I mean, look at the beautiful people, just beautiful, like incredible. But yep. So anybody that has questions about, as you're spending your time here with us in real life trading, any questions about, hey, how do I do something? Where do I go for this? Shoot me in the right direction. These 3 supermodels here would be the ones to go to, or you could also email support@reallifetrading.com. I typically handle a lot of those. So I would like to, talk to as many people as I possibly can. Then we got the different master classes. We were talking about Tracy's. I don't know if the picture's on here for this one, but we have, yep, there we go. Right here at the bottom, this green one. That's the, for anybody interested in learning kind of the volume profile, how to use it, how to trade off of it. In crazy good class. Make sure you guys check that out. We also have the S-curve. We also have, which is, I mean, awesome feedback from Tony's S-curve course. We got real life transformation. We got the day trade weekly options. By the way, if you have not taken, we also have all the free courses too. More than welcome to take those beginner, intermediate, advanced courses. We have RLT Connections team host visual social events, virtual social events. And then like Johnny was saying yesterday, we do also have some meetups live in person as well. Let me go back because somehow my thing just started randomly. We did purchase another company. So we have this company was doing pretty much newsletters, and they were newsletters. They're not RLT newsletters. Now they are though. So we have this, those are going out. So just some kind of developments in real life trading. Obviously, so here's the funded accounts. You guys have the opportunity to be able to purchase $50,000 accounts, $100,000 accounts, $200,000 accounts. So for anybody sitting there like, I just don't have enough money to make money in the market. You do. You kind of do. Those, like, literally everything is available. We have the Money Grows on Trees. This is the second year we've done the Croatia cruise. So you get to be put into this massive boat with intelligent, crazy smart people for 8 days and 7 nights. And then during it, I mean, there's classes, there's sessions, there's learning how to trade, there's just building connections with other just really incredible, successful people. So we have that. If anybody's interested, that's May 7th to the 14th. I heard last year's was nuts. I've not been there yet, but one of these times I will be. My calendars are so crazy, but one of these times. Again, this is the all access pass. If you guys wanted, like I said, we have different day trading sessions like the one we are now. We have swing trading from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern. We have classes on algo trading, crypto. We have long-term investment, strategy review, real estate. We have lessons on how to use different indicators, which strategies we use, like just insane amount of information every single day. Real Life Trading Pivot Podcast by far, and I'm not biased at all, but it is by far my favorite podcast. I mean, I think that's safe to say. But you guys can listen to that. That does come out weekly. So we're found on Apple, iTunes, Spotify, a bunch of anywhere you could really hear podcasts. We're pretty much there. And if you guys have a spot where you listen to podcasts and you cannot find Pivot Podcast, shoot me an email, support@reallifetrading.com, because we'll be there. We'll get there. And in Vegas, I know this is what me and Dan were talking about before. I am definitely on the fence, leaning probably more to going than not. I will most likely go if Dan commits. And I'll tell you what, if we get 2 people to commit, I'll go to Vegas. I'll be there. So if Dan gives me that, okay, I'm going. I think Greg Gilbert said he was thinking about going too. So if Greg wants to go, and if Dan wants to go, we do have a new discounted price. I think it's probably a promo for this week. I mean, it's only like $1,000 less. Sounds like that's better than a Bed Bath Beyond coupon, I think. So if you guys want to go, if we get so $22.95, then you have this is all about Tony's teaching courses. I think Maloney's teaching futures. We obviously have Jeremy here. He's going to be trading, teaching. They're going to be hosting the afternoon rooms live from here as well. You guys will get the opportunity to trade together. But very detailed. If you guys are interested in all in futures and options, this would be and let's take Vegas out of it for a second. Just the amount of time, face-to-face communication, intimate room with people that understand, that trade options professionally. I don't think there's a better way to learn options than this. Then let's add Vegas back in. It's Vegas. It's crazy, right? So a lot of fun, a lot of excitement, different events during that time. This is from February 26th to March 1st, so it is coming up. But like I said, I'll go if we get 2 people. If 2 people commit, I'm going for sure. I'm on the fence. I'm like 51 going to 49 because of the schedule. But if 2 people are like, hey, you know what, I'm going, I'll just put my entire family up for adoption. It's fine, and then we get to hang out in Vegas. So we'll make that work. Just shoot me an email, support@reallifetrading.com if anybody's interested in doing that. And like I said, if I get 2, I'll go from 51 to 100. Just to hang out with more people. All right, let's get back to the markets. Let's run it. All right, let me get this off so I get trading view back on my screen. Cool. I missed some of your messages. So I'm just rolling back through them. But you have the recordings. What time is the masterclass? I believe it's at 8 p.m. Eastern for this one. I believe it's probably going to be the same time frame for. Please put my email in the chat. Yep, let me do that for you, Dan. Still scrolling back. Hold on, Dan at reallifetrading.com, and then you could also reach me support@reallifetrading.com as well. So both of those. Let me just scroll back a little bit more. Can you go back to the group mentorship, please? Yeah. Group mentorship. Slide view. Slideshow. Sorry, yeah, I didn't see the comment when it came in. So let me see. This is free week. I believe you guys can see it. Let me know if you can see that on your end. Did you have a question on that, Hilton? And by the way, you could also go to reallifetrading.com. There's a tab at the top that says mentor or mentorship. If you click that, that will come up with, usually we release them about halfway through the month, something like that, for what's coming up for starting that next month. So you guys can check that out frequently. J King says I work offshore, 28 on, 28 days off. What do you do, J King? What's your profession? Just world traveler. So no streaming internet for 28 days. Yeah, so you I believe you're probably referring to the 90-day class. The 90-day class, it is every single night. I would say because of the way it's built out, the idea is to progress every day. So it's to legitimately go from like brand new traders to at the end, the goal is to progress to traders that could stand their own, understand the market a lot better, be able to take trades, understand why they're taking trades, being in those certain setups. So I would say, yes, take it in order. But if you're not able to, it doesn't matter. I mean, you do still get all of those. Every single class is recorded, even in the mentorship groups. They're all recorded. You have those for life, so you are able to just kind of go through it, repeat it, do it at your free time. Again, if you're there in person, it's always preferred, but it doesn't mean you just can't take advantage of something, right? It's the options are there for you as well. Attorney Dan says I'll be joining. Ooh, we get to hang out with Attorney Dan. I appreciate that. That's awesome. I'll look forward to that. Vet is downturning since August. What's the difference between VPOC disc 0, VPOC disc 1, and VPOC? I don't know. I've never seen VPOC disc 0, but it sounds fun. I just use VPOC. To anyone thinking about joining, I joined only in the beginning of January of this community, but I can already say it was the best investment I could do in learning, trading properly. Dan and all the others, awesome teachers. I appreciate that. We do our best. That's our goal. Honestly, anytime we hear that, anytime we hear good feedback, I mean, that's what we try to do. We don't want to be the streaming service. We want to teach people how to trade. Chuck says yes. And I can guarantee you, if it ever gets down to, yeah, could you guys just be a streaming service? Jeremy goes, all right, real life trading's canceled. It was just not interesting. This is not who we are. Echo says it's on. Let me go back to this. Yes. Do it. So the alarm, take a stab. Just got 200K account this week. Oh, yeah. Kerry got the 200K funded account. BEA, beautiful. Do it every day. I won a 200. Kyle got the 200K account too. I told you, I knew there was a lot of people that get this thing. Like, it's crazy. For a free opportunity to take a stab to get a free 200K account, I think it's worth it. SPY will kind of break it down a little bit. So your emails, the alarm, we'll get lucky. What time we did that? I went through some module 1 and 2, great education. Yeah. I can guarantee you there's other companies out there that course for, I mean, whether they break it into beginner, intermediate, advanced, they bundle it all together, whatever the case, they're charging $10,000 for something like that. I've seen them. I know who they are. I can also tell you the information that you find for free with real life trading is nowhere close to the same as those. It's by far better in more detail, and we spend time going through more topics than any of the other classes I've ever seen. So why I like real life trading. But you have recordings, Tesla breaking higher. We'll check that out in a second. Kudos to all of you on the 200K. I watched the 90-day. Our master classes free during this week. No. So the master classes would be something you'd have to purchase. Correct. Dana's great mentor. Amazing how quickly I was able to identify some issues I was having. Andrew, you're going to be with me on the Tuesday groups too, I believe. I think I saw your name on that. That's going to be dope. Was that the company by, I don't know, Steven Katzel. I'm not sure. Jeremy or Matt might probably know. Florida meet the second Thursday. Tracy's volume profile course is great. I agree. Price. I'm just catching up. I'm so far behind. Give me a second. I think of retest for Visa. Sorry, I missed that one, but we'll check that one out. I work offshore. Got that one covered. Drilling offshore. What time does the class meet? For the 90-day would be 8 p.m., I believe, Eastern, maybe 7 to 8 if you live somewhere else. Eric says, masterclass has been awesome so far. Already paid for itself. Beautiful. Paid a course. You'll find it on the Real Life Trader volume. Yep. I am from Malaysia, so I kind of can only stay up for the all access pass till 12 p.m. Eastern. Which is fine, Sue, honestly. Because we don't usually record the day rooms as much because all the information is relevant to the time frame that we're trying to take the trade. But all of some of the education classes, some of those we will record throughout the day. Just depends on what it is. And then the afternoon swing room is always recorded. So when you wake up bright and early, you still have time before that market opens. And we're setting up trades. They might not even fill that day. So you have at least 12 hours from the time that market closes till the market opens to get the trade entered if you do want to take it. But we don't always get filled that day. The next day, it could be a day or 2, 3 days before that thing could get filled. So those are always recorded. You have those in the archive on the dashboard as well for you. be honest, I joined another company in November and I lost 80,000 since then following. Dan, you wouldn't following the recommendations. You wouldn't be surprised. I've had people come in and like, man, I've been doing this. I was with somebody else, 30K, and then like we went through some mentorship groups together, and then I've had messages from them, and it's only been like 6 months, something like that. They're like, not only just by changing, tweaking what I was doing, they've made their money back. I'm thinking of one person in particular. He goes, I've made my money back. Watch Visa here. So Visa's at that 618. We're gonna watch that one closely. He's like, not only did I make the 30K back, but I'm up like 4,000 on top of it. And this is a couple months later, right? So even if you're down in the market, just as long as you're still in the game, just following the process, trust me, it works. Like there's a lot of traders that are just diesel. Of double top on NVIDIA. Let me get NVIDIA up here. NVDA. The market kind of it did fall a little bit more than I was thinking, so maybe we are starting to shift a little bit more bearish. Just trying to run through it like you guys are. Where do we try to win? Somebody, if you guys could throw out the link for Peter for the 200K account, that would be incredible. How many day trade setups per week on average? Trading monthly subscription. Give me just to help me learn a little. How many day trade setups per week on average would the day trading monthly subscription give me? Question, Peter, why is that important to you? The reason I say that, and if you're responding back, I'm so far behind in the chat. So the reason I say that, I'd rather have more winning trades than just to have trades, right? I haven't seen anything I love today. I haven't taken a trade yet. Doesn't mean when Johnny comes on, he might not find, he might find 3 trades he likes. We'll see. Like at that time of the market. I'm only taking trades that I take. Right? Attorney Dan's crushing the markets today. I haven't taken any trades yet. He's used the analysis that I've come up with and he's made some money. Right? It doesn't. So we'll go through every single day. We're going to look for opportunities. We're going to look for stocks. We might have 0 trades in a certain day. Yesterday, I think I had 3 trades out there. And I think Johnny had 1. So we had 4 trades yesterday. So I don't know specifically the average of how many trades per day or how many trades per week. What I do know is what I try to focus on is just being consistently profitable. I don't care if I only take 1 trade a month. If it's a massive winner, it's a massive winner. And if that's the only thing I saw that really fits my plan, I'm okay. I'm okay just doing that. I don't want to force trades just because I'm streaming, just because there's 300 of you guys in this room right now. And whether I hit it, it gets, a lucky win and cool, we all feel good about ourselves, or it's a loss. To me, it's a losing trade. Doesn't matter how much money I've made or lost if it's not following my plan. So I need the trades that follow my plan. And I'd rather be as patient as possible and just wait for the opportunities that come in and try to make the money on those as opposed to jumping in. I hope that answered your question. I agree with Dan. My experience is some of the educators hose you with price gouging, of course. Yeah. That's because they make most of their money selling you the course as opposed to them being able to make it in the markets. Every single one of the mentors in this group, like we could just we're here because we want to trade. We want to teach people how to trade. If it wasn't for real life trading and Jeremy, and I trust me, I've been to the library. I got books. I got then the internet started to pop off with educate. I've been to them all. The reason I'm with RLT is because I've been able to turn trading into consistently trading, being profitable trading, and that's honestly that's a gift. And I want to be able to share that with people. So just keep in mind, I mean, Jeremy goes, all right, we got beginner, intermediate, and advanced courses. All right, just watch them for free. It's more important that you could learn something about the market than it is for us to have to sell things for $10,000 just for you guys to get the same information. Agnes says that could be interesting for Malaysia timeframe. Great question, Agnes. I just discovered there's a 4 a.m. Oh, yes, we do have Ricky Cadden who's in Australia. So he's trading at 4 a.m. to 5 a.m., I think, Eastern. So that could work with it. Absolutely true. I made 228 today. Just listening to Dan. Less than an hour. Beautiful. I'm here for free week. I will be joining. Love it. Agnes says, yes, it's with Ricky Cadden. Yep. I think, did I catch up on my messages? Good answer. I get to thank you for your time. I want to go to Vegas just to meet everyone. All right. Sounds like Dan's in. If I get one more person, be me, Dan. We need one more person. If I get the 2, we're in. I mean, Dan's gone now. I was about 51-49 just based on schedule. I'm at least at like 70% going because Dan's telling me he's going. So one more gets me at 100, baby. Let's go. They have a lot on the website for free. This is so awesome, but the masterclass is very helpful. Thanks, Lucian. Double Dan in the house. Man, I don't know if Vegas could handle us, Dan. I don't know if they're going to be able to handle us. See everyone in Vegas. Let's go. Brian, are you going already? Oh, Brian's going too now? Jay King says, I'm digging this. Good stuff. More. What is the culture in this group? Are we allowed to ask other members? Yeah, Hilton. Great question. Anything I said for the last 20 minutes is complete garbage. It is complete garbage. Yes, everything I said is true. All the trips are true. The mentor groups are true. We do strive to enrich everybody's life. None of what I said is false. But you asked a question about the community. Honestly, the biggest strength of real life trading is the community. It's you guys. It's the members that are here day in, day out. We're all working for the same goal. We're all getting that financial freedom. We're all learning something new every single day. We have Slack that every single member is, I mean, you're able to post your setups. You can respond to other setups, see what they're looking for, why they're looking for it. You could direct message any of the members, any of the teammates. You could direct message. Tell me those $10,000 companies that are selling those courses. You have as easy access to whoever's running those things and putting those courses together as you do real life trading. Like, we're a message away. You just shoot us a message. After this, I get off the mic. I'm calling. I think I got 2 phone calls set up with two people after this where I'll just speak to them live on the phone. I know before I was a member, I shot Jeremy a message. He calls me on the phone. I'm like, really? Like, it's easy access. The goal is to work this together, find those opportunities. I'm only as good as my own 2 eyes. I can see right now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 charts on the screen. There's like 4,500 stocks in the market, right? And then we got everybody else that knows what everybody else's setups are. They're looking. They're like, hey, I've seen this person trade this. Let me shoot them a message. There's value in numbers. Ron says, looks like the masterclass is currently closed. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. The 90-day masterclass, that one is currently running. Yep, that is correct. So we will, I believe the plans are we're going to have one. It's going to be released probably start the next one. I'm guessing probably early May, something like that. So, but just pay attention to the website. They'll release the next one. But this one is already, I think we're probably 2 weeks in, something like that. I met Jeremy at a coffee shop one day just to meet him. But how was the coffee, Woodshed? How was that coffee? L. Chuck Jackson says, I got private help from an RLT member this morning. Her name will go unmentioned. Beautiful. Yeah, so it's a 3-month course, Ron. Yep. So every 3 months, we have a certain date to start that locks it in, and then the next one we'll start the next one which would be another 3 months, and that will come whenever this one ends. So I believe probably like May, something like that. Yep. How about looking at MTH? Is that a ticker? MTH. Meritage Corporation. There was some other tickers in there too, which I saw, and then I was like, yeah, we'll get to it. Day trade wise, very low volume on this company. So day trade, it's going to be very tough. And again, I don't know. I don't know this company that well at all. So I don't fundamentally, I'm not sure. The one thing for me is, I'm looking at resistance probably somewhere around I think we make it to about 113, 114 on this one. So if the risk reward is good, I typically, for me, don't love buying after this. I love when companies pull back, and I know at times in the market it seems like things just don't ever pull back, aka January. But trust me, they always do. There'll always be an opportunity to pull to get in. So it does look strong on a daily chart. I wouldn't day trade it, but maybe for a swing trade, it would have to pull back for me before I would kind of be interested. Otherwise, I feel like I'm buying other people's profits at that point. Intel not looking so good. Those numbers were horrible on those. This is now the second earnings release that those numbers are just came in pretty poor. So yeah, these guys are still down a lot. It is kind of fading back a little bit. I think there'll be a short opportunity, but the short would have to be higher for me. Down here, we were looking at actually taking a break. I was a little concerned about all of those wicks coming in, but that was the breakout. This one little candle was that retest if we wanted to catch it, and probably still would have missed that trade. It would have missed me by 3 pennies anyway. Jeff says, what's your minimum volume to trade? I'm looking for stocks that have at least 2 million in volume traded per day. Yep. 2 million or higher.
What's up, D?
Johnny G is in the house, ladies and gents. I mean,
what's going on, man? Making some
realistically,
cash.
I'm just
Aloha Friday.
All I am is just the opening act for you, Johnny. That's it.
Whatever.
You know, I just get the crowd riled up, and then you come in and kill it. That's it.
You got to bring them in, man. You're the opening show.
Yeah, man, a lot of fun.
What are you doing, Danny?
You know what? I was looking. I really wanted Visa out of the gate, and right now it kind of bounced around that 618. Maybe an opportunity for some more continuation. That looked like the cleanest gap and go. Just it opened and ran right from the beginning. So that one was kind of a miss. I think Dan said he got it though, so he made some coinage on that, and then these things have run a lot. We did have a nice pullback on the SPY, so maybe we get an opportunity to do something, but sitting right at that 100. So I'm just kind of waiting. There will definitely be a setup for me today at some point. I'm just being very patient. That's all.
Yeah. Nothing yet though, huh?
No, and like I said before, I'd rather take no trades than a bad trade. I'd rather wait for my opportunity. I'd rather lose on a trade I love than lose on a trade just because it was a trade. So having that patience, I think, pays in the long run of things.
Yeah. All right. What's the plan for later? What are you doing later, man?
I'll be back one last time for this free week, which is I'll be hosting the afternoon room later tonight, so 5 to 6 Eastern.
Oh, wow. Sounds
yes,
good.
Sir. Yes,
all
sir.
Right. Let me take over the screenage and see what we can find, my man.
All right.
Are you recording?
Good. Let me. I believe I was. Yep. So stop recording. All right. So you're more than free to just roll that one up again, and then let me make you a host as well.
Roger that.
And I'll be here for the most part, hanging out with you, grabbing some trades, whatever you like. I'll probably be hopping in there with you as well. And like I said, I'll be back later tonight for that afternoon room.
Okay. Sounds good, man.
All right, brother.
See you later then.
Take it easy, team. I'll catch you guys later.
See you later, Danny J. What is happening, my people? What is going on? Gregory Hill. Haven't talked to you in a while, Greg. How you doing, my man? Alex, what's happening? Hope you all are doing really good. It's Aloha Friday here in Hawaii. Og, how you doing? Albert, what's happening? You know, even though I'm retired, I look forward to the weekends. I guess that's because my family is all out of school, and so I get happy when it's Friday. ZJ, what's going on? What you got your fingers into? T Young, superstar extraordinaire in the house. Ron, how you doing? Heather, what's going on? Doing that homework, good girl. Ronnie McFarland, how you doing, my man? Heather, getting all this free education. You know, I mean, we should add it up sometime. We should add up the stock trading experience that Real Life Trading has, and its moderators, coaches, mentors, few years of trading across the board. Ron, are you a Marine, man? Your name is really familiar. I don't know. It seems like we've run across. Are you still on active duty, or are you retired, or were you used to be in? Really? Ever out in Hawaii? Ha! It's all coming back to me now. I can't put a face on. Wow. Yeah, for those of you, the Marine Corps is really small. So when we usually meet somebody or see a name, it's usually familiar. L. Chuck Jackson, what's going on? Yeah, we're gonna have to catch up sometime. Ron, are you in RLT right now, or are you here on the free week? Because I've never seen your name before. Getting to that right now, Mr. Chris. Okay, sounds good. Hey man, hit me up sometime. I'm at Johnny, JONNY at reallifetrading.com. Anybody can hit me up, just like anybody here on the staff at Real Life Trading. We all go by our first names in our accounts. So mine is Johnny at reallifetrading.com. You can reach Dan at reallifetrading.com. You can reach our 10X customer support at reallifetrading.com. So, yep. If you ever need to talk to me or Jeremy at Real Life Trading, whoever you want to talk to, just reach us there by email if you're not a RLT member in Slack. Hilton, how you doing, man? How's Canada going? Probably snowing and cold. I miss Canada. Snowing. Yeah. All right. Let's go look. Chris is itching to go talk about the old SPDR. Pretty interesting, right? Big bullish run up. Right now we got a shooting star. Really would like this better, the shooting star up in here. You could call this a semi start of a resistance area, but we ran up and now look at that, pulling back. Let's go check out the hourly. You can see we got that hourly 10 right there, probably retesting that hourly 10. But shooting star means we got some selling coming in, some selling pressure. If you go look at this, I don't know. I do all kinds of artsy things, so forgive me if you think it's silly, but we ran up from here to here, about $2. And we ran up a little bit more than $2 here. But we do have an ascending channel, right? We're at the top of that big old hunking channel. It would seem like one of these days we should start seeing some profit taken. And let's go look and see what we got just on this current trend, this current bullish trend run up. I like my fibs. So looks like we could get a good possible retracement. This wick seems like a lovely target. I don't know if we'll get that today. That's the low of today, but that would be potentially a nice target. Anybody going into this bullish, remember if you're down here, if you're thinking about a pullback, okay, where do you want to pull back to? Well, all the sellers up here, if they're sellers, they're looking at a target, right? If I was getting in something bullish, this would be my target. On the opposite end of the spectrum, if I was in bearish, right? This little, what we call S curve here, this little pivot, That would be a good place for stops. I'd have my stop down here, probably. So that means that there's probably a lot of bulls waiting down here to buy again. So that becomes a good target. Like I say, I don't know if we're going to do that today. That this is the hourly chart, but we are hella bullish, as you can see. We got one candle right now. That's the hourly. And remind you, that's a nice inside hourly candle. We got 15-minute. Of course, we got 4 bearish candles in the making. So we're coming right down to that 10 EMA. Going to be interesting point. That is also interesting enough. I think if my lines didn't move, which Jiminy Christmas trading view. Yeah. Interesting enough, that pre-market low is right at the hourly 10 EMA. Hold on one quick sec, guys. So yeah, we got a little bit of a correction trend coming on. Be nice if we can put in like a double top or a pattern. I like going counter trend on patterns. If we could do something like this, if we're going to go, that would be nice, because we got this. You can see the support level comes all the way back into yesterday's pre-market kind of high area. So this is a pretty good looking support area right down here. Let me go see what y'all are talking about. All right, you're talking about Canada. All right. Sue, I've been to KL a bunch of times. Yeah, I love that place. I think I might have gotten in too early on AMD bearish. Well, looking like the market is going, I don't know. It's looking like it might pull back. I really like to go counter trend. For me, you can see average daily range. Let me just make sure that is current. 270-ish. For me, unless you can catch like some kind of after wave 3 into like a 4, you still got plenty of room. I got my target is 76.28 on the high side. Let's go see. I know you got in bearish. Let's go to regular hours. Regular hours say, let me go to the regular market hours. We got, okay, our 10 EMA is right up there. So 10 EMAs on the hourly. I usually like to go long above it and short below it. So we're still right there. Doesn't mean that we can't fall down and come below it, but we're kind of right at that area. A little bit of support going on. So yeah, little early for me anyway, but it is putting in a little bit of a head and shoulders, which is kind of a cute reversal pattern right now. That's on the 3. So that may help you, because what is a head and shoulders? It's sentiment that this price up here is a pretty tough price to break through. You can see we're at the VWAP right now on the 5. Let's go look at the VPOC. VPOC, pretty tough support area, right? If you're looking at the POC, which is yesterday's preferred price area, that is providing a little bit of support. So yeah, be careful about that. But maybe these failures here right at this pre-market high seems like it would be a good place to come back down. where it was the starting point for that fib. Paul. Let me get this out of here. What I'll do is, you can do fibs all different ways, right? You can look at this trend. I was just looking at, Jeremy likes to look at like wave threes too. So if you can get a good wave 3 count, I don't know, this is a good wave to me. So I look at strong trends and I'll do my fib, just start off at bottom to low, and to see if my fibs match up to anything. Maybe go to 15. A lot of times it's a very artsy indicator. So if you go to the secondary high, which I learned that sometimes it's not the high, but the secondary high or the secondary low, you can see fibs matches up pretty nicely right to that pre-market little bit of support resistance area for the lower fibs. But down here at the 382, you got this nice little support area. You got the 5 down at pre-market. So I'm starting from there. Looks like it's pretty good. Look at yesterday's POC is down here. That is a good little bit of support area. So yeah. Hilton says, can we do coffee one of these days? You talking to me, Hilton? We can do coffee anytime you want, brah. Just get your butt on a plane and come over here to Hawaii. We can go over, no, we can do a Zoom anytime, Hilton. We can do a Zoom coffee. A Zoomity doom doom. So all kinds of things, Raju. Yeah, we're going to teach that in the 90-day course coming up here. Let me show you. If you go into our, I'll just show you what it is. But if you want to go into depth, Jeremy taught it originally, and then Tony recently did a course that you can buy. But yeah, Jeremy has two videos. Free videos. This video from Tony is Tease It Up, but he actually has a course that you can buy. But in a nutshell, the way I use it, well, I use it a bunch of different ways, but S-curves really are synonymous to Elliott waves. They're very, those S-curves are within an Elliott wave here. But when we talk about S-curves, we talk about something that comes back and retraces and then continues like this. So those are S-curves, right? That's a natural phenomenon in the world. Just like Mr. Fibonacci said, a natural phenomenon supposedly is this mathematical equations that he came up with. But Elliott wave is really a good place to not only buy low, sell high. So if you're looking to buy, you want to come and look for a place down here somewhere, which would make sense to buy. So like we're looking at S-curve now, it makes sense to buy down here, right? So that's one way to use it. Another way to use it is to change trends. So if you're thinking about, okay, when is the trend changing? You got to break S-curves in order to change trends. So in this case, for us to go really think bearish, because this is a little bit of an S-curve itself, but when you break out, okay, then you break the high of this S-curve, then you can consider that a continuation. But for this to break into a bearish, a real bearish trend, you really have to break these bearish S-curves. So that's how I use it also. That's just a brief, quick explanation. I would recommend go check out those videos, though. You can definitely learn a lot about those videos. And if you want to find out more, you can go buy Tony Pollock's course. Hilton, reach me at, I don't know if I forget if you are a real life member yet or not, or just here for free week, but you can reach me at Johnny, JONNY at reallifetrading.com. David Harris says, I'm down 2.2 Rs for the week. Hope we can get it back. Let's go do it, my man. Let me just get caught up here on the chat pane real quick. Hilton, I'm going to join the group next week, so maybe in Slack. Yep. Or Johnny, JONNY. No H, no H. If you want to connect before that. But after that, you can reach me in Slack for sure. How often do you move your horizontal MA lines? These ones right here, Chuck, I think you're talking about. I move them whenever they need to be moved. So let me go in here. Yeah, I'll go in here and I'll go into my chart where I have all my 10 EMAs. So I'm always looking to modify them to catch up because I want to know where. I heard Danny talking about MAs. They do provide support and resistance, but it's good to know where they are at all times as best as you can, for me anyway. Jeremy likes to trade the chart like this, not with all my lines on there, but you can see there's no MAs, because what's the most important thing in trading? It's price and volume, right? So if you get to be an expert at volume and you're looking at, hey, what is the stock doing? Then all these EMAs are, just averages that have happened in the past. But like Danny said, traders use them, right? So the reason why I like them is exactly that, because traders use them. And if traders use them, then they become valid, if you would, right? They become valid support and resistance lines. Just like Fibonacci, right? Fibonacci is a theory, but traders use it, so it validates support and resistance. Just like Elliott Wave. Elliott Wave is a theory, and a lot of people try to use it, but sometimes helps you, sometimes makes you hurt your head. Have your head hurt. ZJ says AMD sitting on top of the 200. Yes, sir. Think that was on my chart. Maybe not. Weekly 200 you talking about? Let me move my weekly over here so I can see it. Natasha, I'm in long Tesla since yesterday. Is there any specific risk resistance? Let's go look at it real quick for Natasha. Great trade, Natasha. I got my next resistance right up here. See what we got at 180. So you can see these touch points. It's going to be a little bit of a head bumper. You got the 100 coming down on the daily. You're right there at that weekly 200. And then you got the weekly 20. So you can see sometimes if you let EMAs, they can get in your way too. But I like it when they coincide with real support and resistance. So in this case, you got the 20 on the weekly coming down and hitting that 170 or 180 area really is the resistance. So when you have EMAs hit support and resistance, to me, that becomes a more of a valid area of concern. So that's what I would say, Miss Natasha. You also look at that. Got the monthly 50 coinciding with 180 area. So you're going to hear all the moderators talk about multiple time frame analysis. You need to make sure that you're looking at all the time frames when you're trading. I do anyway. I recommend it. I can't make you. So resistance at 167, SMA on the weekly. Yep. If you look at a chart, no brainer resistance coming right up in there at the 180 next after that. Yep. We're above that 167. So, but you do have it hovering right there. L. Chuck Jackson. How would you play the SPY from about 11:15 Eastern? Looks like an S curve. I got to convert that in my head, big guy. That's 6:15 my time. Yeah, so you got this pullback, right? And this really doesn't mean that we're going bearish. We could come down here. This could still be in an S curve. I'm not back bullish again really until you break this high. So it just depends on what time frame you look at. Like right now, I'm looking for, I use S curves also in conjunction with everything else, right? So right now I realize that on the SPY, we haven't hit, I don't think we have, did we? 540. Price range. Yeah, we got lots of room on the SPY to go, right? What's today? Do I have that in the right place? Yep. Today's the 27th of January already. So, because we didn't break this S curve, really full on bullish. This was a little bit of S curve. So once we break here, yeah, we're totally valid bullish again. But you can see SPY's got plenty of room to go. What'd I say, 540? 540 on the day. I truly believe that we're coming for this 410 area. Why not, right? We got this beautiful hammer here yesterday with some decent volume. So I still stay bullish. Very feasible target for today. Why not? Absolutely. Malaysian Sue says V is bullish. Gap and go. I would find a bullish setup. V is already gone its average daily range. So that's one thing that kind of puts a little bit of a governor on me. But yeah, we can go look at V real quick. V. So we had a gap and go. You can see it's already gone its average daily range. Pretty much. Can we get up to that high of the day? For sure. But sometimes when things, unless I have real good risk reward, then this thing could be just range bound today. So you can see how high. We've seen this several times this week, as a matter of fact. When something gaps up so high, what happens a lot is you just stay range bound. Can it come up here and then later on in the day just come back and stay range bound? Yep. We're below the VWAP now on that 15. Let me go check the 5. We're going to retest that VWAP. Absolutely. Let me see what we can get here. There's your, just missed the 10 EMA. I don't know if you got on that, Sue, but that's a nice little potential play right there. This 50 down here kind of scares me, just because what that could mean is stocks like to catch up during the day to the 5. This is the 5-minute 50 right here. So, this has a lot of potential to just come back up here, take these wicks out, and maybe just do something like this towards a VWAP. that has a lot of potential to do that. But if you caught that, that was a good place to catch that 10 EMA trade on Visa. You have decent play back up into the VWAP. Raju says, can you give us a mini lesson on the 10 EMA strategy? How do you handle it? Absolutely. Right here, my brother. So Jeremy developed this. He back traded it, spent 1 billion hours on it. And what the 10 EMA strategy says, we'll start up here. So you could have played the first retest of the 10 EMA. For me, the big red line is your 10 EMA, right? So what the strategy calls for is to take, in this case, if you're going bearish, you take the first bullish candle retesting the 10 and you get in at the bottom of that candle, stop up above somewhere. Jeremy talks about, hey, look for a nice bearish candle that has some good volume. This is a pretty good solid candle with good volume. So you could have entered there, had your stop there, and you could have made $1.20 right there. So you're retesting the 10 from the bottom with a bullish candle, and you're getting in underneath that first bullish candle. So here in the opposite direction, you have the same thing. We broke above the 10 EMA, right? We have, this is kind of like a hammerish, doji-ish, high wave-ish, not really high wave-ish, but this is really, to me, that first retest of that 10 after you broke out bullish. So you get in there, and just depending on your risk tolerance, again, here's a nice bullish candle. You put your stop there, and you got, what do you got? You got $1.55 up to the VWAP. So that was a beautiful play. Does that make sense, Raju? If you want, go right to our website, and right here on your dashboard, there should be a 10 EMA strategy that Jeremy wrote up. Oop, not that one, right here. This gives you all his rules. Roger that, Raju. Let me catch up here. Great job, Sue. Beautiful play. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Hilton, let's go see. Hilton down for a day trade. Apple is, I was watching it a little bit this morning, and it was really like real slow, methodical. I got, right now we missed this 10 EMA trade we could have taken, but we got really not good support resistance now at this point. I mean, not good risk reward. So I had targets of about 146.50. Here's your average daily range. I think that's a good number to get back up to. Yeah, Raju, it's really quite simple. All you got to do is go into anything, and then we trade it mostly on the 3-minute, but it works on any type of time frame, right? So in this case, for those of you who don't know, like Raju, if you broke out and you're looking for that retest, once you have a candle that closes below the 10, the strategy says, sure, you could take a breakout like this. If I wasn't following the 10 EMA strategy exactly, this looks like a nice entry right here, but the strategy says if you break down below and close below the 10 EMA, then you got to wait for your first bearish candle to retest after that. So don't forget, it's a momentum strategy, and it may be a little bit slower than some things that you see, right? But like I see this breakout from the high of this, right? This failed here, came down, and if you break that, but that's not a true 10 EMA strategy trade in there. Can also go, I forgot, while we're talking about videos, you can go in here and go 10 EMA strategy. And Jeremy has all kinds of videos on the 10 EMA strategy. If you're thinking about something in real life trading, like, hey, what is this? What does this do? Whatever. Almost guaranteed that there's a video on it. So just go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's free. Why wouldn't you want to do that? It's like all the free education in the world. How to read stock charts. I forgot I did that. Yeah. So you can see, I mean, whatever you want, whatever it is you want. All right, let me see what's going on. Hilton got that. Sue, yeah. Raju, yeah. Terry C, 10 EMA explains. So there you go.
Hey, the people at Discovery Channel came to me.
Not
and
him, but yep, there you go. Raju, how do you combine the 10 with the S curve? You just combine them, man. That's homework for my 90-day extraordinaires. So you look at this, right? S curve down. Once you break out of there, you are bullish again, right? So you could look for it right in there. So you can just combine it. Sometimes it combines nicely, sometimes it doesn't. Like here, this would be you could get in. Let's see. Yeah, like here's an S curve, right? So you could get in here. You just look for S curves and look for a great opportunity to do the 10 EMA strategy. That's kind of the bottom line. I keep things simple, Raju. Great job, Peter. Thank you. Liam, quality content on the YouTube. Absolutely. You're printing off the setup now. Yep. Real easy, man. We followed 10 EMA strategy last year. And then for this year, Jeremy opened it up. We can still follow the 10 EMA strategy, but we're also looking for good opportunities for double tops and double bottoms. Also the moon phase. The old moon phase. So nice double bottom on the SPY, by the way. Forgot to mention that. And the Qs. What do we got? Qs got a target of almost 297 today, I think. Let me make sure that's right. Let's go find some trades. 517. Yeah. Still got some room in the market. I mean, we're bullish. Why not stay bullish, right? Tesla is giving it some today. Yeah, Tesla, Jeremy will tell you, Tesla has like at least 3 10 EMA setups every day. Good ones, he says. So I got an ascending wedge right now. This, on your lines, your trend lines, right? Come see, come saw. But this is a pretty nice trend. Let's see if we can get a little bit more accurate on this. Trend lines are just that, right? It's just like support and resistance. There really isn't an exact point usually, but something like that. I try to, on trend lines, remember 2 lines, two touch points is a line, and 3 is a trend. So if you got 1, basically 2, 3, 4, it's a pretty good trend, right? There it stay, as they say in Hawaii. There it stay. I'm hungry as a horse. I need to go have some delicious breakfast. I think we're doing salmon wrap today. Little salmon wrap. Throw in some greens, some onions, a little bit of cream cheese. After my time off, Zach, I ate early last night. I finished dinner about 5 last night, so I'm already going on 12 hours, 12-hour fast. So by the time I get off the mic, it's going to be 14-hour fast. Agnes is prepping some Spanish tapas. I don't know what that is, but it sounds good. And anything I think sounds good right now. So look at Tesla, just FYI. Tesla is still way past that average daily range. Busted right through the weekly. And look at it go. And look at, by the way, let's look at 10 EMAs. So Raju and Chuck and crew, those of you who are learning about 10 EMA strategy, here's a great example. So a lot of times, I wouldn't say a lot of times, most of the time, you want to try to get a 10 EMA as close as you can, a setup. That will give you usually the best risk reward. When you have a lot of room away from the 10 EMA, then you got to get in here and you got to get your stop, down here below the 10 EMA. And you can see this risk reward. If you get in here and stop down here, this risk reward is not as good as this risk reward. So make sure you keep an eyeball on that distance. I'm not saying you can't get in then, but what I'm saying is just make sure that's minimized, right? And again, this is the 5 minute. So I'll go to the 3 minute, right? And you can see here's that retest, right? You could have gotten in there, but you probably would have had, in this case, you probably would have had to put your stop at least underneath this bullish. But still, this risk reward is not as good as this risk reward. Give me a Lima Charlie if you guys are tracking. An LC, that means loud and clear. I love my Lima Charlies. What's up, Mr. Fullwood? But you can see, look at all these 10 EMA trade setups. So here's what I was talking about. This 10 EMA broke down below the 10 EMA. So you got to wait for a breakout again and then a retest. So there's no 10 EMA setup here. So you can see in some cases, you might say, people might say, well, shoot, man, I would have gotten in. Let me get rid of all these marks. I would have gotten in right here. I mean, this is kind of a no-brainer breakout, right? But yeah, you could have, but it's not a 10 EMA strategy, right? If you write in your plan that you're going to do only 10 EMA strategies, then if you took this trade right here, you'd be breaking your plan. We do not want to break our plan. Raju, how do you put so Raju, I use the average daily range. And you come over here, price range, and do that. Average daily range doesn't account for gaps. Average true range accounts for gaps. Yeah, Tesla just going crazy, but just look at all these 10 EMA trade setups that you could have done. Look at the 5. You can do it on the 5 too. Just beautiful setups, but we predominantly do it on the 3. All right. So NVIDIA is another strong ox. I got 203 potential, but you can see it's putting in maybe maybe a double top here. So we'll keep an eye on NVIDIA. Amazon. Not bad. Tesla is probably going to be maybe a nice short later on. You know, we've seen the market though, right? The market has been so strong that potentially we could just keep going up all day long. And it's really early right now. That's a very feasible pullback though, right? There's AMD, broke out of that support area. Target coming up into the 76.30-ish area. SQs strong as an ox. Coming up for this target right here. First target right there. Next target up at 84.50-ish. Netflix has been a weird character, man. You know, we got stopped out yesterday for a small loss. But we got this triangle going on. Basically a channel. Not really any good momentum. Apple, we talked about Apple earlier, coming up towards that target. Delta just going sideways. The blocks. Let me check out this little Trendioso. Trend. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm looking for the old trend line. Yeah, kind of weird in here, yeah. Really no good. Got some good momentum, but then got those crazy candles. I can see it going higher for sure, though. It's been strong, real strong. This area, every time it gets up into this area, though, it has problems with that $40 area, 38, 39, 40 area. Guggenheim, man, I like this for a short. I wish it was. I'd much rather have it up here at its average daily range. So, but look at this pattern. I mean, that looks beautiful, right? Especially after all this bullishness, and then you get in a double top like that. But I think we're coming up here. All right. Great job, Agnes. Super duper girl. Todd says, sorry, I'm just getting to you now, Todd. Could you please show where the doc for the 10 EMA rules are? So I don't know what you guys' dashboard looks like, but on your dashboard, you should somewhere under my other resources have 10 EMA strategy. So, and Jeremy gives some great examples there. Let's go look at the soft, the Microsoft. Haven't looked at it today. Got to go do my analysis. So everybody knows that's a retest gap, right? It retested average daily range about 546. Got lots of room to go. Kind of like this little support area down here. It makes sense for a good place to bounce. RSI is running up pretty nicely, pretty strong. That's the weekly. Let me throw some EMAs on there. That's the weekly. We got the monthly. So yeah, we got the monthly 10 coming up right there. Let me put that for future use. Uh, 10 EMA on the monthly side. Let's go back. I didn't have my EMAs on the daily. Let's go look at the hourly. Should be above that. Yep. 15. I mean, all systems go. Looks pretty good, my man. I don't know why we're having some difficulties here, but what was the average daily range? 546. $546. Used to be $7. There it is. $546. You see where this trend line is working, kind of with that 10 EMA. Let me check this trend line out real quick. So not a real good trend line. Broke out of that little channel we had the other day. I don't know. I don't know why it's not looking as bullish as everything else. It's kind of just hanging out. What's the volume on this? Look how low volume is. That's pretty low for, I think we might be getting a slow Friday today. It's about a third of the way there. What time is it? About 7 o'clock. So lunchtime lull on the volume. Got a double bottom. I mean, it looks like it should go, but I don't know. For some reason, it's just kind of hanging out right now. Add Microsoft to the day trades. We got trying to see what I'm missing. Looking at volume. That's what I'm missing. If something doesn't look right to you, you got to stop and say, okay, what's going on? Anybody tell me what this is? Peter, do you know what that is? Rich has got it right. So the price of the stock, right, was kind of just hanging out, not going anywhere, but the strength of the move, it's losing its strength. So this is called bearish divergence. And this is a really good sign that we're going to continue down. Does it mean that we're going to come crashing down? Not necessarily, but what it's telling me is that for whatever reason, kind of losing strength in here. And what that would say is a lot of times you'll have like the stock moving up in price and then this coming down. So that's really good signal. But when you have a flat top like that and it weakening, to me, it's talking about maybe potentially just channeling. Does that make sense, Peter? I'm really far behind in the chat pane. So, Albert, have a great one, man. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday, buddy. Robin, have an awesome weekend. Aloha to you. Raju, can you put a link on to the 10-day PDF to get more training? A link to this PDF. Let's see if that works. Tell me if that works, buddy. Thanks, Scott. Yeah, so I don't know. Microsoft to me is kind of weak sauce. Now, if the queues and everybody else comes crashing down, will it come crashing down? Maybe. But yeah, that's setting up for a good looking double top right there. If you're having trouble breaking out of that area and the strength, you're losing strength, that looks like a nice double top. All right, let's go see what we can find. I think we're going to be, it's early yet. So we got how many hours? We got coming on 7. We got 4 hours left in the market. We got plenty of time. Let's go look for some divergence. Got a little bit divergence working on NVIDIA. Amazon. Potentially on Tesla. But Tesla looks like, whew. So here's a good example, ladies and gentlemen. You got strong bullish move up here, but you know, it was potentially got some divergence. I got my target right here. We'll see what happens to Square. Netflix, I don't understand what's going on Netflix. Except for this gorgeous looking thing going on right here. Ah, whew. And let's see what we got. No divergence, but that's looking pretty saucy. Shane says, weekly 200. Which one were you talking about, Shane? I got my weekly 200 up here, buddy. Oh, EMA. You got the 200 EMA. Yeah, I only use the 10, the 20, and the 50 EMA. And I use the 100, 200 moving averages. But is that where the 200 EMA is? I've never heard anybody use the 200 EMA before. You're a unique character, my man. You might have just, did you get that wrong? Is that supposed to be the 200 MA? Does he? Okay. Shane says, had a good play to the 200 EMA on the weekly. Roger that. Roger that. Yeah, I've never heard Tony talk about the 200 before. Interesting. What's up, Danny T? All right, buddy. I'll catch up to you in a little bit. Thank you, my man. You too. Yeah, this is let's see. Let's see what kind of, it's kind of a big old resistance area on Netflix. This whole area in here. But we should punch up. Netflix has been super strong, but Funny how we're just kind of like chopping sideways. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Thank goodness, knock on wood, they aren't testing the Navy ballistic missile tracker today. My internet seems to be working fine. Yeah, we got that, but I don't know. I think we'll see. Wow, if that turns out to be a Head and Shoulders, just look at all this bullishness, all these bulls that are going to be freaking out. Let's go look at the SPY and the Qs. Just still got some room. I don't know. I have a feeling, as strong as the market has been today, I have a feeling we're just going to do this and maybe just close there. That's very feasible. Very, very feasible. Kind of got a double top going on the SPY, but thing being is we're not at target yet. I think stronger resistance is up here. Is anybody in any day trades? Jiminy Christmas. What can we do? Let me go look at my scanner. INTC calls. Little earnings fade back up. Right into that. Wow, pretty interesting, yeah? From a chart perspective, double top right into the neckline. Big old volume. People buying down there at support, back into the neckline. Let's go check out where some things are. Got the 10 way up there. 15. What is the average daily range we done for today? 85 cents. 85. Volume tapering off. Lunchtime volume tapering off. Just be careful of that neckline if that is, I mean, as bullish as the market has been, but this is right at resistance, right? We got, let me see what we got here. Throw this little line dealio over there. Change that to red. I would say that's resistance right there. Double top. This is going to be interesting, Chris. We'll see how this plays out. I think you may run up here a little bit. You got a big old gap now. I don't know if that gap fills, but this is going to be interesting to see if, because all these bulls, if they were freaking out, all this buying wouldn't come. But it's interesting how it gapped right down into support. So I don't know if this is going to be a valid double top or not, but it's everything that you look for, or I look for anyway. The thing that it's not, though, is the fact that it gapped right down to support, and what a great place to buy Intel, right? Look at all that volume. Volume. So here was, you can see here we had a little bit of divergence too, right? We had flat top and a dumpage, mostly caused by earnings, but you could see even before earnings, we started losing strength up in here. Yeah, good job, man. I think we come higher. It seems like we should come higher up in here, but then we'll see. I think it's a lot's going to depend on the market, right? I mean, the market seems like it's needs to pull back some, so kind of makes sense for this thing to run up here and retest that neckline, and then if the market rolls over, that rolls over. Otherwise, this is a great place for buying. Paul's still in Visa. Great job, Paul. Nice gap and go this morning. Yeah, I couldn't, there was no place for me to catch Visa. For me, we punched up here, right? I was looking for some kind of 10 EMA play, but we were so far from this 10 EMA that I figured we'd get a little bit of chop. And then I noticed we already went average daily range. So that, but then Sue was talking about this. Did you take this trade right here? Is this the one that you took? Played the 3-minute double bottom on the bear. Right here? Beautiful, man. Beautiful. Yep. We need to get up there to that dang VWAP. This kind of reminds me of our dang Netflix trade yesterday, right? We punched up, looking good to the VWAP, and then we failed. But hopefully Visa down here was a really nice place to buy for people wanting to get in. So I think you got strength up there to that VWAP. We'll see what the SPY and the Qs does. David Dow Momo. Wait a minute, where am I? Let's go to Dow Momo. Dow Momo looks like it might be getting ready to reverse. So David, just be careful. Momo doesn't, work very well in this, right? So just be careful about that. It's a momentum indicator, but what you can do is then go ahead and use that in conjunction with like a 10 EMA play. So you could see that was 10 EMA play there. Could have gotten in there. I don't use my Momo down on the lower time frames, me personally, because you can see 3-minute, you're even going to get in chop city. You're going to get buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. So it works great when there's momentum, but when you're chopping around, it's a little tricky, my man. Lucen says potential head and shoulders working on the 3. Go see what we got. Momo. Sorry, I don't know where this is coming from. So on the 15, we got potential double top. Nothing sell wise yet. We got 5 minutes struggling with that area. 3-minute head and shoulders. Lucen, can you throw a chart? I don't see a head and shoulders on the 3-minute. I got double bottom. I got high neckline here. I don't see a Head and Shoulders though. I mean, you got this a little bit if you're counting this one wick. That's probably what you're looking at. Chris says, you convinced me to close the rest, made some profit. All right. I didn't want to convince you, but that was my analysis. You made money, man. You made some great money. So great job. Lucien missed the old Tesla this morning. Yep. Yeah, I took my eye off the old golden ring too. Oh, inverted. I was looking at a Head and Shoulders. Did you say inverted? My bad. My bad. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah. It does. For me though, I like my my bottom patterns, like where they trap a bunch of bears, you know? I mean, sure, this is in the shape of inverted Head and Shoulders, but the sentiment, the strong sentiment is usually when you got like an inverted and you got plenty of bears coming down here, and then all these bears would be trapped. So there's really, on the nearer time frame, you know, you really don't have that much from a sentiment perspective. That's just the way that I look at it. But I mean, from a drawing perspective, absolutely, it's a inverted. It's just not trapping like it would if it was down, like down here, like this inverted Head and Shoulders, trapping all these bears. That's the way I look at it, but I can see what you're looking at for sure. Roblox is going straight up. Crazy, right? It's been really strong. Did you get in that, Alex? Let me see. Let me go to real life trading here real quick. All right. NVIDIA. Oh, wow. Got a little bit of room yet. Might have to take this NVIDIA trade. Another little bit of an inverted Head and Shoulders, but what I don't like is the fact that it's gone its average daily range, which again, you know, it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't, just like everything else. Let's check out the divergence. We were looking at a little bit of divergence earlier, right? I mean, the market is so strong, but yet I got signals, you know, like right now, we've gone up my average daily range. We've gone bearish divergence. So it's telling me not to take it, even though there is next target up here at 203.53. You're in a bull swing. Great job, Alex. Yeah, it's strong as an ox too. Very, very strong. Alex says the Qs is also at the top of that channel. Yeah. Yeah, it's looking like we're just going to keep slow rolling. But yeah, you can get in trouble, right? If you go long, the market's very bullish, but we just do a little bit of a correction down to here because this is enough to get you stopped out on some individual tickers before it goes back up. Yep. Tracking. All right. What else can be out there? Let me look at, Agnes is looking at Beyond Meat. Beyond the Meat. Does anybody here like Beyond Meat? I mean, I'm talking about as far as eating it concerned, not the stock. Does anybody eat Beyond Meat? I tried it once. Once was enough for me. Ina does love it. Wow. Carrie does. It's funny, yeah. I had it once and yeah, I didn't like it. Shane. Yeah, eating, yeah. You don't get that meaty fix. Okay. So we got some Beyond Meat lovers. Rock is a Beyond Meat lover. What are we doing? 120 on the daily range. I don't know what impossible food is. What is impossible food, Ina? 120. Kind of gone. It's dealio. What is impossible? I don't know. Another meat substitute with amazing burgers. They bleed like the real thing. Really? Interesting. I'm reading your guys' chat. Okay. I know. Are you being serious or are you trying to make me do something I don't want to do? Are you kidding around or? See, I knew I would bring Rock out of the woodwork. Okay. When I find it, I'm going to try it just for you, Ina. Rock, look what's going on with Beyond, brother. We're breaking out. Well, potentially breaking out. Who moved my line? My line moved by itself. Oh, I guess right there, yeah. Up above average daily range. Strong, man, strong. What happened over here? What made, I guess, just everybody trading the channel, yeah? The way it looks, I mean, if you're trading the channel, then I don't know. I guess to me, you got either a breakout here, or you got, keep an eye on this. But, you know, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. And then, yeah, this is interesting. This is going to be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. It's worth keeping an eyeball on. It looks like the moon phase. It's not summer, but it's Super Bowl time, Rock. Beyond Meat and DraftKings are gonna hook up for the Super Bowl. Why am I laughing at my dumb jokes? You got to know Rock. You'd get it. You'd get it if you knew Rock. All right. Agnes looks like let me see what Jeremy's saying about it. If it passes 1711, Jeremy would consider it for a long. Okay. Are you in DraftKings, EJ? Tailgating with fake burgers. I don't know, man. Part of tailgating is the smell, right, Lucen? Yeah, I'm just if you can't tell, I'm waiting to look for a potential reversal because we got bearish divergence on a lot of things right now. We're getting up pretty high up there towards average daily range, towards some good targets. So I'm really, it might be, what are we doing today? Is Tony doing, might be looking for a later day trade to pull back. Let's see what's going on. Oh, we got the real estate boys coming up at, what time is that? That is 9 o'clock. Is that 9 o'clock? 9 o'clock. Yeah. 9 o'clock my time, 2 o'clock Eastern. Real estate. And then Mr. Yates Craig is going to come in and do some back trading. So that will be a great session. If you don't know how to back trade, Mr. Yates Craig will show you all. And then Danny J coming back in the closer up for the week. What a great week it's been. Anybody going to be joining Real Life Trading next week? Or you already joined this week? We got any new folks to the team? I always love to see who's going to be a new team member. Hilton, you're going to join us next week? All right. Solid, man. Looking forward to that, dude. Yeah, send me a message and we'll hook up and just let me know how I can help you. Ina, not next week, but soon. All right, Ina, sounds great. Looking forward to having you on the team. Okay, sounds good. I'll respond to you later today. Wow, this is crazy, man. I'm thinking we're gonna punch up here and later we're gonna close inside day. But NVIDIA is just what a workhorse. You could probably call Verizon, Lucen, and see if you can talk them into getting a new phone. Probably could. You probably could, my man. Wow. NVIDIA. Anybody got the kahunas to go short on NVIDIA later? We're at average daily range. We got divergence. What do you think, LW? Too strong? Maybe just chop around sidewards, but kind of just futzing around right now. I hope I'm not getting sick, man. Got a little bit of a cough going on. Everything is up there. Look at Tesla. Tesla did 2.5 times its average daily range the last 2 weeks. Listen, you could also call Jeremy, see if you can talk him into it. He's got to burn some money. He's got way too much money. He's got to burn some of that money. Okay, before I get confused, that was my target. That wasn't a line. Don't you feel bad for him? All right. I have a feeling we're going to get a little bit of maybe pull back now. Wouldn't be a bad time to do it. You know, the Qs likes to do this, by the way. Qs likes to come up like towards its target and then reverse from there. I might give something a shot. What can we take? So NVIDIA has divergence. Amazon has divergence. Tesla is just crazy. AMD has divergence. Nah, not really. Square. Ooh, Square. Netflix. Ooh. Netflix looking kind of weakage. Oh, we talked about Google too, right? Apple. Little bit of divergence on Apple. Google. We're looking at Google. Google's got quite a bit of divergence. Which one has the best play back down to the VWAP? Let's check out the 5. 5 Google, not really. A little bit better on Apple. Not so good on Amazon. NVIDIA, all the crazy strong ones. Peter Pro says bull on Netflix. I mean, in the long term, but I can't help by looking at this nasty looking Head and Shoulders, man. You got to admit, it's pretty outrageous looking. It's almost worth taking a shot at a swing on this. Buy a put. It's almost too good to be true, but Netflix has been so damn strong. Wow. But look at this. If this thing goes down here, breaks the neckline, it's going to fly. I think this is kind of the area you could risk an R and try to take this short. But yeah, with the market so crazy bullish, but that is certainly looking crazy. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Peter. Might be worth risking just an R, maybe even half an R. All right, not ready yet, huh? What about DraftKings, Mr. Pierce? Got pretty nice engulfing candle there, Rocco. $0.72. That's it. That's all you got, What happened to DraftKings, man? 72 cents, average daily range. That would have been my target right there. Looks like a potential good fade back down. Lots of good volume coming in there. What 50 do you got, my man? This 50 up here you talking about? Yeah, this is look at this resistance right here. Don't know where the exact line is, but this wick, you got this, you got this, you got this, you got this. I mean, you got this run up to here, obviously, but this is a good resistance zone. Wasn't I on the weekly? Are you talking about the 50 MA or the 50 EMA? Because here's my 50 EMA rock. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, if we can break that trend, hit that support, bounce back up. Yep, I like it, LW. I don't know, kind of crazy thinking about shorting this. Where is, let's go see yesterday when all my friends went away. So we're right here. Yesterday's high. Kind of acting as old resistance, kind of new support right now. New support likes to break out and come back down, retests, and then go. Risk reward to the VWAP. Yeah. I do like this divergence though. And I would think, yeah, this is target one. Look at the 5-minute 50. That's probably going to be. And what it could do is kind of futz around a little bit. Let this 50 come up here, hit that. Obviously like that. Let's look at Amazon. At least Amazon, the 50 is down below. You're making lower highs here. Just don't like these pesky. The Q still looks like it's not fallen yet. Yeah, I mean, they are setting up, but I think I want them to come down, give me like this rock. Something come down, give me that. But I don't like these long trends. I want something like that down and then up. This could be a 1, 2, 3 and a 1, 2, 3 for a B and maybe a potential C down, but I don't know. Air between the teeth. I really don't have a signal yet right here unless I get a drop down and it forms a little bit double top. Yeah, but I mean, I like how far this is up high too. Keep an eyeball on this rock. I mean, it's got some decent room down there. Where's the 50? So you got the 50 coming up with a VWAP, and on Amazon, yeah, about the same. I mean, this looks like the target. Don't know if the risk reward is good. Where'd my square pants go? VIX, let me go look at the VIXy. Thanks, Chris. If we make a higher high, then yeah. On the VIX, but right now, you really have this, here's your high, here's your high, so we really need to make kind of another high. Yeah, this VIX, this is target down here. We're right there at one target, but then next target down here. And the RSI really nice and low, but it could stay down here for a while. That's a mess. A big old mess. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep. Thanks, Ina. Ina's talking about this is at a 52-week low right now. Yeah. Bull City. And then after that, whew, those are far down there. That's a lot of bullishness potentially going to come up into the market. Lots. Yeah. Yeah, not bad. Lucian, I like my morning stars like this. When you got like a candle, a bearish candle, and then another with a gap, another bearish candle, and then you get, instead of like this flat area, I like a gap up from, like, if this closed here, something like that. But yeah, morning starish. Way too high, like you say, not really at, it's at that target, so that could be considered support, I guess, new support going higher. But again, you got a bottoming channel or bottoming chart pattern at highs. There's really nobody getting trapped. It's all about the trap. It's all about the trap. I think we're going to continue just going higher. I mean, the way that VIX looks. Thanks for that, Chris, by the way, and Ina. Really like to get some kind of pullback and then go higher. Everything's so high. I'm not buying up here. Might get left behind, but Tesla is just crazy town. AMD looking kind of weaker than the others, right? Might get if we can get some kind of a pullback. AMD not looking too shabby. Kind of a pennant pattern right now, like a bull pennant pattern. Might take this bullish. Should we take this bullish? It doesn't look like it's doing all that well. Three-minute. This 5-minute 50 is kind of scary as far as how far it is down here. It looks weaker than not. Ginny, positive 0.4 Rs. Way to make money on Friday, Ginny. That's the way to go into the weekend. Started as an inside retest gap, 260. Got some room to go yet. Let's see what we got for targets. Do we got anything over there? Kind of got a little bit of resistance right here, kind of right where it's at. Yeah, shop can just keep cruising. You got this resistance, a little bit of resistance zone happening. Yeah, looking good. Nice play. Good job. Making money, that's the thing to do. So AMD has gone its average daily range. Yeah, I'm just thinking the overall market is just so bullish. This is kind of a good buy low, sell high place. Starting to get a little candle there. Let me see. Whoops. So things like to retest this 50 EMA on the 1 minute. Also, this 1 minute 100 is a place that it likes to retest too. So could see something come down to here and then bounce because we got room for the day. But we got that 1 minute there. Got a little shooting star. Got a little bit of divergence on the 3. A little bit on the 5. Starting to form a little bit of got some divergence. Five-minute little double top right there. CVX fade back up for Lee Min. Look at all that volume. Pretty good little support area down here, Lee Min. A little bit of support. More better down here though. A little bit of support there. Good volume coming in here though. Really good volume. Looks good. Tesla, where are you? Tesla. Alex, did you take that already? There's going to be buyers right here, potentially. Good job, man. You made money. I think these would be my targets. Usually, I don't know, when you get such a strong move, it's usually not ready to just V top. So I think we just got to have some patience. It's so early yet. Gosh, way, way early. This is looking pretty saucy. Probably will get, if this comes up here and double tops and then rolls over, we're going to get some divergence here. Potentially. All right. What you guys want to look at? Let's see what else we got over here. I'm looking at my scanner. Let's go look at a little bit of Carnival Cruise double top. just inside today. Does a potential short on Apple look any good? I think they're all kind of setting up and looking good, but I just need some kind of a chart pattern, Peter. You know, something to give me, like this looks like a double top. I mean, not bad. It's gone, its average daily range, not bad down to the VWAP. Let me see where this resistance is. Kind of got a shooting star and then a high wave. Let me see if this sets up. Not real good risk reward. Risk reward, that's the problem. You know, I mean, next stop would be down here for me, but of course we don't know if it's going to come down that low, but it's looking pretty saucy. Here's your 10 EMA if you want to take that double top. I'm looking at this high wave. So we got a shooting star and then we got a high wave. So if we break down, I think we go, but it's whether we break down or not. Something to keep an eyeball on. Maybe let it break down, see if we can get a retest and then take it. But it's worth watching. Yep, like it. I like it. Thanks, LW. Wow. Another one, Crank City. CRM. I like to trade to my 15-minute resistance. Let's see what we got over here. Yeah. Not good risk reward for me, but yeah, man, if I hope you're in that long, Todd. That looks great. Looks really strong. Okay. Back to what you're gonna do, Jennifer, on Microsoft. Got a little bit of a double bottom-ish thing. Nobody really trapped. Kind of just chopping sidewards. I don't have too much on it. What you gonna do? LW, you know you don't have to apologize. Everybody looking at everything is awesome for the team, man. Keep posting. Let everybody, just because I don't take it doesn't mean that you don't have to take it, right? You know that. I know that for sure. But no, man. Keep them coming, man. The more eyeballs we got looking at stuff, the better for us. You're just a nice guy. I know you're just being your normal nice guy. I know, Sammy. I have no idea. I mean, kind of look at Netflix. It kind of reminds me of the just chop that we've been going through Netflix in here. There goes Netflix long potential. I mean, this is down at great support. You would think that we get a breakout here, right? So we're definitely slowing down right now. Wow. Todd's buying dinner for everybody. Congratulations. Stand up and give Todd a round of applause. What a day, man. What a day. You're not allowed to trade anymore, man. I'm kicking you out. Woot, woot. Yeah, I agree, Jennifer. It's like crazy. Why is it just, it's probably going to blast off, you know? It's probably just like compressing and just going to blast off. That's what one would think anyway, right? Pod's got me interested in this. I just have to wait for this this bad boy. Looks like there was a little trap potentially, but maybe not. Got a little high wave there. Got a little 3-minute high wave. Got some bears trapped. If we're going to blast off, you would think that we're going to trap these bears. Amazon, kind of head and shoulder-ish. Look at this head and shoulders LW. Kind of like that. Little mini head and shoulders on Amazon. It's got a lot of potential. It's got a lot of potential, Peter C. What's the let's see what we got here. $75, that's about $3. It's almost $1.20. I would have rather that caught this like up in here, but it looks like it has great potential. We'll see what happens here. Maybe we can get lucky and it come back up in here and then take this trade. Got to worry about that 20 a little bit because I'm sure we're going to come back and retest that 20. We haven't hit that 20 all day. So that's definitely a place to bounce off of. So maybe we can get some kind of bounce off of here, come in for a double top and then roll over. That's what I'd really like. Does that make sense, Peter? Yeah. Shorting is a little nutso right now. Great trade, Peter. Very nice. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, that's a gorgeous 10 EMA play right there. Beautiful. RM says Lucid is halted. Why is Lucid halted? That's why Lucid is halted. Wow. Do they make cars? Do they really make cars? Do they have a car out? Or they're just Lucid jumps amid Saudi Arabia fund takeover speculation. That's speculation? Well, it's too late to get in now. Yep, looking at that over here, JL. You got to be in the know to catch that. Something like that. That's crazy, right? No gap, inside day. Crazy. Crazy town. Yeah, I definitely would like to see some little bit of bullishness, a little bit of buying come in here at the 20. If I can ever stop my dang brush. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We may come down right to that target. It'd be really nice if we formed like a bigger double top here. I'm going to have patience. Did you get in that, Peter? Same kind of dealio on Apple. I don't know. I was watching Apple this morning. It just seemed to be moving so slow. I think I was looking at it in here. Look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA hasn't even moved. Q's down back to that 20 right there. We should see some kind of retest of this 20 and then go. We got some divergence working though. See what I mean by Apple? Just like sometimes it just moves so dang slow. Also, we're retesting that 3 minutes 50. We got that 5 minute 50 there. Got like a hammer coming in now at the 20. Got some good volume coming in. So you got a hammer at support, right? On the 5. Nice candle right there. What's the next target on NVIDIA? Where are you? Next target? $204. Check this out right here. A little bit of resistance. Ooh, that's a nice little candle right there. Mm. Let me go back and see where this area is. $15. Holy cow, got to go way on back. Right in here. So, yep, got that. This candle right here at pretty much 205. Somewhere right. 205, yeah. Right in there, 204, 205. Let's go check in with the VIX. Yep. Retesting the 10. Still got so much room on the SPY to go today. That's why shorting anything, trying to short anything is a little hairy, and taking anything long is like we've already gone. Most everybody's average daily range, it's just cranking. Yeah, we got this hammer right off this 20, so be really cautious about taking anything short on here. Pretty good volume came in right there off of that 20. I need a double top in order for me to take this, because I think this could put in a double top and that be the neckline. Come down here, go back up here, and then potential rollover. And then that's going to be the neckline. That makes a lot of sense. Lucen's talking about CVX. Little green trend line looks like it's going to bounce off of that. I would need an entry just above the trend line with a candle close and preferably continuation pattern, but a solid close above the trend line would be okay for a limit buy. Yep. One, two, three, four, five. A, B, C, or 1, 2, 3 for a B. Yeah, we should maybe look for inverted head and shoulders down here, LW. That would be pretty nice, yeah. Where you going, Hilton? Got to clean your sidewalk, as in snow? I need to go clean my sidewalk off of leaves. How deep is it, Hilton? Sunshine. Yeah, I would love like an inverted. Lee Min, are you in this? 2 inches and they're going to give you a ticket? That's crazy, dude. Yeah, I hope it pulls back and forms an inverted head and shoulders for you. I mean, this is where I like head and shoulders, like down at support, and you got all these bears trapped. Got lots of good volume coming in here. These guys are going to have to take some profit, I think, up in here. So we should see some kind of like that. 181.82. Okay. Top of this little support resistance, if you would. $74. Yeah, I got to be up above this. This we could get a a little bit of a inverted head and shoulders too, but what do we got down to VWAP? We got enough down to VWAP. Nvidia got some good room down to VWAP. Amazon finally broke. Apple looks like it's potentially going to come down. Google, you dirty rat. No problem, Hilton. If you got a lot of questions, we'll probably just do a Zoom because I'm terrible at typing out answers. Hold on 1 second. I got a cough. Sorry about that. All right. No problem, my man. No problemo. So I had to close above the 10 EMA there. Two Hammerooskies in a row. I'm going to have to take a look at my calendar, buddy. As soon as I get off the mic in about 45 minutes, I'm going to go eat because I'm starving. And then let me go look at my calendar. I think I got potentially, I think I'm open today. Are you open later today? Would have liked to have seen a little bit bigger count in here. I want to get some more bullishness come in. There's pretty good volume on this hammer. NVIDIA, when are you going to come down? Are you going to come down? This could be a little 1, 2, mini 3, 4, and a 5 on Apple. You're in long, Shane? I mean, mega strong, right? I don't know if everything's ready to come down yet. SPY still making higher highs. Still's got room. Still bullish, very bullish in the market. Still very bullish. Yeah, that might be work good for me too, Hilton. Like I say, I got to check my calendar and then I'll email you back. Trying to get a read on this divergence. So when you get divergence, doesn't mean that it's going to come crashing down, right? But it means that it's just it's got to pull back a little bit, get the old RSI into the oversold-ish area. And what could happen too is this thing could just like slowly work its way down. But again, look at how much room we got on the average daily range. While I'm talking, I missed that again. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Got to think with this hammer here and all this buying that we're going to come up a little bit higher. Let me just see where a channel is looking like. Nothing really yet. Shane, what you got? NVIDIA. Nice, nice, nice. Beauty. Beauty, beauty, beauty. Great trade, man. Yeah, that would have been, this is definitely a 10 EMA trade right here. Now we got this dang high wave, so really got to break that to get out of that high wave. 74. I want this to come up and then fail. I would much rather that happen. NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Looking kind of cute. Looking at the Qs. So this looks like a 1, 2, 3 down. So we would come up in a 4. So we got to make sure we got, if we're going in short on anything like NVIDIA, NVIDIA would be nice if it breaks down below this 10, closes there, then pops up and then rolls over. If the Qs goes up in a wave 4. Good job, Shane. Lee Min's out of her fade. I need to get CVX. I really like that potential of inverted head and shoulders. Hit the VWAP, just like we talked about. I'd like to get a little bit more of a shoulder and then go in. Got a lot of potential though. Let me put this on. I might check this out later. Add CVX, day trade. Okay, good. This could go a little bit higher. What is this? 74. Something like that. Above that wick. That wick scares me. All right. I might try this. Tesla 174. Let me see what this looks like. 174.93 by 177.49. We're in this high wave, which is one thing I don't like. I'd much prefer this thing to come up in here, take these wicks out, and then roll over. If we get this breakdown of these shaved bottoms, to me, that's going to be a pretty bearish signal. So let me see what this does. I want to take all of this out. That's my preference anyway. Got a minute 33 on this. Yes, Scott, just go into our I can show you in a second, but I don't want to leave this right now. Just go into our RLT YouTube and type in 10 EMA strategy, and there's like 3 or 4 videos. We were looking at that earlier today. I want to see where this thing closes. But any kind of breakdown from there, that would be pretty good. Tesla 174.93 by 177.49. Okay, I'm going to do that. If it works, it works. If not, it not. $174.93. Let me go here, show my man. Go like this, 10 EMA. Right there, buddy. Let me give you the most current one. Any of these is good. This is a really good one. This might be a little bit newer.
And we're live. This is John Moran with Solutions 8, and today is January 20th, and this is your 1 hour of Google.
Dr. Joe, what up, man? Had some time to review this particular post, and does anyone have any suggestions on getting wicked out and spotting traps, or where I'm messing up? Number one, I know you know traps are going to happen, although things are going to happen.
There you go, buddy. See you later, Shane. Have a great weekend, man. Lucid halted again. Yeah, I mean, if that rumor turns out to be true, I still don't know if they're making any cars or not. All right, Cliff, have a great weekend, dude. We'll catch you next week, man. Paul says, search for 10 EMA videos, and a bunch of them popped up on the RLT site. Okay, there you go. Thanks, Paul. What do y'all think? Anybody setting this up to take this short? I kind of like the compression in here, right? The building up. But the thing that I'm concerned about is this high wave. We're kind of inside this high wave. So we'll see how we break out of this. This is a high risk trade for anybody who's considering to get in. So make sure you realize that before you get in. But I really wish these shaved bottoms were on the 5. That would make it even sexier. I was told I can say sexy on the mic yesterday in my 90-day class. I said sexy candles, and they said, that's okay. You're allowed to say that. Come on. We'll see if we can get some foliage. The thing that I'm worried about this inverted head and shoulders is that it seems like, I don't know, the SPY still has some gas in it. Pun intended. But yeah, I mean, a lot of things are already done its daily dues. Paul says, glad you got the green light on sexy. Absolutely, dude. I do like this, Lee Min. I do. Good compression here. It's going to pop one way or the other. Another Johnny Fever episode. I'm slow, Johnny Miller. You got to fill me in, brother. I forget what you're talking about. Johnny Fever. I don't watch too much TV, so that's probably why I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, Justin. Not the bestest. I like this now, guys. For me, not the best month either, but still green and still a fighting machine. Oh, couldn't say booger on the radio. Yeah, I got cleared from my class, so. See, the problem is if we break out of here and take this stop out, then I'm going to have a bigger risk. And then so less reward, but bigger risk area. Could actually take this long, with this. I don't want to take Tesla long, but if Tesla wasn't 2.5, almost 3 times its average daily range, this is a nice like double bottom. We got a hammer with volume and yeah, these shaved bottoms. So we'll see. We'll see if this is a trap, but this is a really nice play if we weren't just so high in the market. I'm gonna wait and see what happens with this. I may cancel this if we break up here, obviously. Anything else? Hold on again. I got a cough. Pardon me. Looking at this, plenty in the way on this. But I still like it. We'll keep watching it. NVIDIA still going higher. Amazon right to the VWAP like we talked about. Yeah, Apple is, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to trade Apple anytime soon. It's been acting really funky. Just don't like the way it's been acting. Yeah, guys and girls, I want to say that we're just going to stay up in this area today. Just got a lot of these bigger moving averages coming up on us. You got all the 50s moving up on us. I'm keeping this trade open. So we'll see. I didn't see, just Ina is the only one who's setting this up. Nobody else is crazy like us, Ina. I mean, this is doing kind of exactly what I said it to do, right? Just a perfect setup at this point. Is Jeremy in on Tesla? I didn't see Jeremy set up. Yep. J Boo is in. Hoping this is a trap. This is a really nice target down here. This would be about $1.60. If we can break those, we got this hammer though. But hammers can be broken. Lee Min, you're going to do it? What you think, Lee Min? Should we take this long? Should we do one long and one short? I know you got out. You didn't like how it was looking, but you're right. My problem is I'm right there at the VWAP, but it certainly is an inverted head and shoulders. Gotcha. Thanks, Pamela. So he got that breakdown. Was that the 3-minute breakdown? He took this breakdown right in here. Yeah, this might come back down under the 10, but definitely those tweezer bottoms have to be broken. He's got, looks like he's got this as his target. This would be, that would be a target for sure. This would be a target. And then the VWAP. probably going to hit this target. Yeah, probably since it's a counter trend trade, unless we see the Qs. The Qs is still going up, but I would probably target that as my I'd like this to come down and get a little bit more of a retest, though. That's what I'm looking at. But you can't always get your way with everything you want. See, this is right about not even the 382 yet. So if we could come down to this area, like this neckline right here. And then bounce. I mean, this right now is kind of like a bullish flag, right? I'm just hoping it comes down a little bit further. Buy low, sell high. Right, LH? How's the family, Lee Min? All good? Everybody's good? Your son? How old's your son now? I remember the younger one. Yeah. Okay. I don't think I ever met the older one. Yeah, my wife's oldest one is 62. The Qs, this is interesting because the Qs is going higher and Tesla is just way overbought up in here. Yeah, when with this divergence, this would have been the play, this neckline right here. That would have been a super cool trade. Wow. Got to figure the NVIDIA. Glad we didn't jump in Apple. Nor Google. AMD. Think we were thinking about going long on AMD. Yep. Everything making higher highs now. We got trapped on our double bottom yesterday, right? Looked just like this. Ooh, double bottom on the old delts. Not bad volume right there. How much volume is going through Delta? Looks like it's moving kind of crazy slow. Yeah, I wonder how come such little volume for Delta. Only 4 million shares. Is Monday a holiday or something? Seems like some stocks are moving so slow, like Apple. Inside little doji. Not much going on Delta. Got this 100 here, though. It would seem like this would be a good play. Microsoft going. Oof. Microsoft. I don't know what's going on with Microsoft today. Just weird, yeah. Just inside chop. I mean, this is a good place for a bounce. Making lower highs. Kind of like that look for a short on Microsoft too. Just don't like this chop. All right, looks like gonna have to cancel for now. I'm canceling. Don't forget to cancel in your broker if you put that trade in there. I'd have to raise my, might have to get in here higher. I just don't like that, but I think we could break down. If we come down in this area, if we get another 10 EMA trade setup, where is that pesky? So now we got kind of another close up there. So we got two closes above this dang 15-minute high wave. Here's a 30-minute high wave. Hold on a second, just sending Jeremy, he sent me a message. All right. What else you guys turned awful quiet on me? What you guys want to talk about? Are you just concentrating? Trying to catch something? It might just be one of those days where we just don't catch anything. But this is my favorite, just FYI, when Tesla gets up to its average daily range or above, and you get double topish patterns. Yeah, man, that's my fave. Og says, I don't really use a screener that much, but when I do use them, Og, I use my Interactive Broker screener, and then I don't use this one that much, but this is a good screener on TradingView. But when my go-to kind of is my Interactive Brokers and FinViz. You can go sign up for FinViz, and then you can set up your own screener for free. And yeah, man, you can see like I have my gap ups, my gap downs, go in here, and then it screens them for you. This is all for free. The only problem with FinViz is it doesn't activate until after the market opens. So you can't use it pre-market, but the other ones, obviously your brokers and also Trading View, you can. All right, let me keep my eye on this. Ruby's saying, are the algos controlling the markets? I'm not a big algo person. But I don't know. It's scary, man, when you think about artificial intelligence coming in and algos and all that. I don't know. I think for a while yet, people are going to be controlling, and institutions, but of course those institutions have algos. So I don't know. It's a toss up, man. I'm not a big bot / algo person. I'm the wrong guy to ask, but they certainly have something to do with the play of the day. To me, I like to just trade the chart. So I think technical analysis will always be technical analysis. Will it always work? No, but it's the best that we got. If Jeremy Newsom is, it has been self-made individual into a multimillionaire, and he uses technical analysis, it's good enough for me. Tyler says, do you have 413 as next level to target on SPY with fib levels? I really don't use fib extension too much, but let's go see. Fib, and you go here, you go here, you go there. I got, yeah, my fib extension tool only goes up to here, so I don't go all the way up to 413, Tyler. But let me see what you got at 413. This to me is a little bit of a resistance zone. After that, I got like up here at this gap, because this gap creates targets, and it creates support resistance. So yeah, I don't really use my fib extension tool that much. I like to trade into resistance just on the chart. Do you ever feel like you missed all jump in points? Yeah, man. I mean, I'm the king of missing trades. But that's just because I'm pretty cautious and very conservative, right? Everybody has their own risk tolerance. Everybody has their own value of dollars. So everybody's at a different point with their fibs. I mean, their fibs, there's R's. But yeah, Wayne. Alex, I won't work when all the iBots try and do the same thing, as there won't be liquidity on the opposite side of the trade. I mean, the stock market has got to adjust somehow, right, to algos and bots. So yeah, I don't know exactly what that's going to mean, but I think a chart will be a chart, whether you have algos and bots and doing anything else. CVX, you don't think it's going to make it to the bottom of the day, but there's tweezer bottom candles on the 30-minute chart. Not exact, but pretty close. I mean, you're only off by, what is that, 98? 6 cents on almost $200 stock, but yeah, it's pretty nice little bit of support down here. I do agree with you. Back to my thought. What time is it? Holy moly. I already forgot who's coming in. The real estate boys. All right. Going to talk about real estate. Nothing yet on the short side. We may be waiting a little bit longer for a short. Little double top action again on the Guggenheim. I like when we get these little double top patterns, when you get all this nice bullishness, because then that becomes a beautiful target down here. Move this bad boy down. I think a lot of people are going off on a little weekend jaunt. Seems like the volume is really slowing down. The moves are slowing down right now, late in the day, and we're only halfway through on volume on the SPY. So yeah, man, I think we've been because we're so high up, I think we've been going up and up and up with lower volume. That's why you're seeing that little bit of divergence potentially. Still got divergence on the Qs and yep, the SPY. They're hibernating. When? They've gone into hibernation mode. So we filled this area once, kind of fell in this area again. We did make some higher highs, but just barely. We got a double top. We came back. We retested this area. It looks like a nice place to me that we could fall short and go down. Let me get the SPY. It looks like the SPY is setting up to do exactly what I just said. If I get a 10 EMA here, I'll take it, even though it's kind of a little bit more risky, but we'll see if the SPY is ready to go. It's at a good spot to go. I use fibs every day, but I just don't use my fib extension tool, Tyler. I use it for retracements. Okay, I'm going to keep a quick eye on it. Just looking at my other screens. Maybe not ready yet. Maybe just trapping some bears. SPY is tempting to take short here. Problem being for me is that this right here. Tesla, we may just chop sideways all day. Like this high on Square now, like this bullishness that could be taken out. CVX now, okay, coming back a little bit more now. Thank you, Scotty. Yeah, this could be from an Elliott wave perspective. This could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3 on a B. Or I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down, and then a 1, 2, and a 3 on an A. A's got to be the correction after the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't really see any real good breaks in there, but may get this on a little bit of an A action, and that would give us, this A would be, give us a little bit of a corrective wave. I know once Tesla gets a little bit of momentum, Tesla is going to come down, I think. This wick is just gorgeous. That's definitely a natural target. I'm going to have to get like a higher, something like that. Look at all this stoppage right at 177.50. So we'll see which way we're going to break out of there. Hey, my time is coming up, guys. Had a blast with you this week. For all those people that are not signed up for real life trading, I mean, you heard Danny. I honestly, if you ever want to do a Zoom with me or whatever and talk about real life trading, just let me know. Hit me up at Johnny, JONNY, at reallifetrading.com, because, man, I tell you, I'm the real deal. I'll never give you any bunch of BS, or I am definitely not a salesman. I'll pitch RLT all day, and I don't make a penny from that. But I will tell you, I am a little bit older. I've had a lot of time to judge people, and I've never met anybody as genuine and as honest and wanting to help people as much as Jeremy Newsom. So that's why I've been with the guy for over 10 years, going on 11 years. And if you have any questions about it, man, I'm open kimono. I'll answer anything that you got. I am a U.S. Marine. I retired as a lieutenant colonel in the Marine Corps, and I pride myself personally on my integrity. So whatever you shoot at me, you'll get my honest answer anyway. So yeah, I'd love to talk to you. Just hit me up, Johnny, JONNY, at reallifetrading.com. Thank you so much. I'm going to bring on, I'm going to be watching this, just FYI. I'm going to see if I can take this short, and I can set it up. If I do go short, Hector and Luis are going to come on. There are experts in real estate at Real Life Trading. So you guys listen up, perk your ears up. If you've ever had any interest, and even if you don't have interest in real estate, just listen to these two guys, because they've made a lot of money and continue to make a lot of money in real estate. So anyway, love you guys, man. Have a great, great aloha weekend. Please get in touch with me. Let's talk. And I will hopefully talk to y'all real soon, starting Monday again for all you real life traders. Hector, Luis, are you in the house, my brothers? I hope they're there. Can't hear you, bro. It is your time, right? I want to make sure I did that right. Yeah, real estate investing. I got to upgrade you. We got to fix that. We got to get Sochi or Emily to get you guys so you're hosts. So attendees. Hector, where are you? Hector Hernandez. Promote to panelist. Luis. Where are you, Luis? Luis, promote to panelist. You guys should be good to go right now. Let me know.
Looking good. Thank you, Johnny. Appreciate it, buddy.
What's up, my brother?
How you doing, man?
I'm awesome. Thank you. How about you?
I'm doing fantastic, sir. I think I
Hey,
think
man.
we need to go co-host. Are
Is
you able
Luis
to do
with you?
co-host? Yeah, Luis is upgraded as well.
Okay.
but
I'm going to
I
stop
think we need to go
sharing.
co-host in order to share.
Yeah, I'm going to stop sharing. And I'm going to, whoops, wrong button. Stop sharing. And I am going to stop recording before I forget. You guys got to record yourself, okay? So
Yes, sir. We'll do.
let me do that. Why can't I start? Let me go share again for some reason. Hold on a sec.
All right.
Let me reshare because I can't stop recording. Okay, stop recording. And then let me stop sharing. And then let me make you and Luis the host. Make you the host. You want to change the host to Hector? Heck yeah, I do. Do I want? I guess one of you can only be the host. So Hector, you're the host right now.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I will take the blame if it all goes sideways.
All right, guys, have a great day and a great weekend. And I will talk to y'all on Monday. Aloha.
Thank you, Johnny. Aloha. Talk to you soon,
Johnny.
buddy. Have a good one.
All right. So screen
Right.
sharing.
Here we go. You're going to do the honors of the recording, Luisito?
Second, I'm screen sharing. Start my video.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hector, and that is Luis. Welcome.
Recording on the cloud, right?
It's up to you.
Nice computer. I don't trust the cloud.
Yeah, local is better. Yeah, you're right. All right. So thank you, everybody, and welcome to the Real Life Real Estate Investing Show. This is season 2, episode 2. Welcome to the 2023 Real Estate Collapse. Are you ready to catch a knife? That is the title of today's episode. We try to do everything in a humorous way, team, but we are gonna try to deliver some value today and give you guys some facts about what we're seeing out there in the real estate market. We've gotten a whole lot of questions as to what's happening out there and what should people do in order to protect themselves. And that's kind of what we're going to attempt to deliver here today with some cold hard facts. And then towards the end of it, we got a very, very special person. He is been my insurance agent for a little bit now, and he will be sharing his insurance wealth of knowledge that he has after being a real estate insurance agent for many years here in the Florida market. As I mentioned to you guys, my name is Hector Hernandez, and I am a real estate fund manager as my daytime job. I'm also a wealth building coach here on Real Life Trading, and I have the privilege and honor of helping you all achieve your real estate success goals and your wealth building coach. Please do remember to hit like and subscribe. If you're on YouTube, I believe we are being broadcasted live on YouTube, so please click that thumbs up. It just makes me feel warm and fuzzy when I see a bunch of thumbs up by my name. Luis, what do you got, buddy? Tell me about you.
All right, guys. Thank you for being here. Hello, YouTube land. I guess this is free week, so we got a lot of people. I'm seeing the participants. We have a whole bunch of new guys, new people. So very nice to meet you. My name is Luis Alejandro Lopez. I've been a real estate investor since 2009. I flipped about 190 properties. And I'm a real estate investment coach here in Real Life Trading. So let's get on to with this. Have you opened your news feed lately and you see a whole bunch of bad news and bad news and bad news and everything's collapsing and we're all gonna die and we're seeing a whole bunch of layoffs and everything? Is that gonna affect real estate? How it's gonna affect real estate? Are Chicken Little really in the house is or not? So let's go over data.
Let's get a little poll going, Lou, real quick. Let's get a little poll. I think we got time. Let's get a 1 if you've seen some negative data on the news, some doomsday type stuff that's about to happen with real estate. Give me some 1s. If you've seen nothing and you see nothing but rosy positives, give me some 2s.
Man, I miss when my feed was just Star Wars and motorcycles. Now it's just bad news. All right, so before we go any over, let's disclaimer. We're just two guys on the internet. We think we know what we're talking about. However, if you decide to buy a home, if you decide to purchase something, if you sign on the dotted line, you are responsible for your actions. We're here to entertain you. We're here to educate you. At the end, the decision is yours. If you have any questions, reach out to us. We are live in real life trading here. The second Friday of the month at 2 to 3:30 and the last Friday of the month 2 to 3:30, and you can get us at let's see, put it over here since we're here.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Here, real estate at reallifetrading.com, or if you come into reallifetrading.com/RE, you're gonna see a little real estate tag on the top of the screen. That's where we live. Okay, so we have a whole bunch of ones, correct? And what
Yep, a whole lot of 1s. And I did want to add something to that, to what you were saying,
Well,
Louis, in terms of the disclaimer. Team, what we're doing is we're just simply sharing our thoughts and the way that we're operating our business. Louis and I are out there day in and day out buying investment property. Is what we do for a living, is what we've been doing for 10 plus years. And so we're constantly looking at data and we make all our decisions based on data. Real estate is a lagging indicator. So we're looking ahead of what we see coming and making decisions today, and we're ready to pivot anytime this data changes. But as of all the research that we've done in the last this year so far, in the last few weeks, we're still very, very confident of what we're about to share with you guys today. And we're going to tell you what, we're going to show you the numbers so you can see it. And at any time throughout this process, if we're going too fast, if you have any questions, please let us know, pop it in there in the chat box. That's what we're here for. We're here to share. All right, Luke, all you, buddy. Talk to me. What are you seeing out there?
We're talking about Chicken Little. First news that I got into my screen last week was that there's a historical wealth destruction in the United States in numbers, okay? Basically, the average portfolio of 60% stocks, it's facing its annual biggest loss in 100 years, okay? This carnage is 44% of the globe. 44% reduction of all the wealth, historical wealth in the United States. It's bad, it's really bad, right? We see here. So from here, from the top to the bottom of our channel today, from this little bounce here, it's 44%, supposedly, right? Now, if you see the wealth creation chart or the total wealth and the American households, it's been an ongoing up and bullish trend. If we know something about, we learned something this week about trading and real life trading, is that usually the trends continue until you break a pivot. How far away are we from the pivot? Very far away. And which is this pivot? COVID. Okay. So we still need to erase a whole bunch more of the wealth before we go into a bear trend. But okay, let's keep going. Chicken Little's in the house. All right, we heard about layoffs. What about Microsoft, Netflix, Amazon, Meta, Google, Spotify? They all lay off people the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, so talk to me about this unemployment, bro. I mean, how many people are out there having issues finding employment? Because I've seen a lot of headlines of a lot of layoffs.
The unemployment is really bad. Actually, we just had a report 2 days ago. And what happened with the report 2 days ago? Here, that's your unemployment rate. Historical unemployment rate. Okay, we're coming from the 50s. You see the record lows. Where are they? At 2.5%. Where are we? 3.5%. So historically, we are in the one of the markets where there's most employed people. Now, again, there's discrepancies on how it's measured, the people that decide to retire early because of COVID, whatever, but there's still lots of jobs available. There's still people being employed more than the people that are being unemployed. So yes, there's been layoffs, there's been problems, or every time there's a layoff, people find their new jobs fairly immediately, okay? So if there's no layoffs, it's usually because the companies are losing money, right? That's usually what I hear. We're losing money, we're gonna lose our hair, it's gonna be crazy. So we need to lay off a whole bunch of people because we're going and you're losing a whole bunch of funds and there's no profits and there's no nothing, right? Booyah. Corporate profits after tax. What did we say? There is no bear market until we hit what? Pivot. So are we really losing money? Are we really losing corporate profits? Negative. However, everybody expects a recession. Okay, now the recession is going to be driven by the news and everybody's expecting a recession, so everybody stops spending money, or is really we have some really bad fundamentals in the economy and everything needs to shrink. We don't know. But what we can tell you is that yes, companies, and that's what they do, they need to look, same way we're going to look, we're looking ahead of the data and we're preparing ourselves for what's coming. All companies are preparing for what's coming. So if they see a little shrink, next thing you know, they're laying off a whole bunch of people. But it's as bad as anybody's saying, I don't know.
So let's address Paul's point here. Paul definitely makes a really good point, right? They have changed a lot of the ways that unemployment, like, you know, a lot of definitions have been changed in the last 2 years, guys. And unemployment is one of those things that has been redefined. And so I fully agree with you, Paul, that it is probably higher than the Fed is showing here on their historical trend line. But it is pretty factual that just last week we got a number of initial jobless claims that actually went down instead of up. So there is less people applying for unemployment benefits as of right now. There has been a lot of layoffs, and a lot of what I've seen and what I've been able to study is that people are kind of just shifting from one company, from one position to the other. There's been a massive amount of new job creation in the last 2 years, which is now starting to kind of taper off and to level off. And while it might be severely underreported, we are still towards the bottom end of the historical. So even if you add a couple of points to that, we are still in a relatively strong economy as far as we can see so far. Doesn't mean that it's not going to get worse. We fully expect it to get worse. The Federal Reserve, expects it to get worse. In fact, they're shooting for it to get worse. That's kind of what they want. They want to slow down the economy without totally destroying it, right? That's what the soft landing is all about. And what we're seeing so far right now, even in the market, what a lot of the market is perceiving is that soft landing might happen. I've been extremely skeptical of it. I continue to be skeptical of it, but only time will tell, right? We don't have a crystal ball. For some reason, Amazon didn't deliver mine last week. But I do, what we could see out there is there's still a relatively robust job economic environment with lots of jobs available and increasing wages.
So now
let's talk about some news, Lou. What do you got in terms of news?
More news? You really want more news? Here we go.
Let's talk news. Let's talk federal news, because this is the last meeting that the Federal Reserve had in December. We're expecting them to come around in the next few weeks, and we'll hear a little bit more.
All right. So the Fed raised the interest rate 0.5 point to the highest level in 15 years. Okay. Now the Fed is meeting again in next week, January 31st to February 1st. They're going to have another meeting, and we actually expecting another fund increase. However, you see how bad this looks? CNBC, boom. That is your effective rate for the Fed funds. So yes, it's been historical high for the last 15 years. You see it? However, we're still historically low compared to the rest of, from 1955.
And so one of the things that came out in that last Fed meeting in December was most of the Fed officials were thinking that the target rate was going to be somewhere around where we're at right now, 4.5, 4.75, but they've all basically come to a consensus. I think it was 17 out of 19 of the Fed officials are now seeing a 5.1 and above target rate. So that means that we absolutely have, I believe this is about 5 right here, right, Lou, if I'm not mistaken, if you put your mouse, we absolutely have a little bit more to go, which will probably put us in the 2006, 2007 numbers in terms of federal funds rates. Now, one of the things that I fully think that's going to happen when we do get there is we're going to linger there a little bit more than a lot of people are thinking. Many people think the Fed is going, and immediately going to reverse course and going to start coming down. I don't think that's the case. I think we kind of linger a little bit higher than most people expect because inflation is sticky. Sticky icky. It is going to be really hard to bring that inflation down. I mean, we've been pounding it for how many months now, and it's barely ticked down. We have a really, really long way to go to get to their double digits, to the 2.0 inflation rate that they're looking for. I see a question here from attorney Dan. Where can I find info on Vegas? Oh, okay, you put that there. All right, good job. Good job. Thank you, sir. And so this right here is inflation. As you guys can see, we are pretty high. Team, that is high right there. You know, when was the last time we were this high? Way back here in the 80s. We barely got there in the 2000s. So what I think,
so it's high.
Go ahead.
One of the things I wanted to point out, it's not that it's historically high, it's just the way that it grew so quick. Okay, that got everybody kind of by surprise. And what they're doing is they're trying to hit the emergency brake so this thing does not, explode like it did here. But realistically, we're not all the way up there. If you see all throughout the 90s and 2000s, that's the historical rate that we had before. Okay.
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to avoid essentially is this right here. This fake dip and then runs back up. So if you go back to the screen where you had your Fed fund rate, you'll see kind of what happened here in the 70s, right? Is we were high, then we dropped, and then immediately we had to go back up because they dropped too quick. That's why I don't think they drop quick this time around. I think they stay up there at that higher number, and really Jerome Powell has said this on multiple occasions. He expects to stay at higher rates for longer periods of time. But there is only so much that the United States, the economy can handle, right? We have a lot more debt these days than we did back then. So there's only so much, so high that we can go, and only so long that we can remain high for and still be able to afford paying those debt payments because they are getting excruciatingly painful to pay. This is a slightly older article, but they were already thinking about this. And this was already becoming an issue 2 months ago. And we've had, I think, another 2 rate increases since then, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to definitely be an issue coming up down the road, probably sometime late this year, beginning of next year, when our debt payments become more than what we spend on military and what we spend on other programs that the government likes to focus on, right?
And the reason is this.
I love this one. This one is a little bit scary. So let's look at revenue first. Oh, you went right to the deficit. Come on, man. You gave the answer away, brother. All right. So this is
to be scary, man.
This is what we, as a country, our revenue, right? Our income. This is for so far collected for fiscal year 2023. What do we spend, Lou?
Ouch.
Pull out your calculators, team. Luckily for us, it does the calculations because I don't think my calculator has enough zeros to pop this in there. Let's look at that deficit tab that you were showing a little bit ago.
Here we go.
All right. So this is essentially what we're short, basically, right?
Yeah. So basically, we have a big credit card that we're using more of the credit cards that we're paying every month. So it's okay. I mean, the United States has been like that basically forever. I mean, I think there was only a couple of times in past history where we had surplus, But what happens when your credit card interest jumps from a reasonable rate to a really high rate, Hector?
You got to pay more money for that debt. Think about this, team. It's not much different than when you get that 0% interest credit card. You know, you get that first 6 months, 12 months, you're happy. You hit the town, you go shopping, you buy furniture, you buy clothes, new shoes, but you don't pay it all off by the end of that 0% interest rate at the end of the 12 months. All of a sudden now, your $10,000 credit card bill is incurring a $1,000 a month interest payment. While you were paying $1,000 a month last month and bringing that debt down, now that $1,000 just covers debt. Now you got to make an extra payment if you want to make a dent on that debt.
All right.
Yes, Ruby, you
So-
are absolutely correct. The young generations are going to have an absolutely tough time. Unfortunately, is what a lot of this points to, and a lot of the reasons why we are such advocates for buying assets and building your generational wealth through real estate. That is by far one of the biggest things that we're constantly out here preaching to everyone, to the team. I personally believe it has made a massive difference in my life, in my family's life. And I think the way to protect against that, the next generations, is to buy those assets that is going to continue to grow with inflation and is going to continue to hedge them for years and years to come and produce income and cash flow for them. Oh. And then Ruby says, and then the AI robots will take over the jobs. That is, yeah. We're not going to talk about ChatGPT here today, but it absolutely, AI is coming. There's a lot of people that are going to be displaced. So get your skills up, get your assets up, get your community involvement up. AI can replace your heart, your emotions, and your community that you build around you, and the things that you are able to do for others around you. AI cannot replace that. So that's one way to protect for sure.
All right. So what happens if the national debt is so high and the interest rates are so high? Then the United States starts paying more money in interest than the actual debt, and it spends more money on debt than anything else in the whole economy. Is that sustainable? I don't think so. If that would be sustainable, then I wouldn't have moved from Venezuela. So what happens? What's going to happen next? The interest rates are going to go up, are going to stay high, but they have to come down. The whole country, our whole economy, our whole growth depends on the interest rate starting to come down to regular levels. Okay? To regular levels. They cannot be higher than 7%, than 6%. So yeah, we're going to see an extra spike, and then they're going to stay there and they're going to come down. Because otherwise we won't be able to maintain the United States as we know it. Simple as that. So let me get rid of this and let's talk a little bit about real estate now.
So before you go that far, just so that everyone knows, so far out there, the general consensus along the Fed officials is that in 2024 is when they expect to be able to start dropping rates again. And that could, again, get a little, pushed back a little bit more depending on how inflation reacts. We have heard multiple times from our friend, Mr. Jerome Powell, aka Jay Payne, that he is willing to inflict pain on the economy in order to bring down inflation. The longer inflation remains high, the stickier it becomes, the more it becomes the normal way of living, and the harder it is to bring it down. So they are definitely going to push as far as they can in order to make sure that that does not happen. Because the last thing we want is a repeat of those really high inflation times that I'm a little younger, so I wasn't around back then, but some of the people that lived through the 70s and the 80s, they tell me that it was brutal. It was quite brutal.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit of real estate fundamentals. Here's what's going on.
Let's go real estate. What we came here to do, right?
All right, 98 of the largest 100 largest housing markets saw prices nosedive in September from 2022 peaks. Oh my goodness. All right, next one.
Is that your panic face? Hold on, I want to see your panic face one more time.
Home sales is slumped 35% in November. Can you believe that? Okay, biggest decline on record. It's true. I say it's not true.
And that's yeah, and we're not saying that is not true, team, right? But you go from an extremely overheated market to a mediocre, slower market. Yeah, you're going to have a massive drop. It's going to be historical. We've had a historically hot market in 2021 and 22. So it's definitely understandable that a slowdown looks huge. So what we're trying to do here is show you the headlines, right? So we can see the difference between, the clickbait and what the facts are. We want you to see facts and not panic when you read these headlines. Not that it's not happening and not that we don't see things slowing down. It's just how deep and how bad is it gonna be, and how much of it is just the news trying to sell news.
And not only that, okay, Fannie Mae chief economist sees the house price dropping in 2023 and into 2024. And there's other warning signs of prices falling in your city. Okay, it's not falling in that city, or they're not falling in California, they're not falling in your city. So why do they do this? Oh my goodness, I go back. Last one. Oh, what does it say there?
Wait, are we recovering already?
What?
Wait, what's the date on that on the
Wait,
other
what?
Reddit article?
So yeah, wait. We have December 2022, and then all of a sudden we have a what? So let's get this straight. These people are selling information, okay? And I was warned not to use a bad word. So this is just clickbait. Simple. All the clickbait in social media that you're gonna see in your feed, okay? Yeah, Liam said 2 days ago, it's all good. It is all good. So how can we have the biggest lump in the last history of humankind, and all of a sudden everything's fine? So do not trust these things. These things are here to sell you what? Bad information. And how do they make money? By you clicking your mouse.
Clickbait.
Okay. So once you see a whole bunch of news that everything is bad, everything is wrong, and we're all gonna die, you're not gonna click on those news anymore. So what do? Okay.
So that now they got to flip it, right? Hey, I'm too sad. Oh my God, I'm going to hide under the covers. Wait, now let's give them some good news. So they click on it again. So again, that is so Liam states, how many younger families can now afford a home? That is an absolute fact. We have a major affordability crisis in this country. And it's definitely, it's unfortunately, it's sad, and it is being predicted, and we'll get to a couple of slides a little bit later about this, that we are embarking on the largest generation of renters. It is being created right now. The lack of inventory, the prices, everything else that's going on is creating a generation of renters, which is where, unfortunately, landlords thrive, and that's what we're going to get to. We are here to talk and to teach you all about real estate investing. So while it might be really terrible for that younger generation that's having a harder time buying a home, it is great for you if you want to invest in real estate and buy those cash flowing assets to, again, hedge your family and your next generation against inflation and against the debt and the tough times that continue to come down the pipeline.
All right, so where our conclusion is that we're gonna see a slowdown. There's gonna be a dip, definitely, for sure, but we're not gonna be, the sky's not gonna fall down on us, and we're not gonna die, and zombies are not gonna take over the planet and everything. So let's go over the real data that we found here. Will I take it over?
This is First American. They have a large amount of data. They are one of the largest data providers for title companies in the United States. I'm not even sure if they're worldwide or not, but I know for a fact in the United States, they do a lot. And so I recently went to one of the presentations, and this is basically what's out there right now. Over 42% of currently owned homes right now are owned free and clear. And obviously, the majority of this is that older generation, those baby boomers that bought their houses many years ago. They continue to live in there and pay it down little by little. But what that means, right? The whole preface, the whole thing that we're trying to show you guys here is why this downturn in real estate, this dip, if you would, right? We're all stock traders here, right? Is a buyable dip. Why we feel it's a buyable dip, why we're out here buying the dip, while we're buying it cautiously, and we are doing certain things that we'll talk to in a few minutes to kind of hedge our bets. We are still buying, right? We believe that this is a good buying opportunity, and we don't believe that this is a repeat of 2008 where everything crashes, because there's just so much more liquidity. And if we get to the next slide, I believe is where we talk about, you know, how much equity there is on there, right? So right now we got a ton of people who own their properties free and clear, and the housing build, right? New construction is down way below demand. So this is your supply right here. This is your demand right here. This is how large the deficit is. So in 2008, we definitely overbuilt. There was an overconstruction around this time. Those were different times. There was different economic conditions. It was an unhealthy borrowing debt market, however you wish to call it. It was just a lot of people that were getting loans that honestly should not have been getting loans. And there was a lot of speculation going on in the construction industry. And that definitely led to an oversupply. So one of the things that we look at on a regular basis in the cities, the counties, and the states where we invest in is supply and demand. This is a national statistic. So nationally, we are, I want to say is, a little over 2.5 years behind the demand curve. So we would literally need to continue to build 2.5 years worth of properties at the current pace that we're building it in order to catch up with this demand that's up here, right? That is going to be tough to do, especially because what happens in higher interest rate environments is builder confidence goes down and they stop building. Right now is actually one of the opportunities out there that I've recently heard of from some economists, is that there is a 60 to 70% cancellation ratio on new construction. So what that means is you as a buyer came in 6 months ago when interest rates were much lower, and you approached Lennar about buying a new home. Now things are changing, interest rates are changing. You're like, hey, I don't think I can no longer afford the house, Mr. Lennar. I'd rather give up my deposit and bail out now than take that new construction. That's happening a lot in a lot of the markets, particularly out west. And that's got a lot to do with migrations. But that's an opportunity for us real estate investors to go in there and buy those properties at a very, very good price, at a discounted price from those builders, because they're going to be in pain, right? And they're going to have to cut bait. But what they're also going to do is they're going to build less. So this right here is only, in my opinion, and what I've read from many other economists that are way smarter than I am, is only going to get worse this year, because builders have decided to slow down significantly in the last few months, and they probably will remain at a slower clip this year. Not just because materials are so expensive, and not just, but also because rates are so high, and again, that those buyers are less and less confident. Luisito, you got a question over here? Okay, you answered it.
Yeah, I answered the question.
Okay, so
Basically,
actually, I do want to make a point here. Al says that they're raising rents between 150 and 250 per month right now, and that's fair. I would love to know what market that's in and what that relates to, and you know, in terms of percentage to the rent. Is this $1,000 rent going up 25%, or is this a $2,000 rent going up 10%? That's just something I would love to know just for fun. But yeah, that's very typical of what we're seeing out there right now. Landlords are increasing rents, and in some places even more, really. Here's the other thing that I think is going to continue to essentially make it harder I believe it was Ruby that made the comment about the young generation having a harder time affording new construction. The entry-level supply, right? These homes right here, entry-level, first-time home buyers, the supply is dwindling. It's less and less houses. And it's not just because builders want to build these really elaborate, fancy, luxury homes. It is mostly because price of construction is so high. It's gotten so expensive to do so that they are turning over a lot more of these types of properties right here in 2022. 2022 is the blue. It's the blue line. So notice the major difference. And these right here, how much more supply we now have in the expensive column. What else you got, Lou?
All right, so what I have is I wanted to talk to a little bit about, we just spoke about the rents. I'll just say about the rents raising. Remember, guys, this is a market, and the rents are going by the market. If they can raise the rents and people still live in their units, they're going to keep raising the rents. It's the same thing that we just saw with the mortgages. The Fed raised the rate and the mortgages jump up to 7.5%. What happened immediately right after? Nobody applied for a mortgage. As soon as nobody applied for a mortgage, what happened with the mortgage rates? They came down another point. So it's supply and demand. Everybody, it's in there, whether we like it or not, to make a profit. So they try to squeeze as much profit as they can, and then they lay down and they lay off until the things is established a little bit. You know, it's kind of like a ratchet effect. You go a little bit up, and then you let go. You go a little bit up, and then you let go as much as the market allows it to. Okay, so let's look at other things. We definitely are seeing, you know, limited supply on entry-level homes. So that's really given, it's a problem for younger generations. Okay, but what's going to happen? Are they going to be able to afford it? I believe so. Why? Here's what happens. This is the forecast for 2023 from a whole bunch of economists and companies that they're way smarter, bigger, and, you know, have more capacity to research and do analysis than we do. Okay, so Realtor.com that tries to sell you ads to sell your house, they think that the things are going to go really bit higher. Okay, this one's, I'm not sure who they are. Morgan Stanley is thinking that the properties in 2023 are going to come down to 10%. The average, pretty much between everybody, is Redfin, Wells Fargo. They're all thinking the properties during 2023, they're going to come down between 4 and 5%. We do expect, okay, a drop in property prices about 10 to 20% from the high, okay? But we saw the prices. If we go from the high and you drop to 10 to 20%, if you drop 20%, it brings us to the prices of January 2021. So how much money are we really losing? Again, remember the trend, remember the curve. We're gonna have an adjustment on prices. The prices are gonna come down to a more reasonable levels and the markets are gonna stabilize. The other thing that I wanted to mention is where everybody's talking about foreclosures and problems with foreclosures, and foreclosures are back, and we again gonna lose everything, and it's gonna be 2008. Here, homeowner equity keeps growing across the United States despite the third quarter slowdown. What does a slowdown mean? Is that the prices are not going up 10% in 3 months. Okay, the prices are stabilizing. In some areas, the prices are going to start coming down again. You're going to have more demand, but more supply than demand. Okay, and the prices are going to stabilize all over. But still, there are markets where the prices are still going up. Right, Florida?
Yeah.
We did the research. Well, we talked about it in the last class. We buy and we flip and we invest and we do everything, a lot of things in Florida. The Florida market, you need to look for locations of markets where you have positive job growth, you have positive population growth. I'm not going to do the same thing in Wyoming. I'm not going to do the same thing in Montana. But hey, Florida, for sure, I'll keep buying and holding and renting and flipping and doing all kinds of things.
Hey, before you go too far, I think we skipped one little part on that last slide, if you would. And then I think there was one more slide before we go too heavy into the into this. So there you go. So all right, so what we just said, right? We think, personally, I feel like we're going to see a 10 to 20% correction in prices from the top, like Louis said, but that is a very blanket statement, right? Real estate is a very, very local game and a very local economy, and it highly depends on where you are at and with the trends, like Louis was just alluding to, in jobs and population. So here in Florida, and for the most part, with exception to a few areas that have seen a lot of construction, that's what I expect, right? Somewhere between 10 and 20%. So if you're in Florida and you can get something 15% below market value, you stand to not lose too much if the prices do continue to dip. If you're in California, however, different story. No problem, Liam. Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. one of the things that we always look at, as we say, as Luis was just saying, is population growth and job growth. One of the very alarming trends that we've been seeing in California is that population dropping, as you guys just saw in that prior slide. So one thing that you could look at whenever you're looking for a market to invest in and you're trying to do research, hey, is my market going to collapse? Is it going to take a harder hit than most other markets? Or am I in that 10, 20% category? You can look at U-Haul. U-Haul has this really cool data on their website, and it basically shows you those one-way trucks, right? That's how they can tell where people are moving, those one-way truck rentals, and where the influx and the growth has been. So take a look here at this beautiful chart on your screen. Did I mention that we predominantly invest in Florida? We have been in the #2 spot for a really long time, but look at this whole Southeast area and Texas, of course, you can't compete. But look at the guy coming from the back and these guys right here. What an epic move. Virginia from number 31 to number 5, right? That, ladies and gentlemen, is areas that have seen a massive amount of migration in 2022, population growth, which means that you should see a steadier price decline, if you would, and a less not as such a steep dip as you will in some of these areas out here that have seen a lot of that out migration going out, like we said, in California and some of those other higher cost states where the cost of living is higher. People are moving, not just for political reasons, team. It's not just politics and what you see on the news. Again, some of it is a lot of politicking, but for the most part, people are looking for affordability. A lot of you have said it in the chat. It's an affordability crisis out there. And it just so happens that most of the East and a lot of Texas just happens to be more affordable, the Southeast in particular. And Texas, Ohio is one of those pretty affordable markets that is just, it's making its way up. It's fighting its way, into the single digits. That's amazing. And same thing with Georgia. I've seen the amount of growth in Georgia. I've seen a handful of people leave Florida to Georgia in the last couple of years. I don't even understand how, but hey, my buddy sure did. And the state income tax does come into play, Ryan. Absolutely. Ryan says that the state income tax does come into play. Absolutely. That comes down to that affordability, right? You pay more taxes, you have less money to enjoy with your family, to pay for rent. Your rent is already 40% of your income. Then you got to pay a bunch of taxes. Like, come on, guys, it can only go so far. So that was the last two things that I wanted to touch on here, Lou. I think that's the last slide. What's the next slide you got?
That's the forecast for the mortgage rates.
Okay, perfect. And then
So
this is what we've been saying, why we think that it is okay to buy in a higher interest rate environment, because eventually it should come back down. And then you can refi, and your not only will property values then at that point pick up again, but you should be able to get better cash flow on the properties that you bought at a lower price with higher interest rate.
Mm-hmm. So I was going to talk about foreclosures, just a quick thing. And I'm a foreclosure expert. I flipped a bunch of houses, all purchase of foreclosure. And we getting the same information that the foreclosure activity doubles annually.
Scroll down a little.
Yeah, it did double annually. You got to remember, when COVID hit, all the foreclosures, all the evictions, everything was stopped. So even though it doubled from last year when they finally opened up foreclosures again in 2022, we're still not even to the level of 2019. One, and two, we have equity keeps growing across the United States. So what we told you guys over and over again, you have a home, you just refied a few months back and you took a sweet 3% mortgage. Are you really going to move? You have equity and you have 3%. Let's say that you need to move, or you want to move. You're going to sell your home. You're going to buy the same type of home, and you're going to end up paying what? $700, $800, $100 more for the same quality of home? Why? So unless life changes and life makes you change, so we're talking about downsizing, upsizing, kids, job moves, something like that, people are going to stay in their house and they have equity. So we don't expect, while the foreclosures always are going to come up, life happens to everyone. We don't expect the foreclosures to be, insane like they were over here. Okay, the whole reason why they have these foreclosures is because, I'm not sure if you saw, what was the name of the movie that we saw the other day?
The Big Short. The Big Short.
It's people were buying homes 0% down and with 2 mortgages and nothing, and we cover your closing costs and we cover everything. You just sign here, done. That's not happening now. So if you have nothing, if you own nothing, if you didn't put any sweat equity, if you put any sweat into it, you don't care about losing it. But if you have equity and you have mortgages, you know your next step is going to be worse. Why will you do that? So people will make the effort to keep their homes and don't be foreclosed and keep, their payments on time, in time. Okay. Still, foreclosures have higher interest rates and higher foreclosure rates. These are the markets that have everything in Ohio. That's good. That have the highest foreclosure rates by zip code. But again, we don't expect that much to happen nationwide.
Very interesting, dude. We might have to go find some
Yeah,
opportunities in Ohio, man. It's making its way up. They're making good money, and there's some opportunities in these foreclosures, right? So, team, when Luis and I see this, we can now go study the area to see why it's happening. Is this just a fluke, or is it just a great buying opportunities for investors like us? Because there is some people that are underwater, and there's some foreclosure, and there's some more activity. And as long as the economy is strong in that market, we expect it to come back.
And the last thing we want to mention is this. Remember when we said that everybody has equity in the house, and we said that properties were going, institutional buyers are buying property? It's when we talk about institutional buyers, we talk about companies. Okay, we talk about big hedge funds, we talk about mom and pop that they have opened a company, open an LLC to buy their first rental. Okay, so yes, investors are still sweeping a lot of properties in the market, and everybody expects the properties to be swept. So why would
I want you to this one right here. Let's focus on that right there. Look at that headline. 40%.
40% of all single. But institution, does it mean it's going to be BlackRock only? No. It's going to be either one of us with our LLCs and our companies or institution. You don't buy usually investment property in your own name.
Yeah, I mean, they're referring mostly to the big institution, the big Wall Street guys. We definitely are right there, second in line with those guys. But the main point is, team, that the reason why that is happening is this, right? Is rent growth. We just talked about it. There's an affordability crisis. Less people can afford. There's more renters, a renter nation. And these big hedge funds like BlackRock, like Luis just alluded to, they have all this data. They see this way ahead of many of us. They have analysts that all they do is look at data. And so they are gearing up to buy more and more. It was a record year in 2021. So many of these single family houses got snatched up. Our next guest is going to tell you about some of that, and how that definitely has happened here in Florida too. And we've seen it. Not that long ago, there was a news report last year. An entire brand new construction subdivision got snatched up by one of the big hedge funds here in Florida. I believe it was Melbourne, if I'm not mistaken. Brand new subdivision was going up. They bought up every single pre-construction home. It made sense to them because the cash flow is there, because the rentals are there. And that is essentially kind of what we see as well, and what we are doing in our business. So, Luis, Let me ask you a question. You going to be buying some nachos, bro? You buying some dip?
Buy the dip? Of course. I'm going to catch that knife for sure. So let's do, actionable things. Let's see what we can do now. First, look at your market. If you're in a market that has a, loss of jobs, loss of people are moving out of there, look into a new market. Okay, people, now we're in the age of technology. We got Zoom, we got FaceTime, we got WhatsApp, we got property managers that we always tell you, get a property manager. So if you want to invest in real estate and your market is not the best and you don't want to move, you don't have to move, invest in another market. Okay, second thing that you need to do, make sure that you buy properties at a discount. Okay, we talked about it a million times. We show you how to look for them. We show you how to calculate for them. Buy properties at a discount. That is going to be your equity. You make money. That's all of that. You make money when you buy real estate, not when you sell it. The lower your price, you need to negotiate down. You need to get yourself a good agent, or you need to do it yourself. Anyway, try to buy a property at a good discount so you can always improve and sell for more or rent for more. Third thing is very important. If you plan for renting a house, buy a house to rent and invest like these people are doing, make sure you cash flow from day one. Do not buy a property just thinking that, okay, cash flow, but I still have to put $200 every month because it's a great investment. Okay, that happens in 2008, 2009. Don't do it. If you buy a property now, you buy well, you buy it low, you make it pretty, you rent it out, you cash flow from the beginning. In 3 or 4 years, once the interest rate come down again, you refi and you'll have even more cash flow. That's the name of the game. So make sure that since everybody's scared, because we show you why, use that as a tactic to buy properties cheap. There's always, in any market, there's properties that need work, there's properties that need value add, and there's same thing, life happening to people. So that's what you need to do. If you need to find your needle in the haystack and your haystack is too big, well, move to a smaller haystack or one that has more needles in it. Simple as that. Okay. So conclusion. Do you want to say a conclusion?
Yep. Conclusion that we are essentially using a lot of this data to drive our business team. Like I originally alluded to, that's exactly what Luis just said that we're looking for, right? We're looking for markets with growing population. We're growing job opportunities with growing income because prices will have risen and they will continue to raise, to go up. And so that's kind of what we're tracking. We're tracking this data, and that's what we suggest that you do if you are buying a property. Luis, what about if I'm buying not an investment property, right? That was great advice that you gave. If I'm buying a rental, make sure I cash flow. What about if I'm buying a home? Do I wait or do I buy it now?
Buying a home? Okay, simple. If you love the home, if you can afford the home, and you're planning to stay there for 5 to 7 years, go ahead and buy it and enjoy it. Simple as that. If those things don't happen, don't buy it right now or buy something else. There's always another opportunity. There's always another home. And like I always say, do not fall in love with the house, fall in love with the numbers. Make sure the numbers make sense and then jump on it. Boom.
Bingo.
Okay.
I love it. That's exactly what I would do. The one caveat there that I would do is just, I would be a little bit more patient. That's it, right? Whereas a few months ago, if you needed to buy a home, you had to come in aggressive, 50 grand over ask. Now you get to be choosy, right? Yeah, I like that one, but I'm going to offer what I can afford. And if they take it, great. If not, I'm going to buy the one right down the road because there's going to be a little bit more inventory available. So you get to make a slightly less emotional decision. But like Luis said, if you absolutely love it, and you're getting a reasonable price, by all means, just make sure you're there to enjoy it and that you can afford it. It's a home. It's not so much a cash flow play. Before we move on to talking about Vegas, I believe is our next slide. Lynn Peters asked, Hector, do you buy properties with HELOC? And my answer is, yes, I have sometimes, and when the price is right, and when my HELOC is available, and not in using another investment.
But yeah,
but yes, I do very much use HELOCs to trade in and out of properties, in and out of projects. You know, sometimes it's rehab money, sometimes it's acquisition money, but they're there. They're a great tool. I use them a lot.
All right, so let's talk about this. We been enjoying the free week? I hope you have. We have a lot of people in the chat. We have a lot of people in YouTube. The next step, it's you want to improve your trading. You want to improve basically everything that we show you for the past week. Here it is. We're going to Las Vegas, everybody. We're going to be there from February 26th to March 1st. There's a new discounted price, $22.95. I put the link on the chat. Hector, if you can find it up there and put it back again. The link is on the chat. If not, you go to reallifetrading.com and you can find it there. The hotel is fairly reasonable. And the beautiful thing is that we are going to be doing a real estate session on Wednesday. The Wednesday afternoon, we're going to be talking about a few things about real estate, why you should invest in real estate, how to do the BRRRR method. And then I'm going to go deep into how you buy foreclosure properties. And there are not that many. Again, you know, the haystack is still there. So join us. This is the basically retreat. We're going to be talking about options. I was told that if I mention shares in the retreat, I'm going to get smacked in the head. So please go ahead.
Options. Go ahead. This is a retreat like no other team. And this is when we're done pitching. We're not here to sell. We love you all. We hope to see you all and get to meet you in person and give you a big old hug in Vegas. We can talk options. We can talk real estate, and we can most definitely talk roulette. Why not? Right? There is a skill to it. You know, our fierce leader, Jeremy, has a strategy for it because, of course, he has strategies for everything in life. He's amazing. So I hope to see you all there. Now, Luis, let's go to our esteemed guest. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the amazing, the one and only Mr. Greg Martin here on the line. Hopefully he is available and in front of his computer. Greg, are you here?
I am.
All right,
There he
Greg,
is.
welcome, buddy. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here. It's nice to meet you guys.
It is
Nice to meet you.
absolutely fantastic to have you on here. So, ladies and gentlemen, like I mentioned before, Greg has been my insurance agent for a little bit now. I don't even know how long, but he's amazing, and I constantly refer him out every chance that I get. He has an immense amount of knowledge when it comes to insurance. And Florida insurance for that matter. And with all the hurricanes and all the stuff that's been going on recently, and a lot of people have been sending us a lot of questions about investing. Hey, is it still okay to invest in Florida? Is Florida a dead market? Is the federal is the Fed going to kill the real estate market, and a hurricane is going to completely destroy Florida market? So we're here to essentially debunk those ideas with Greg. He's going to tell us the facts. One thing that Greg does is share facts, and he knows the facts really well. So that's basically what we're going to do. We're going to give him the stage and allow him to share his prior experience. Greg, you can try again. I think I just allowed you to do that. There you are.
There we go. You can see me now.
Absolutely, man. What a
Awesome.
handsome man. Welcome.
I don't know about all that. Thanks for having me, guys. So yeah, Florida insurance has been a hot topic for probably the last 3 or 4 years now. Everyone asks what's going to happen with it. Where's it going to go? Is there any positive signs coming? And recently we had a special session up in Tallahassee in December. And that's probably the first change that we've seen that the insurance executives have been positive about. It's supposed to reduce some of the litigation we're seeing here in Florida. Hopefully that'll lead to some changes. So usually they say it takes about 18 months for those changes to filter through and actually see changes in the availability of insurance and the insurance rates. But you mentioned hurricanes. That's one of the things everyone just assumes, hey, we have hurricanes, that's the problem, right? And that is like the first level of the problem. We have hurricanes. They do cause legitimate damage for storms, roofs, all of that type of stuff. What's happened from there that caused a lot of these problems is the roofing companies have figured out ways to advertise to go around and solicit for those. So they'll say, hey, we were replacing the roof of your neighbor down the street. Let me inspect your roof, see if you have storm damage. And they go up there, they always find storm damage, or with certain tools, they have ways to make storm damage. And so then they come down, and the pitch is good. If you aren't in insurance and you don't know any better, you would think it was good. They say, hey, just sign this form. We'll take care of everything for you. You'll just have to pay your deductible. And that sounds great. What they don't tell you is that if your roof is going to be like a $13,000 roof, they're going to bill the insurance company like 30 grand. And if the insurance company says, hey, we're not paying 30 grand for that, they say, cool, our attorney will see you in court then. And it'll turn into like a $60,000 claim. So that's where a lot of the problems come in. The last stat I saw was that Florida has 8% of the property claims and 79% of the property lawsuits across the country. So
wow. Can you repeat that one more time for me?
Yeah. Florida has 8% of the actual property claims and 79% of the lawsuits related to property claims.
Wow. That is insane.
Now, if you talk to attorneys, they'll tell you it's because the insurance companies don't pay their claims and that's the problem. And there's probably examples of that, and the insurance companies don't like all the attorneys getting involved because then they have all the attorney fees that get added on and things like that. So one of the things they changed in December session is what's called one-way attorney fees, which is where if you lose, you still don't have to pay attorney fees. The insurance company pretty much covers all of it. And so there was no incentive to not go to court and not do a lawsuit. So that change should help cut down some of that 79% and make it more in line with what the rest of the country sees. And they also allow companies to require arbitration now. So you may see that start to come into the policies. I know a few companies were trying to put that in where you go to arbitration instead of lawsuits. So we'll see. Cool. We'll see if that helps. And again, about 18 months down the road is when we should see some impacts from that, whether positive or negative. We have to see, number one, they've passed some of this stuff in the past, and then it gets challenged in court and gets thrown out and it's unenforceable. So number one, can it withstand legal challenges? Number one. And then number two, does it have the outcome that they think it's going to have, or did it cause some other unexpected consequences that now we have to address that? So that's kind of the high level overview. I'm sure you probably have some specific questions that you want to address, and anything
Absolutely.
that
No,
comes
but
up.
I appreciate you sharing that, and especially that stat. That's mind blowing. That's mind blowing.
Right.
All right, Greg. So tell us a bit about yourself. Okay. Are you a real estate investor as well? Which areas do you invest in? Tell us a little bit about your journey.
Yeah, so I am a real estate investor myself. I've been in insurance since 2006. I worked with Liberty Mutual in their national service center. So I saw policies all over the country, all kinds of things, whether it's Midwest, California, Northeast, we did policies all over, but they don't do a lot of insurance in Florida. I never quite knew why. And then when we opened our agency, that's when I kind of found out. But I'm a part of a couple of real estate investor associations here. I have rentals over in Polk County, Lakeland area. So I'm part of PC RIA and a few of those groups there. I try to stay within 30 to 40 minutes of my house here in the Tampa Bay area.
That's great. And guys, when I first talked to Greg, when I first met him, one of the reasons why I decided to give him a shot was that my prior insurance agent is great. He's still my friend. I still deal with him on some personal properties, but on my investment properties, Greg knows, he walks the walk. He talks the talk. He has the same pain that I have as a landlord, as an investor. And so we were able to see eye to eye. And I know that he's out there hunting for the best policies for himself as well as me. So kind of one of the things that I always advise you guys is when you're out there looking to build your team, and an insurance agent is one of those people on your team, try to find people that do similar things to what you do. If you're looking for a realtor, try to find a realtor that's also an investor. You want an insurance agent, try to find an agent that does some investing, so they're going to see eye to eye with you. They're going to understand your pain.
Absolutely.
And another thing that I want to mention is like, if you see in the slide, he just mentioned as well, he's member of the Real Estate Investor Association, his local Real Estate Investor Association. Remember, real estate, it's team sport, basically. So you need a team, you need agents, you need contractors, you need insurance agents, you need attorneys, you need all kinds of things. The real estate investor, your local real estate investor association will be the best place to start building that team. Okay, so
Absolutely.
That's why I mentioned put it on this slide.
Yeah, that's the last rehab I did was an old wood frame house. We redid pretty much everything, and that's where I found almost all of my contractors, handymen, everyone that we used on that project.
Okay, so I got another question for you.
Sure.
We're all investors. We're all rehabbers. We all either flip or rent. So what's the difference between a short-term rental insurance? What's the insurance for rehabbers? What's the one that we need for rehabber for a short-term rehab?
So on short-term rehabs, you're going to have fix and flip. It's going to be like vacant insurance, vacant under renovation. Depending on the extent of the renovation, you may have a builder's risk, but you want to make sure that you have that type of policy that's going to cover a home that's vacant. It's different risks for those than like an occupied rental. If you have a regular home policy or landlord policy and you have a water leak, there's someone there that's going to know to turn the water off and report that. A vacant house, if there's no one checking on it, that water might be running for 3, 4, 5 days, things like that. So it's a different risk for the insurance company, and there's different companies that will write that coverage. In Florida, most of the companies will do regular coverage, but they don't include water damage. And also it's usually actual cash value coverage on the structure, not replacement costs. That's one of the big differences there. There are a few companies out there that will write it. I don't know if there are, who you guys usually use in other parts of the country. I know a lot of investors like NREIG. We have a similar program, RE InsurePro. The problem for us here in Florida is that they are not taking any new Florida properties right now. So hopefully they'll turn that back on in the future. They do offer replacement costs, so you can get that on the existing structure when it's available, but it's not available here in Florida right now.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? What's the difference between actual cash value and replacement cost? That'd be great.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good question. So, let's say you're rehabbing a 1970s house. You're going to be putting new stuff in it with your renovation, but some of it there is still older. So they're going to take how old, if you have a fire or some type of claim, they're going to take how old that structure is or those components that are impacted, and they're going to depreciate it based on its age, condition, and expected life expectancy on it. Replacement cost isn't going to do any of that depreciation. It's going to give you the value of what it would cost brand new. So if you have 1970s Formica countertops, they're going to give you the value of 2023 Formica countertops. They aren't going to say, hey, you only have 3 years of life left, so you got $50 in coverage on that or whatever.
Gotcha. Okay. And so we absolutely want to go for replacement cost whenever possible, right?
Replacement when you can, absolutely.
Awesome. And it does, obviously, it's not always, because you and I have this conversation very frequently whenever with the different policies, you absolutely just can't.
Right.
But when it's available, it does cost a few bucks more, but it does make sense because, like, Greg just said, you got a 10-year-old roof, insurance says, hey, there's 5 more years left on it. Well, they're only going to give you that depreciated value, which is not going to be great if they're only going to pay you whatever 30% of the roof cost versus 100%. So it might make sense. A lot of the time for us, it usually does make sense to go replacement cost whenever possible.
Yeah, when possible, definitely. Like I said, here in Florida, that's hard to find these days. That's another thing that's helpful if you're using, I don't know how you're financing your deals right now, but if you use hard money or outside lenders, you want to make sure you know what their lending requirements are. Some of the investors I've worked with lately are using hard money, which is perfectly fine, but sometimes they have lending requirements that are very difficult for the Florida market right now. They want replacement costs, they want water damage coverage, they want, all these things that there's just not a market out there for them. So sometimes they're willing to adjust those a little bit and sometimes they aren't, but that can really impact your deal, whether we're able to find the coverage that your lender's requiring or not.
One quick thing that I wanted, okay, go ahead. I wanted to ask also, because we have a lot of new people here from YouTube. What is a hard money lender?
So hard money lender is going to be not your typical, it's not Wells Fargo or Chase or any of your normal institutional lenders. It's usually going to be a company that's going to loan money based on the asset. So they're going to see how much the property ARV is after repair value, how much repairs are needed, and then they're going to loan a percentage of that, usually at a higher interest rate than your regular institutions, but they won't require the same like income verification, all of that type of stuff. They're going to basically lend based on the numbers of the deal.
Great explanation. Yeah, it's an asset-based lender that us investors use many times because of those lighter restrictions on documentation and their ability to fund weird deals, if you would, not your cookie cutter deals, homes that need a lot of rehab versus, your typical Wells Fargo lender is going to want the house to be in good shape, the roof to be in good shape. Hard money lenders, so long as you have the experience and the reserves, they will make that loan. And as long as their value of the property is much less than what they're lending you, typically you want to be all in at below 70% of after repair value, which is the full home value once you're done with it. And so that's why they don't care so much about your income necessarily, as long as you have a decent amount of reserves, you have decent enough credit. They all have different requirements. But that was very interesting what you were saying, Greg, in terms of the fact that those requirements are just causing an issue now with the lack of insurance availability, which is not something that we've encountered recently because we haven't been using that many of them. But that's what can you tell me a little bit more about those challenges that you're seeing? How have you been able to maneuver some of those? How have you been able to still get your or have you seen deals fall off the table because you couldn't get the insurance that the lender was requiring?
That's a good question. So the one that comes to mind, so two things that I've come across. So the first one is sometimes they'll say, hey, this is Florida. We know we sent you the lending requirements for the rest of the country. Florida's a little different. So do the best you can. And I trust that you know what you're doing. Send it to me and we'll see if the numbers work. Like that kind of thing. It was a little less formal. But if you just went off the sheet they gave you, we never would have known that. And so we were shopping for all these other policies. And it was like out of their 4 requirements, we could get 3 of them with like 4 different companies, but we couldn't get all of them with any of them. So that was tough. The other problem we come across from time to time is these companies they have their requirements, but they don't know insurance. So like this one company was like, yeah, we always use this one carrier. I'm like, well, that's the same policy I'm quoting for you, but it's actual cash value coverage. It's not replacement cost. And they're like, well, we take it. And so we'll just use it over here with this other. I don't know what they were doing. I think the other guy just wasn't telling them it was actual cash value because it didn't say it anywhere on the paperwork. But if you knew, I'm like, it's the same thing I'm writing. And basically the customer was having to pay way more premium because they were making him get higher limits that he didn't even need because it was going to be actual cash value anyways. So, it's helpful to work with lenders and agents that know, what's going on, try to work together to make sure that they can agree on what terms are there.
That goes to my prior point, right? A non-investor friendly insurance agent would have just not had an answer for that.
Yeah.
They would have probably been stumped and just stuck at point 1. But because you have that experience and you work with other investors and you're an investor yourself, you're able to kind of guide your clients a little bit better. So that's awesome, man. That's definitely really cool. Lou, you got any questions? I know you had some questions about some short. You're on mute, buddy. It's hard to hear you.
Yes, I got another question for Greg. You're an investor as well. So which areas, we always preach Florida, but in which areas are you seeing the most movement of investors right now?
In Florida?
In Florida, yes.
Oh man. So I work with people all over the state. So there's not necessarily one area that sticks out over others.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm pretty plugged in with the PC RIA group, which is Polk County Real Estate. And that's a lot of buy and hold investors in that area. And I also work with Tampa RIA, which is a lot of fix and flip people in Pinellas County, Tampa, Pasco, those areas. It's more fix and flip and less buy and hold in those. It seems like the more coastal you get is either more fix and flip or short-term rentals. It's a little harder to buy and hold, at least at this time, because the prices are inflated and the costs are inflated some. So until that stabilizes, I think it's harder to find those long-term buy and hold deals in those, quickly appreciating areas.
Got you. And another thing, now that you mentioned short-term rentals, we've seen a lot of people doing the buy and hold, but instead of doing the regular landlord thing, they're doing the Airbnb and the arbitrage or renting to someone else. So what's the difference between having a policy for a short-term rental as a regular landlord? Do you cover more things? Do you be aware of more things?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So kind of like we talked about with the vacant homes, your Airbnb is going to be a different exposure. So, your long-term rental, you have one person living there. They're going to live there all year. They know about the house. They know all the details. They aren't coming and going. Short-term rental is more like a hotel. You're going to have people coming and going, different people all the time. They don't know any shutoff valves. They don't know anything about the house. If something happens, are they going to report it right away? We don't know. So there's a lot of companies that don't do short-term rental insurance. And then there are some companies that specialize in it. So one of the companies that specializes is Proper Insurance. That's the company that is recommended by VRBO. And that is a company that we can write with. I believe they do the entire country. So that can be beneficial to everyone. Here in Florida right now, they're not offering wind coverage. And that's one of the hard things about short-term rentals is finding wind. If you're in an area that Citizens will write, which is usually very coastal, very high risk, they actually are pretty affordable in their wind coverage, but they'll only do those higher risk areas. The areas outside their wind eligibility, ever since Hurricane Ian, has been very difficult. Like in Largo, which is Pinellas County, it's on a peninsula of a peninsula. I've been getting quotes for like $16,000 a year just for the wind. Like it's crazy. And I'm like, I know that this is not going to work with your numbers, but like, this is the only one we're getting right now. Like, I want to show you that that's what we're finding. But if it's in a Citizens area, Citizens is usually like $1,200 to $2,500. So usually a lot more affordable. And then you pair that with a regular policy that excludes wind. And the proper ones, at least here in Florida, usually run, most of the time we see them between $2,000 and $3,000 for that. They do have some specific coverages on it that is nice. They don't have any occupancy restrictions. So if you want to go stay in your Airbnb for the weekend or whatever, you're allowed to do that. They know it's going to be vacant at times, so it has vacant coverage, and they know there's going to be people coming and going. So that's good. They also include some incidental liability coverage. So like if you have kayaks or bicycles or anything like that, that the tenants are able to use, they have some liability coverage if something happens and they're trying to sue you for that type of stuff. So there's some good benefits there. One of the big things I come across is people ask me, well, I just have a regular landlord policy. Isn't that good enough? My insurance company hasn't done it yet, or, they haven't given me a hard time. And one of the things I always say in insurance is it's not a problem until it's a problem. If you have long-term rental insurance and you have a little like $1,000 claim, they'll probably pay it. No big deal. But if that house catches on fire and then they search and they find your listing on Airbnb and it's going to be an expensive claim, and they can say, well, hey, you didn't tell us about this usage. If you did, we wouldn't have written the policy. Then it's an issue. And that's the stuff you want covered to begin with. So you don't really want to mess with having the wrong policy and just assume it's going to be okay. Because you won't necessarily find out till the back end. And that's when you don't want to find out about a problem.
That's the worst time to find out, right?
Yeah.
We were looking, because we're looking to do some Airbnbs here in Georgia, and we were looking at some policies. They also include liability up to $1 million if anything would happen to the guest.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the policies will cover liability if somebody sues you, one of the neighbors or homeowners association, things like that. So it's very comprehensive. More, I guess they're not as scared of the damage to the property. They're more scared of what can happen with all the traffic of people in and out.
Right. Yeah, because like a hurricane, the occupancy doesn't really matter for a hurricane. Like the roof is going to have damage from the wind, whether it's owner occupied, landlord, or short-term rental. But it's more of that coming and going, trip and fall. They aren't familiar with it. Some type of party that someone gets drunk and falls or something like that, and then there's a lawsuit. Like the liability is usually where the bigger concerns come in. And then the vacant part of it, where you could have, water that's unreported, that's been leaking for a long time, that type of stuff.
Got you. All right. And another quick thing I want to mention, guys, not so much for you, Greg, but we're talking about short-term rentals or Airbnb. We have covered those classes. Basically, we have, if you come to real life trading, if you come to real estate, this is our page. This is where we live. Hector, my buddy, is there. Then, you have the ugly mug here. And you have mentorship information. We offer mentorships. We'll go over that later. But if you go to the bottom, we have plenty of videos, free videos on YouTube about short-term rentals, how to choose your contractor, how to invest passively in real estate and syndications. Everything is down here. So please come over. You're going to see them all over the place. We have probably about a year and a half of content already. No, I don't want to talk to anybody. You have a year and a half of content where we explain. We interview a person. They doing 7-8 Airbnbs in Fort Lauderdale area, and they were great. So that's got that here. Wholesale explaining. No, I'll find it. They're here anyway. Okay, so look into the playlist. You'll find a whole bunch of information there.
Hey, Greg. So team, by the way, if anybody has any questions for Greg or us, please fire them away in the chat. That's what we're here for. Greg understands insurance, not just in Florida. So if you have any questions, he probably might be able to answer it, even if it's somewhere else. Please drop it in there. So I see all the points with the Airbnb and the short-term rentals, I should say, not just Airbnb insurance, and why they prefer to split it up. But how is that different than the landlord policies? Are you also struggling to write landlord policies right now with wind coverage? Have those guys decided to split them up? So I know mine have gotten ridiculously expensive. That's all I know.
Yeah, so landlords have gotten expensive, and there's gotten to be a lot less options. So like I have a few options that are good for, and they're like, yeah, we'll write 2005 and newer or 2010 and newer. And I'm like, that's not a rental house, except, maybe for BlackRock or something like that. That's who's buying up all the newer houses. Some of us probably have some of them maybe in our portfolio that we found a good deal on, but most of the time it's older houses, 1970s, 1980s, older houses that have been remodeled that you put a good tenant in, and that's great. On On the older houses, there's not a lot of companies writing those right now, especially if you're using any entities. Citizens is where a lot of them are going these days, which Citizens has some of its own limitations, but it is set up to be kind of the insurance of last resort for Florida. They don't offer short-term rental coverage though. So when we're talking about short-term, it's not an option except for their wind only if you're in that eligibility area. But they do long-term rentals as long as they're annual leases, those types of things. If you have it in an entity like a trust or an LLC, they don't do liability coverage on it. So we can do a separate liability policy, but they will cover the structure. We can go into some of the limitations if you want on that, but that's all going to be specific to Florida, of course.
Yeah, we could definitely touch on a couple of those limitations. And then also if you would circle back to some of that liability insurance, because, where we're covering property and things like that. But I myself have additional liability policies on top of policies because, I've talked to you about it. And so if you could dig into some of the limitations as well as why it's wise to have additional liability insurance sometimes, or what you recommend is a good acceptable liability insurance.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Lynn had a question there about LLC and trust insurance. So every company's different on how they'll handle that, Lynn. So some of them will write it just normal with a LLC or a trust. Citizens, for one, will write the policy, but they won't do liability coverage. So you have to pair it with a separate liability. Other companies won't write it at all. And then some companies don't care. Like that's one of the reasons a lot of investors like the NREIG program, because they'll do land trusts, LLCs, corporate, like they don't ask a lot of questions and they don't worry too much about it. So they're very convenient. They aren't always the best option price wise and things like that, but there's definitely some good convenience options with them too. So, and I think they do countrywide. They're not doing Florida right now. So limitations on Citizens. So the first ones we'll talk about would be owner occupied limitations and investor limitations. And that's going to be, they have a pretty basic policy, your dwelling's going to be covered, your personal property, those types of things, but they don't have a lot of optional coverages. Like some companies will give you like expanded replacement cost and sewer line coverage and, all these different enhancements that you can get to make a better policy. Citizens doesn't offer a lot of those. It's pretty bare bones, basic policy. Also, they only offer 100,000 limit on their liability. So you can't get any additional coverage where on a regular policy, you can usually increase it from 100,000 to 300,000 for like $20 a year. It's 100% worth it. You should always do that. Citizens doesn't have that option. And then the last thing that applies to both homeowners and investor properties is the risk of assessments. So with Citizens, you can get an assessment up to 45% of the policy premium if they run out of reserves. We had like 6 companies that went out of business last year because they weren't financially solvent anymore. Citizens, because they're backed by the state, can't go out of business. So if they run out of their reserves, they can do these assessments. They haven't had to do that in a long time, but as more and more people move to them, if you think if 3 houses in Fort Myers had Citizens and 3 in Orlando and 3 in Tallahassee, the chance of them running out of reserves and having to pay, do these assessments is very small. Now, if the entire city of Fort Myers and the entire city of Miami and the entire city of Tampa is all covered by Citizens and we have a storm again, then the chance of them having to pay out that much, the reserves can go very fast. And then the chance of having an assessment goes up. So that's always something you should take into consideration. I tell people if you're saving $200 to go with Citizens, it's not worth it. But if you're getting half price with Citizens, it might be worth considering. And I usually tell people in that situation, hey, put aside that extra 50% every month for that first year. And then you've created like a safety net for yourself where it won't impact your lifestyle if suddenly you have a 45% assessment. So that's kind of the way I look at those. And then on the landlord side of it, the other big thing is they don't offer ordinance or law coverage. Are you familiar with that? Or
yeah, but please go ahead and explain it. That would be good for the audience.
So ordinance or law is something that covers the additional cost of compliance for codes. Like if you have a fire in your kitchen and now to get your permits and everything, you have to upgrade the rest of the electric in the rest of the house. The upgrades in the undamaged portion of the home come from ordinance or law coverage. The other thing, and this came up with the Surfside condo, if you remember that one last year that collapsed, you had half the building collapsed, half the building was still standing. The solution that they came up on that is that we're going to knock down the other half that's still standing. We're going to demolish it. So ordinance or law can cover the undamaged portion for demolition if that's what you're required to do with that. So Citizens landlord policies does not offer that coverage. So that's one of the things that's missing that you normally get with other companies.
Gotcha. Which could be a big one, especially
Yeah,
for
can be. One of the other examples I've heard that's a big one you don't think about is coastal properties that like the old code, they were just built on a slab or whatever. And now current code is they have to be elevated. So if you imagine having to, like, you have a small fire and now to get your permits, you got to elevate this thing, like that'd be a huge cost. So it's an important coverage in a lot of cases, especially on older homes.
Yeah, I can see that being a little bit of an issue. You got to all of a sudden put the house on stilts, right?
Yeah.
How do I do that?
Right. Yeah. I don't even know, but I know it would cost a lot.
Yeah, it definitely would be kind of pricey, right?
Yep.
You can just get your car jack and little by little, no?
Yeah. So, liability was the other thing you said you wanted to talk about a little bit. So liability is one of the most important coverages that you can have, and it is not very expensive for the coverage that you get for it. So if you have someone that slips and falls, if you have, someone that's fell off the roof, or someone that, got bit by a dog, those types of things can potentially be covered under liability. Some companies have some exclusions and restrictions for certain things like that. But overall, it's going to cover the actual settlement and the cost of defense. So even if someone sues you and it's a dumb lawsuit that no one should ever get anything for, you can still run up a lot of attorney fees defending yourself in that claim. And so your liability insurance is going to help protect against that. So I talked to some investors that have a big enough portfolio that they want to self-insure. And that's great if you can, if it makes sense, can you afford the claim if the claim happens? And what's the chance that you're going to have multiple claims? If you have all your houses out there on Fort Myers Beach and the hurricane comes, you're going to have the claim for all of them. Can you cover that or not? If they're spread out, your risk's a little bit lower. So that's always something to consider. But the liability part of it, you should never self-insure liability, in my opinion. The cost is never makes sense on that.
Fully agree with that one. I have a lot of friends and clients that when I first met them, they own a ton of condos, and it's condos. You don't need insurance. You need liability insurance at least.
Yeah,
it's easy
absolutely.
to repair the inside of a condo. It's not that expensive, but somebody getting hurt in your condo could
Right.
run up a big bill.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's definitely a really big, important one for all of us investors team. So make sure you protect your assets. Greg, as we're wrapping it up, share with us your final thoughts. Anything else you'd like to share with the team, with the audience here?
Yeah, I think we touched on a lot of it. You have my contact information on the screen there. So if you have any questions, I'm always happy to help. Also, we have our Florida Landlord. So we have thinksafeinsurance.com for all of our insurance. And then Florida Landlord Insurance is where we put most of our stuff geared towards investors. So we have some information on, buy and hold, vacant, Airbnb, all of that type of stuff, as well as resources that we found helpful through the years as well. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. I'm always happy to help, always happy to talk insurance. So feel free to reach out if you have any questions.
Thank you so much for that, Greg. I got a very important question from my buddy Zach. He asked, do you have avalanche insurance?
Avalanche insurance. I'm sure you could probably get it. We don't have it in Florida.
I love it. Thank you for that question, Zach. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, good question.
Team, feel free to reach out to Greg. His phone number is here on the screen, his email, take a screenshot. Always know that there's one thing to know about Greg. He's happy to share information. He's happy to educate you. I just referred him to a friend that's moving from doing business in Vegas to doing business in Florida. About an hour and a half after he called Greg, he calls me like, "Oh my God, he gave me so much good information." That's the kind of person that he is. Right off the bat, he's going to share information with you, and he's always going to go above and beyond to help you out. So thank you so much for being here, Greg. Really do appreciate your time, and your knowledge is always helpful to talk to you, man.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for having me. It was great to meet you guys in person. Well, on Zoom, but see the faces, and I'm always happy to help. So talk to you guys later.
Thanks, man. Have
Thank
a
you,
good
Greg.
one. Zach, love you too, buddy. It's good to see you here, man.
All right.
Where we at? Who's next here today? Any questions, ladies and gentlemen, before we wrap it up? If not, once again, thank you all so much for being here, enjoying Free Week. If you want to continue to enjoy the amazing experience that you've had, remember to sign up. It's relatively easy. You could go do it right now while we're talking, and you could be here Monday getting some greatness from Yates coming up. You're about to do some back trading, and just anytime that you get to spend with Yates, it's always amazing.
It's amazing, yeah. All right, guys, and lastly, please, those on YouTube, those who are going to see us on YouTube later, please like and subscribe. The more likes we get, everybody says the same thing, because YouTube actually uses that algorithm. Any questions, any comments you have, please, realestate@reallifetrading.com. For what I was mentioning, for coaching information, if you want to reach out to us, we are here in reallifetrading.com/RE. Move it to the screen right here, okay?
Thanks,
This
Lynn.
is
Thanks,
us.
Ryan. Thanks, Zach. We appreciate everybody being here.
This is my buddy. That's the Ugly Mug. We offer coaching sessions. We offer personal mentoring. We are always around. You can see the rest of our videos, the rest of our content here. These are the books that we recommend you guys. If you really want to go and start going into real estate, please make a screenshot of that. Those are the books that we read, we recommend, and it's going to put you to the great path. Again, any emails, any questions, anything, we're there. And with this, I guess we wrapped up.
Go ahead and kill the recording, dude, please.
Stop the share.
Bye, everybody.
Stop the recording. Thank you, guys.
Yates, how you doing, buddy?
You guys are the best.
How are you
Doing,
doing, man?
man?
How's
How
this
you
weather
doing?
treating you?
Weather's okay. Colorado's okay. Honestly, it's been a kind of gloomy and cold year though. It's been a little weird. It's not my favorite kind of time of year, but hey, like I always say, I never leave the house, so it doesn't affect me.
Right, from the kitchen to the office, back to the kitchen, right?
Yeah, there's no need to ever enter that scary outdoor world. It looks pretty out there. It's nice and white. The snow hasn't melted once since like December 1st. But yeah, man, it's been good. How are you guys?
Doing amazing, man.
Everything's
Life is
good.
good. I can't complain. Just happy
Coming to Vegas?
chill with the new crew here on Free Week. It was a lot of fun, and hanging out with my buddy Greg. It's always a lot of fun to learn about insurance, especially here in Florida, man. You got to know insurance.
A much needed topic that most people don't like having to think through, but it's those times when you didn't think through and didn't get it is when it really bites you. So same comes with stocks. I mean, insuring your stocks, insuring everything in life is possible. So yeah, right on. Jennifer Lee has a question up there for you guys' recording. You guys gonna make it available on YouTube public?
Yes,
Yes.
it will be on YouTube. I think we're still live on YouTube, by the way, because it says live on the top.
Yeah,
So
I do see that. So we're up
we
there.
recorded it anyways, but I
Okay.
think it's already on YouTube, guys. I think you should be able to rewind.
Right on. Yeah, I don't know how that works. So cool.
Me neither,
line
but
item.
regardless, the video that we have, if we need to, it will be edited and it will go live. Jennifer, usually within like 4 or 5 days, Tracy throws it on YouTube for us.
Yeah, are we recording all sessions? Should I be recording mine? I'll just
Yeah,
do-
of course, man. I need the recording, dude.
I mean, I figured you guys were going to be here the whole time, so why would you?
You know,
need to
my
record it?
babies wake
And-
up from time to
and you're
time.
gonna be
I need to
paying
have the
it-
recording, you know?
Okay, yeah. I mean, if you were here paying absolute, complete, non-wavering attention to me, then that would be what I would like. So
Done. So if the babies wake up, they can figure it out. Don't worry.
yeah,
We're
like they got probably some stuffed animals and stuff that can keep them busy. Like what? Come on.
They'll figure it out. Yeah, it is the Swole Show. All right, Yates, we'll leave you to it, buddy. Thank you so much.
I'll take it
Have a good
away.
one.
See you guys later.
Yep. You got it.
All right,
Thank you,
let
my
me get-
friend.
Yeah, see you later. Have a great weekend.
You too.
All right, here we go. Let me share my screen. Sharing the SPY. There it is. Bang. All right. Well, bulls are crushing right now. Did anyone get, so here's the question. We're going to start off with a couple different things today. We're going to go through some things. This is my first time on the crushing, but yeah, definitely doing that. If this is my first time on the mic, usually I'm on a little bit more. I did pick up just a fun round of COVID to start the year off. So I just didn't want to be coughing all over you all's eardrums. And so, yeah, so I was not on earlier, so just hopping on once this week. So yeah, first time meeting me. My name's Yates. I am, as you heard earlier, broadcasting from Colorado. And yeah, it's a little gloomy here, but it's living the life, so can't complain. But one of the things that we do is it's a little bit of newer product, and we do send out, yeah, thank you. We do send out a Friday newsletter, and I was wondering if any of you all got that this morning in your inbox at 6:30 my time. I don't even know. So 8:30 Eastern time, we send it out, and just as a review of the markets. And one of the things we've been saying is be a little bit more bullish than bearish. And so one of the things I wanted to go through is actually that email to an extent. Just go through it. If you didn't get it, make sure you are part of Real Life Trading. You've given them your email address. You can text, you can message me in the chat right here. Let me know and we'll get you this. But really, one of the things I wanted to talk about is kind of the bullish signs. And so this paragraph right here, we have all the signs of a bottom being in on SPY. Do I think it's in? Do I know it's in? Do we know what's going on? I don't know. But so here's a lot of the analysis. I mean, I spent a good deal of time just looking through this, have over the last few weeks. And so I just wanted to run through it, kind of give you an idea of what to look for a bottom being in, for kind of a trend change happening, and what will kind of negate that, what will make us think like, all right, well, actually, never mind, we are getting a little bit crushed. And so we'll see what kind of happens with that. But this is what I kind of really went through in detail in that email. And so I just want to run through it today, kind of go through some things, go through my thoughts, what I was thinking, what I have been thinking. It is 100% free for the Friday newsletter. We do have another product that I send out 5 newsletters a week. They have different triggers, different stocks, all kinds of different things. So that is a paid product. And that is actually a newly acquired company that Real Life Trading just bought. Where are we at? It is the Traders Plan. And so if you're interested in that, just send me something in the chat and I can get you the information for that. You can just send me your email. I'll get you all that info for it. But that is also something that we are doing now. You get about 5 emails a week. But if you just want the one free one on Friday, yeah, absolutely. Just get your email on that list. You can send it in this chat too if you want it. Where are we at? This one right here. So this is just some of my thoughts that we're going to be kind of going through and looking at. And it's so easy, obviously, in hindsight to be like, hey, obviously, Nathan, I got it. I will be putting you on the free list. And let me just put this right here. Bam. Cool. Got it. And yeah, I'll also send you some info on the Traders Plan, which will give you a bunch more emails, 3 different systems, really cool products, a lot of really good emails to catch you up on what's going on every single day. All right, we got some more emails coming in. Right on. Trade Todd, love it. All right, cool. Let me actually write your name on here too real quick. All right, we got everybody going on. All right, we got the names coming in. I wish I actually knew a better way to be like, go here, but I don't. So I'll just do it myself. Like that's fine. It's easy enough to do. No problem at all. Cool. All right. So I'm just going to screenshot that at the end and then be done with that. Bang. That'll be easy. So continue throwing in your stuff here. I will get those if you want to be on the list. Don't worry about it. I'll make sure to get them all. So continue to throw them in the chat and I'll get it. get it done, get you on the list if you're not getting those, and we'll go from there for sure. But yeah, so here's the deal, and here's what we're thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. Here's where sentiment really changed in my mind. I know this is the back trading section, so let's get it a little bit. This candle right here is the candle that, thanks, Justin. I got it. I was going to do that. I just can't speak, but you know. Oh, what would I do without you? All right, so here's the candle that it's like, bam, this happened, and something has to shift a little bit in your brain of, this is something a little bit different. This is a candle, this is a gap, this is a move in the markets that isn't just this continued straight down movement that we've been getting. And so we have 2 points at this point. This gap down, which just absolutely just crushed all shorts. Anyone who shorted on this gap down got absolutely just murder housed. And we went, what did we close up from that day? It was just absurd. It was like a 5% day. So 5% on the SPY, gapped down 2%, closed up 2%. So yeah, we really just crushed on that one. So that was kind of our first, hey, maybe something's happening. And that's what happens. You see these big volume capitulation gaps that give us these lows. And so this was one over here, kind of this big volume gap. It wasn't quite as aggressive, I guess you'd say. It wasn't quite as pronounced. And obviously, I mean, not obviously, but we had this gap down, this gap down. They're all retest gaps. So it's like we should get a move up to retest that and then maybe rotate down. What makes this capitulation gap down as opposed to regular gap down? The size of the gap and the volume. Exactly. Yeah. So it's the size of this gap, the volume being, I mean, obviously we have these big volume spikes. There was one right here, big volume, but we got that big volume, we got the size of the gap, and then we got the follow through on it as well. So we can see that it was just an absolute bear trap. All the bears are now trapped who went short pretty much anywhere on any of these candles. And you can see the volume as well that got trapped, because this candle, this is our next biggest volume right here. This candle, we just closed above it on this day. We just closed above all of this bear volume right here. All this bear volume just got trapped. And then we can see like there's kind of this area of volume where we were increasing. And so we trapped the biggest volume that came in recently. So really, yeah, size and kind of the strength of that gap are usually what does it, and the volume is what I look at, and that's it. And you don't know, like, obviously, yeah, I believe there's divergence. I'm not gonna I was gonna say I'm not gonna pull it up and go into it, but yeah, there are lots of different things that you can use. You can use MACD, you can use lots of different stuff, and we could have been wrong. Like, obviously this next day candle could have just gone like and we just crushed lower. That's very, very possible. But these are just things that we get to know. And so I'm saying this is just one little data point on, hey, we got that gap. And even if you didn't enter, which I entered small size on half of a retest of this big long day candle. If you have a huge long day candle, entering on half of a retest is just like the easiest kind of plan to know, just to know in your head. Like when we get a really big candle, even like this one, entering on a half of that retest is a good kind of rule of thumb, because generally they retest that much. On gaps, you can also try to enter at the gap fill, all kinds of different things. But entering on a half a day retest on a long day candle, go back and back trade it, it works on a good amount of time. And so even if you didn't enter down here, if you didn't get in there, that's fine. That's good. I exited a decent amount of shorts here because I didn't exit down here like a big giant dummy. But so we got out of a few shorts, and then we just we pushed higher, and we put in this 1, 2, 3, 4, now 5. We put in 5 waves up. So that 5-wave up pattern, we have to think that could be this. I don't think I ever recorded this. I probably didn't. We're live anyway. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. I'll record it. And record. There you go. All right. So once we get this capitulation gap down, we push up, we push high, we actually put in a 5-wave pattern. That 5-wave pattern is actually a good sign, because our corrective waves generally happen in ABCs, right? And so if we get a 5-wave pattern, could be the start of a bigger 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 move, whatever it is. We don't know that. We're just kind of guessing, we're figuring out, and we're just planning. We're saying this could be something different. A gap and go is a bearish candle. A bullish gap and go is a bearish candle gapping up. A retest gap would have been a bullish candle gapping up. So we just know there's more people trapped, hence the going. When people are trapped, what do they do to close? When bears are trapped, what do they do to close out? They buy, which equals more buying pressure, which equals higher move on the stock. So this gap and go is momentum shifting, in my opinion, because we got a couple different things coming in on this gap we can actually analyze, that we can see. We can say, hey, this is things are a little bit different, and maybe this changed. And this is when I started to say, hey, maybe things have bottomed more than we think. I mean, I don't know. Well, let's find out. Let's see. And I turned a little bit less, hey, we're going to zero. I mean, if we get up here, let's short it and see what happens. But in this region, it's like, be a little bullish, because you have this really strong gap and go. Because look at how you felt if you're a bear, because that's kind of what you're doing when you're back trading, when you're analyzing, when you look at sentiment in general. You want to look at things and say, all right, what do bears think is going to happen right here on this day? They're like, all right, I'm a genius. I just shorted off the 100 like the smartest person ever. I got out right here. I got in short right here. We rolled, we retested, we rolled. Man, oh man, we're going to do that now. And the next day we open like that. Anyone who shorted perfectly off of the 100, bang, trapped immediately. Those people have to get out, right? And they're trapped, and that's what we look for. So that is. So I'm gonna have to mute and cough occasionally. So if there's weird pauses, that's probably what's happening. That is what we are seeing in this gap is a big change and shift in momentum, because we figured this is the rotation that should have happened. We should have double topped. Instead, what played out is a perfect miniature little inverted head and shoulders. Shoulder, head, shoulder. What is a head and shoulders? Inverted. Realistically, it's just we're making new lows over here, and then we make a higher low. So the fact that we made a higher low, we confirm that higher low above our neckline. However you want to draw our neckline, doesn't really matter. We made a new high and we made a new low. That's what we want to look for. The new high and the new low is a big thing. And the fact that it came in with a gap and go, trapping all the bears after we had capitulation just a few weeks earlier, that shows us that something a little bit has changed. Does that mean that a bottom is in? We have to just go straight up from here, and it's like bulls on parade, yay, yay, yay? Or could we have easily done that? And could we still do that? Sure, absolutely. Doesn't mean anything, right? In trading, we're just trying to formulate plans. We're trying to do our analysis. We're trying to figure out what could happen, put the probabilities in our favor to give us some kind of edge to then make it so that we can be profitable traders. So we got this little pattern coming in. We have a confirmed higher low, and we are, depending on where you put that neckline, we have crossed that neckline. So it kind of depends. I mean, really, this is just our pivot. We made a new higher high right here off of this pivot. So we pushed up, we have a pivot, we made a new low, and then we broke through that. So right here, we have a pivot that's pretty strong. That broke down, but this held, and we pushed up and we made another high. So we're making higher highs on a consecutive basis, 1, 2, and higher lows, 1, right? So that's what we're looking for. All right, let me delete a little bit of this scribbling. All right, so next thing that we're looking for, that is our number one thing that I saw in this market that I went, this is a little bit of something that points us in bullish, right? So this is momentum shifting, gap and go. So we're a little bit bullish. So let's say that, hey, we want to actually just buy this thing. Let's see, want to buy this thing at half that candle. I literally just said, hey, that works a lot of the time. And so you're just like, all right, let me buy half that candle right there. There's your buy. Don't care where your stop is. Your stop is in a couple different places. It could be right here. This is stop option number 1. Stop option number 2 would be down here as a little bit more of a conservative approach, a little bit more aggressive, kind of somewhere in the middle. It doesn't matter. So somewhere in there is your stop. On this candle, you don't get filled. It does not retest a full thing. But would you cancel that trade automatically right there? No, you wouldn't, because this still, if you were trading this, your target would be right up here. realistically, it'd be somewhere between the 200 and the moat, the mother of all trend lines that we've just been absolutely just punching us in the face if you're bull for the entire year. So you go, all right. At this point, maybe not would close it. I probably would. I'd say or cancel it. I mean, I would just say, hey, didn't get filled in this. It's moving higher. If we now take out these two candles, there's some bulls, there's some bears that are trapped. We're probably going to push into this 200 pretty easily, and we'll see what happens there. But you could still easily leave it open because we can imagine how this market does work in waves, and we can see kind of this dip down, this push up, and something like that still happening. So it's really up to what your plan is. Would you draw the neckline straight or sloping upwards? Just a matter of preference. Yeah, it doesn't. I see it done either way. With double bottoms, I tend to draw it straight. With inverted head and shoulders is. I think that's how you would say that. How else would you say such a complicated sentence in words? I don't really have a preference. I just kind of look at it and I say, all right, on this pattern, like what would be a good neckline to draw, and I draw it because I mean it's always there's a lot of art to this anyway. Is like, hey, what would this be? So my best thing would say just pick one and always do that and call it good. So don't really do what I was just saying. Let's just look at it at first. So just pick one, say I'm gonna draw straight across and go from there. On double bottoms, I do always draw it straight across. I play double bottoms a lot more than I play inverted head and shoulders is. I think it's head and shoulders is. I think there's factually no other way to say that. So what is the moat? The moat is this pink line, the mother of all trend lines. It's just an acronym that the internet has made up for the fact that we have stopped on this trend line just perfectly. Happens again right here. Really, really well all year long. So that is just a fun thing for the mother of all trend lines. Twitter made it up and I read it there and I like it. So I use it. So over here, get filled right there if you did not cancel. So there's your fill on this off the 100. So the 100 simple moving average bounced off there, bounced off this area, and you're up a little bit. So yay, if you took that trade. You're waiting, bang, you get filled on your target on this candle right here, whatever your target is, 200 up here, doesn't matter. So that trade worked out well. And so this is another sign of, hey, this is probably where you are taking profits. Like at some point you should have been getting in enough lower that you're taking profits and you're not necessarily buying a big entry right here hoping that it goes higher, because we're just up so much. Like from October 13th to the end of November, we're up a whole 16.71%, which is not a small amount. That is like 2 years return on average on the SPY. So if you bought the bottom, which somebody did, and sold right here, which somebody did, you just made 16% in a month and a half, and you're sitting pretty well, right? So you don't want to enter big size up here, but you could try it again. Certainly you could try to buy half this area. I didn't because we were at the moat. We were sitting there hitting our heads on the trend line of trend lines, the most kind of one of the craziest trend lines I've ever seen. The fact that we hit it and without fail went lower. So hit it and without fail went lower, right? So happened again. How weird. We do know if you back traded this, if you traded it, that what happens now. We do hit it again, and then we actually go lower. But still, even there, from 408 down to what is that, 391? That's a 4% move with puts, with a bear call spread, with a lot of different things. I played this with bear call spreads. You made a lot. You did really well on this play, just playing the giant trend line that was pushing us down, and the 200. The 200 is there, the trend line is there. So that looks pretty good. So going on to the next momentum shifting time, we gap up. This is a CPI number. We gapped all the way up above to 410, and we just sold off, and we didn't stop selling off. So we sold off all the way back down to this area right here. Why might this area be a critical area to hold? Does anyone have a guess as to why that might be? Like, hey, this should hold if the bulls are going to hold this thing up, and we're not gonna, and this is not gonna just repeat itself right here. We just go, oh well, why is this a critical area to hold on the SPY? You don't have any guesses at all? The answer is because it's a gap fill. So we expect there to be buyers stepping in at this gap fill, because remember what I said is, yeah, you can buy half this candle, which we said looked perfect. We did it off the 100 in this back trade. We sold up here. Someone else bought the 100 again, sold up here again. We didn't, because we're just not that fancy, but it came back down and it retested this gap fill very, very well, and it's holding. We also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bearish candles in a row. We have 2 bearish retest gaps. You'd expect, well, at this point, what I expected is this and that, or this and this. We don't know. We don't know. We have no idea. So those are your options you're running through. And in the newsletters that we were sending out, especially in this traders plan newsletter, we were talking about interesting little sell-off there. Where we at? We were talking about the fact that, hey, this level was a strong support. The fact that it failed, not great, but we need to now hold this support in this region right here. We should retest, and then let's see what happens from that retest. So just knowing what we know right now is we should retest and then probably roll over. If we do retest, we hold it and we push higher, then we got to contend with this trend line again, see what happens there. So we just play it through. And honestly, this was Christmas, this was New Year's, this was 13 days of completely sideways action until, hold on, one back. This candle happened. This candle looked way worse on Qs. This candle was like, uh-oh, we're going lower. I guess we're not going to get that perfect little retest of the 100 that we wanted, and it's going to lower. The Qs, it was closing, like, just looked abominable. It looked like we were just going to get absolutely just ripped apart. And yeah, this was a very bearish. I remember this Thursday very, very clearly, because I was like, well, put your bear pants on. This is not a good close for the market. We're closing above this indecision candle. We're closing basically below every single open of this whole thing. We did that once over here, and so we were just kind of gapping around. So we did it again. Qs looked gross. And then no, that comes later. Yeah, that's a little later, Justin. This deal right here, this little guy. Yeah. That's my larger Head and Shoulders, so that's just a shoulder. That's what it looks like. I like it. Yeah. So see how moat is just, that word is coming up too much is what's happening. This candle is the next candle that we're looking at. Gap and go, confirmation of bullish direction, for a couple reasons. Because look before what happened when we gap and go'd, a couple things when we gap and go'd. Oh man. All right. So zoom in here like crazy to this little moat. What a moat. It is, I mean, impressive. Yes, mother, that is the now definition of moat. All right. So what happened last time when we had a gap and go? Here's our gap and go, gapped up, closed up, right? Wasn't the candle right before? Okay. It was. Yeah. Very, and that's exactly. So that's another part of the reason where I was like, uh-oh, gross. This is because it also closed lower than basically all of these bodies. So we closed below it. Qs looked way worse. I can look up Qs here. Let's just do that. Q. Oh my gosh, I got a lot going on. That's better. Remove all try. All right, market closed. So there we go. So the Qs looked like 2 more seconds. This. So we didn't really like channel sideways as much. We were closing below everything. It was gross. It was like, we are not going up. So this is how the Qs looked on that same day. There, right here. That was the Qs close, which is hardly bullish. So that came in, and it was a gap and go in a bearish direction. I agree. That is true. And then this one comes in, and we close up here. We close above everything. So that's the important part of this gap and go, because this last gap and go, number one, this guy's bullish gap and go. Here's our bear candle. Here's our gap up. We didn't open above the candle. We barely closed above it. It wasn't near as strong. This one we gapped up. We opened above it, and it was not a nothing volume candle. It was decent. So we gapped up, opened above it. I don't know if this wick's real. Probably is. Ran down a little bit. And then we just absolutely crushed higher with this whole candle, closing above 13 days of consolidation. It's telling us that, hey, this is actually pretty strong. I know we've been wanting this move to come in, but with this move, it's like, all right, that might happen, but this is a bullish thing for at least some time. We're going to be bullish for at least a little while because this close is so nice. And we're expecting, we don't know, could gap down to here tomorrow. We have no idea, right? So the next day, this candle comes in, and now we're closing still above. We retested. We did retest. So at this point, this candle shows us that we did come up. We retested this really good old support, new resistance, SR line, and we rejected off it right up here. So it's like, all right, this now needs to fall. If we break up higher, if we push up higher, we know that the bulls are more in control than we're thinking. Yep, exactly, Mike. So next candle, a perfect retest of kind of this entire price action area and the 100, and it pushed higher, and it closed above this open. Well, all right, bulls are in control again. Bam, there it is. Closed above this wick, closed above this trend line. This support line. Closed above a lot of bearish price action and is retesting some areas. So now we go, all right, it retests. So from a bullish perspective, it retested this area right here. We retested the entire gap and go completely. And gap and goes can retest. It doesn't just mean they go forever and never fill. Like a gap fill makes a lot in the SPY, like most gaps fill. So it makes a lot of sense that we filled this gap. We filled it really nicely. We consolidated. Now we're pushing up higher. Now we know what we have to contend with is the moat, the mother of all trend lines, the most perfect trend line I've ever seen in my life. Haven't closed above it for an entire year. So let's see. Push up, push up, push up. Uh-oh, that's exactly what we'd expect. I got out of all bearish positions right here because I went, well, I guess that makes sense. Got into them when we touched here, got out of them when we touched here. And I went, well, I guess the moat is just going to be the new norm, and we're just going to trend to zero over the next 10 years. That's what it felt like. Like it just works every single time. It's like, this is it. This is the new normal, is the moat punching us in the face if you're bullish. And so next candle, gap down. And then this candle came in. This candle was last Friday's candle. I remember this Thursday writing about it, talking about it, saying, hey, this is not that. I mean, the moat held, everything's good with the bear thesis. And then Friday happened, and I was like, oh, well, that was a weirdly strong candle. That was stronger than it should have been. It is Morningstar-ish. I agree. It is a Morningstar reversal. We just didn't close above here. So it's just not as strong of one. If you blend the candles together, it's a super strong one at this day, though, because you can just blend these two candles together in your Morningstar reversal. We have a gap here down. You have an indecision candle at the bottom. Then you have this gap up, this gap up. These two candles have huge volume coming in. This is like a 10 out of 10 Morningstar reversal when you blend those two candles together. It's super, super good. It's super strong. It closed above the moat for the first time in the history of the moat, which was a year. So that's the first day we closed above it in a year. And that's really big news. And I was saying that. I was saying like, hey, take that Mo. Yeah, like I was like, this is a big deal. This is, I know you can have, people had their trend lines other places. They had them like up here and down here, and they're just wrong. So like that, there's nothing else to say besides that, is that they were just wrong and I was correct with my trend line placement. And so that's why my analysis could just be that much better, is because my trend line was right on point. So there's that. But yeah, some people had their trend lines higher or lower, whatever. I don't care. It still stands that this is a very strong Morningstar reversal. We're closing above the 200 strongly. The boat was smoked for the first time as well. I mean, we did not close above it since back over here on this trap back in March. So yeah, first time we're closing strong. I guess technically we closed above it here. Never mind, I'm dumb. Still everything I said, it holds, besides that one thing that I said that was completely 100% wrong. So this is a good sign, and what we expect always when anything's broken, whenever you get like this, and we break up out of there, we're always expecting some kind of retest of that area, right? Like if we have a double bottom, like what do we just talk about? Like the double bottom, we retest to the neckline, whatever it is, and then it goes up higher, right? So it's always what we're looking for. So at this point, it's like, all right, well, if you get that, buy it. And I know I always just like, I finish my drawings just by going way too aggressive. So don't like take that into account of like, man, he thinks the market's going to go to 5,000 tomorrow. No, I don't. I just can't control the end of my drawings on the trackpad. I got trackpad problems. So this little dealio here is like, all right, well, if it retests again, if it gets down into here, buy a little bit and see what happens, and buy a little bit and see what happens. And bam, here's today, here's the close, here's what's happening, and that is it. So that is all the thoughts and things that went into this paragraph right here. This little deal right here. I gave you all the charts, the Qs, the weekly, the DIA, everything on it. But that's really just like everything that I went through. So I just want to go through like how I do things, like why this gets sent out, everything with that. And so now at this point, there's also, am I the author? I mean, Chat GPT is mostly the author. I just say, hey, Chat GPT, could you write me up a summation of what's going to happen in the markets? And it's like, sure thing, champ. And I go, all right, here's $1, and it doesn't. So yeah, otherwise, yes. I'm the only human author of it. Also, let me be the anti-point of view. No, you're not allowed to. I know what the anti-point of view is. I'm on point. You're not allowed. You're human. You admit it. Just this once. This isn't recorded, is it? We can edit that out in post. All right. So the bull argument, and realistically, like I do this a lot. Actually last Friday I made the bear argument. And today, this is the bull argument right here. Like this little inverted head and shoulders, whatever you want to call it, on the SPY is like, all right, this is still playing out. This is pushing. This is doing it. This is looking good. And we're just looking for a new high at this point. So now what does it have to do to kind of like quote unquote confirm? Really needs to close above and push above this 410, which we haven't done. And it's been a minute or two. August of this last year is the last time we did it. And could we just be in this again? Yeah, we could, but really a lot of these things, I mean, we had this little gap. It wasn't quite as momentum shifting. It wasn't quite as good. Am I just all fully like 100% allocated into the market? All my positions bullish at this point? No, actually, I took profits today on a number of things. Yeah, so I mean, would a nice dip be good? Would something pulling down into here, would that be cool? Sure. And if it did this and I bought here and it broke this level, I would just get stopped out on a bunch of things and be like, all right, well, this is cool. Because honestly, I mean, if you read one of my articles in the end of the year, this was my hope for the market. I know it's probably bad. Give me 2 seconds. It's PX. this is it. I was like full blown. I'm ready for it. Every single one of these trends in January has some kind of like, oh, we popped a little bit, and then we absolutely get kicked in the face until we're 50% lower. So I was like, all right, well, dang, I'm not just gonna look at that and be like, well, that's not gonna happen now because it only happened 5 other times in the past. Couldn't happen again, could it? And so I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna buy all the things, just all. I'm gonna buy them all down here. That'll be cool. And yeah, so I was just like, that'd be neat. So because I got some cash that I was like, let me allocate it and put it into here, and just that'll be that. And we have not done that, as you might have heard if you were listening to the last hour of me talking. We did not go down and get smushed and kicked in the face, unless you're a bear, and that did happen to you in the last 2 weeks. And I'm sorry. I lost on some puts too. I mean, Hector was saying, hey, he got a little bit squished on some puts. It's not fun. Yeah, I have a July put. I only have like 2 puts total now in my accounts. But it's like, yeah, am I down like 75% on that? It's like, yeah, I am. And I'm just going to lose all of it and move on with my life and not care. Because it's July too. Like, what are the odds that we actually are down at like 38 at that point? Some percentage. Jeff says, my first time hearing you. Yeah, man, this is the first time I'm on this week. And yeah, so I'd love you to hear my voice more if you join up here with Y'all Access, or you sign up with the Traders Plan newsletters, and you'll hear my written voice all the time. Best explanation I've ever heard. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. I definitely appreciate that. So yeah, I mean, I am by no means like Mr. Bulltown, just like here, I was just calling the bottom the entire time, right? Like, obviously I've been buying things. I have good averages on the SPY and the Qs and different things, but I wanted this to happen. I really did. I mean, I was looking for it. I studied these charts for more than 3 or 4 minutes, you could say. And I was like, this, every time this happens, like we get some kind of rotation after kind of this chop and a retest and then push down, and we still could. And Woodshed Williams up here is going to be shorting the pants off this thing, and he'll probably just make all the money. And I mean, yeah, good. I got into a bearish position today too. I got into a bear call spread on SPX today because I don't know. We seem like we're up there, so I'm not good, man. Yeah, I'm not totally opposed to Woodshed's view of like, hey, this is a lot, right? Yeah, I just don't know that now with all those things, with all these things coming in on a lot of stocks, because it's not just like, all right, the SPY looks good, nothing else does. The DIA has been crushing. I gave you guys the counter arguments last week in the fact that the DIA has just been absolutely squishing it, and the counter argument is this exact thing played out in 2000, and then we just fell off a cliff. So there's the counter argument. But it's got to do that. And so now we're fighting. The trend is not in your favor if you're just shorting it constantly up here, right? Like you have to now push through this level we push through. You have to push through this level again, and then you have to push through this level again, and then it's like, all right, then you need to retest here, and then gross, let's get on board. And by the time it does all that, unless Jerome Powell comes out and he's like, by the way, market's a little too bullish, 0.75, and then we just gap down to 0, and I go, I guess we're all just broke. But yeah, I mean, if we gap down like crazy, we get something weird, then we're going to not be able to play it quite as well. But if we do just kind of start to peel down, bleed down, close down below here, if we get a close below here, like short the retest, bang, like that would be, I mean, that pattern, like you just planning on what you're going to do in the future is how you plan for trades. That I know that's like a planning how you plan for trades is how you plan for trades. It's that kind of sentence. But it's like, yeah, you just look at things and go, all right, well, if we do this, I don't have to short here. if we close back below the trend line, if we turn this into just a magnificent double top, I'll just short the retest. I'll sell bear call spreads up here like a madman, and I'll see if we get that move. And just on this move alone, I'll make tons of money and I'll be fine. Right. And so just planning what's going to happen ahead of time, like that's my bear plan on DIA. And do I know that it certainly could happen? It certainly could play out like it did in 2000. Yeah, very possible. Here it is. There you go. We are here if this chart plays out. It's not so far. It is not playing out so far because we broke the trend line. We pushed down. Yes is the answer to Ron's question. We broke the trend line, pushed down, then we just consolidated and fell off a cliff. Then we had 9/11 here too, which also made us fall further off a cliff. But yeah, every Friday, it varies, Ron. We're not, and I know I'm not like quote unquote back trading right now. I'm doing kind of more market analysis and different things and different talk. I have lots to talk about today. That is one thing that usually I have a whole bunch to talk about, and I talk way too much about certain things, and then I don't get to it all. But you know, it happens. Yeah, I don't want to see the VIX. I get it. I know it is low. Yates likes to go off the rails. That is like the understatement of the year. So yeah, the DIA, this has to happen soon. This double top plays in, and that's the price action I'm gonna look for. I'm gonna watch and say, hey, if this plays out, I can get in. I can be the guy who shorts right here and be like, I'm a hero, and that'll be that. So that's my plan, is being a hero. That's it. I'm gonna be that guy. Or I'm gonna be the guy who's shorting right there, and it's like, I'm a hero. I didn't make any money on this whole move. What an idiot. That's possible too. One of the two options is usually what's going to happen. So that's the DIA, and just the fact that the DIA is so strong, is holding up so well. I think we still fall a lot, and I don't know if we actually will make a new low. Like it's going to take a lot for the DIA to make a new low. We got a ways to go. 15% on the Dow. So it's gonna be interesting. I will play both ways. I'm not full bull. I'm not just like buying all the things right here. Obviously, don't be doing that because we're already up a ways. But if we push down here, like it makes sense to try to buy this level because it's held so strong before. And if it breaks, you know that you're wrong around 321. So you have this 326, 321 risk reward, and then you just short it, you flip it, and you move on. You flip it and reverse it. Right. What else did I got? All the moderators are so different. That is true. I feel like that's like when in my mind, it's just like I can hear someone saying like, this Yates guy on the mic is he's different. That's how I didn't actually take it like that, but you know, in my brain, my fun brain, I played it out like that because you know I've heard that a time or two in my life. Like he's a different fella. Boy, oh boy, yeah. That's what all the moms of the kids at school would say about me. They're like, that Yates character, he's different. Maybe you should play with the kids who aren't named Yates. You are hurting by feeling. Yeah. You are a sensitive guy. That is one thing I know about Woodshed Williams, is he is sensitive. All right, so we got 40 minutes. All right, I'm trying to figure out the timing. Yeah, I never actually finished answering the question. So up above, was it Todd who asked? Was it Ron who asked? Yeah, I think it was Ron. So yeah, it's not every Friday at 3:30. It actually shifts around a little bit, but it's every Friday at some point in time. I come on the mic for an hour and a half. It just depends on whether real estate is on or not, if I'm the first shift or the second shift. So to check the schedule, and that's about that. All right, so one other thing I wanted to get to, actually there's two things. So here's just one. It was just interesting. So I just told you I've had COVID the last week or so. It's thrown off my routine. It's been annoying. There's been a lot going on in my personal life, lots of things happening. But I was just reading some stats, and I'll just put up the SPY because we can just enjoy this. This is for Woodshed. This will be the background of my talk for the next 10 minutes. Might not take that long, but this will just get him jazzed up and happy. So this will just make Woodshed's day. There you go. Look at all that bearishness. Just so bare. Like it's just a rainbow full of bears. Oh, how beautiful. Anyway, so I was just reading some stuff on the on New Year's resolutions, because New Year's resolutions are a very interesting topic to me. We are on January 27th, 27 days into this year. Does it feel like it's flown by to anyone else? Feels like it's already just crushing through this year, super fast. But one of the things that they say, I'm just going to use they as like random things I've read on the internet, take them for what they're worth, is about 40% of people have New Year's resolutions, and 40% of those people have quit by February 1st, which is interesting because we're basically there. Like this is it. Some people, actually 50% of people. So half the people make resolutions have quit in 3 days. And I find that really interesting. It's obvious. I mean, if people know me, like I'm really into health. I'm really into kind of working out and a lot of different things. So I don't necessarily make like New Year's resolutions for health. But I can see why people would quit them. It's hard to just start a new routine and just to say like, hey, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be this person, and being a new person, right? And so a lot of the times, if you don't work out a lot, you say, well, I'm going to work out 5 days a week. That's what I'm going to do from now on. That's it. Like I'm going to be a workout fanatic. And then you work out twice a week for 1 week, and then the next week you get busy and something happens, you get COVID, and you go, you know what, this working out thing is not for me. It's not my favorite. So I'm gonna not do that anymore. And we'll give it a go next year. I got 11 months of not working out before I start this ridiculous deal up again. And I'll join a gym at that point, right? And so we kind of think in those terms. And so just one of the things I have lots of, I don't really do New Year's resolutions, but I have lots of things that I'm working at doing this year, habits I'm working at forming. And so just one thing I wanted to say is since this is the back trading hour, 1.5 hours, whatever, is a thing that can be a game changer in your trading. And so one of the things to make New Year's resolutions, to make habits, to make things that stick, is to start to view yourself as the kind of person that does that thing. And so if you just are working out because, I'm working out because I have to, or because whatever, not because, hey, I see myself as someone who is going to work out. I see myself as someone who does work out. I see myself as someone who follows through with what they say they're going to do and doesn't let myself down, my family down, my community down, or anyone else down. I see myself as the one who is going to always follow through, no matter what it is I put my mind to, and I'm not going to quit on things. If you start to actually believe that and put yourself as that, become that person exactly, and say that, hey, I am the kind of person who blank. That's going to make you, in whatever small ways that you're trying to change, actually be able to grapple and grasp these goals and to make these small tweaks, these small changes that actually make you a person who back trades every day. Because you just say, I'm a back trade every single day of the week, rain or shine, whatever happens, it's going to be part of my routine. That's a hard thing for a lot of traders to do. They're not just going to be like, all right, yeah, I'm gonna make it. I'm a back trade every single day. That's going to be part of it. But if you say like, I am a successful trader, and the reason for my success is that I'm going to back trade every single day. And it doesn't matter if I back trade for 4 hours or if I back trade for 20 minutes, I'm going to do at least 15 minutes of back trading every single day, including weekends. And that is now someone that I am. That is part of who I am. That's part of what I do. I practice my craft that I'm good at until I'm better at it than the next guy. And that is what we do in the stock market, is we become better than the rest of them. And if you're not ever practicing your craft, then how are you ever going to become better than Jeremy Newsom, who's always practicing his craft? And so we have to think about it in terms of, this is who I am. This is who I am as a person. I am the kind of person who does this thing, and I consistently do this thing. And when I don't do this thing, then I'm not being the person who I actually believe myself to be, and who I know I can be, and who I'm going to become. And so that can really shift just that little mindset. And I actually have that written on one of my boards where I whiteboard every single day that I'm going to have. I whiteboard what I'm going to do, the things I'm going to accomplish. And on that whiteboard, it says, I'm the kind of person who ... And I'm the kind of person who back trades every day. I'm the kind of person who works out 5 days a week. I'm the kind of person who blank. And just put that in. And it doesn't have to be huge. And it doesn't have to be like 90 minutes a day of back trading. And that's what I'm doing this year for the first 90 days, is I'm doing 90 days of back trading for 90 minutes a day. and I'm also doing fasting every Friday. I'm doing all these different things. And it's like, these are just becoming small rituals that go into what my life is and who I am and who I want to become. And it's helped a lot. I have these small habits that I have to do. If I don't work out every day, my routine gets more thrown off. So since I've had COVID, I haven't worked out. And it sucked, like, because it throws off my whole routine. I have these keystone habits, these things that I have to do, and it kind of throws off everything. My diet I only want to eat animal crackers if I'm not working out. Like, I'm like, all right, well, my daughter has this treat box from Costco, but we can always buy a new one, because I'm gonna have lunch today that's only animal crackers and 4,000 calories worth. And it's like, yeah, all right, if I'm not working out, that's what I want to be doing. But because I'm working out every morning, because I'm doing all these things, that's when I go, all right, now I'm working out every morning, I'm doing my back training, I'm eating well, I'm eating healthy, then I can be the best husband, father, person that I can be for my family, my community, the people I work with, the people I work for. And so it really just helps me put those things in order a lot. So what's Yates' full name? There is no full name. It's just first name Yates. That's all you need to know. That's it. Just Yates. Because if you know my full name, you might not get my name right, as some people might know. What do you mean full name? Like my last name? My last name is Craig, C-R-A-I-G. But now 50% of you are going to be like, yeah, Craig was on the mic earlier. It was interesting. He's a different kind of guy. All right, let's do some things. Here we go. What chart am I in? Real life trading. All right, get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Actually, I did want to look at this woodshed. Hold on. Where's your VIX? You just got it. Yeah. All right. Yeah, man, I get it. I'm on board with that. 2017. I will say that the VIX doesn't have that we don't have to actually like dive off a cliff for us to bounce a little bit. Like the market can actually go up to sideways, and the VIX actually trades not straight down. So that is possible. Not a usual occurrence, but it's happened. But yeah, I mean, I get it. I said UVXY, if it breaks out, was not like a bad idea to trade last week in the newsletter. You might have seen it if you were subscribed. That was this day right here. That was my trade right there. Did I get triggered into it? I did not. Did we lose money? We did not. If we got triggered in, would we still have probably lost money? Yeah, probably. We would have probably lost. But I wanted to be hedged, because last Friday I thought, hey, if we do just crush higher, the VIX is at just a really, really good level. The VIX is where we should bounce, and we're just poised to have a really nice push higher, and it'll protect all these bull trades that I'm getting into, and we'll kind of go from there. All right, so one of the things I have been doing, it was just options. So that it was just going to be I'm not options, sorry, it was just going to be shares of UVXY. So UVXY tracks the VIX, but it tracks it on their short-term futures contracts. It's not something you want to hold for more than like, I would say like 10 days max. As zoom out and like check this out and be like, oh, I see why he says this, because here's what it does over time. It just reverse splits and goes to zero always. So yeah, you don't want to be like, I'm gonna hold UVXY for a 10-year long-term play. Don't do that. That'll be not a good idea. Because the reason a lot of these ETFs look like this is because they're trying to balance the day's price action based on like what happened on the day. So that's why I've like, TQQ is one of those. What's SQQ is even a better example. SQQQ. SQQ is just giving you the 1 day 3x return of the Qs inverted. So it's going to look like a different chart because it only cares about what happens intraday. So if you're swing trading it, yeah, it'll move semi-similarly, but not quite the exact same. If you look over time, it's a little bit different. How long is it? Honestly, I don't know the answer to that one. Yeah, how like the real ins and outs of it do. You can always just go type in like ProShares Ultra Short QQQ, and it'll give you like more details on that. I rarely trade UVXY, but I mean that's how to get exposure on the VIX if you want it. I noticed the SQQQ. So you bought puts? No, on UVXY. Hold on, Todd. So on the SQQQ, I noticed that it follows the SPY more than the Qs. Do you see that? I don't know. It's interesting. No, I haven't actually noticed that. Interesting. Yeah, so I did not buy puts on this. This was actually going to be a long trade. So I set it up on this day right here, trying to get in with a break above this level. So if you would be buying something, you'd be buying calls if you're buying options, or just, I mean, it's $6 per share on UVXY. So you just buy shares. Yeah, so just buying a breakout. And I didn't buy them because I never got triggered in, because the trigger was above this bearish candle. Because just like we were talking earlier, is I wanted something to kind of confirm this trend, number one, and I wanted some. I mean, this is a weird one because like how these things work off, like how the UVXY works off the VIX and how it tracks the VIX and all these different things. Like I don't even know if saying I want bears to be trapped is accurate, because like how the derivative of derivatives that we got going on here, but it doesn't matter. It's still the same principles will work on a chart. And so I was like, all right, we had this price action right over here. This looks really good. So if and this is what I do too, is like on any trade I'm looking at, I'll be, well, what happened in the past? Like, well, this is how you can back trade things without like just sitting down and being like, click, 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 click. You can just look at things and be like, all right, this looks like a level. I don't care what this is, if this is UVXY or just some random stock out there. This looks like a level that certainly could actually push up higher right now. So how do I want to play this? I want to play it with a breakout above this bearish candle. I know bears are trapped. I know that we have a couple different things. We have one, this gap and go with a decently strong close. We got a Morningstar reversal happening right here, like we just talked about. We have this really just epic inverted hammer candle right here. That just got taken out by today's candle, and we have a nice double bottom with our neckline being, again, like I said, I play them straight across. So our neckline's right there. We'd be breaking out. We'd expect to retest. We expect to push higher. Decent risk reward. That's how I play it. So I want to break out above that. I don't want to just buy right here, because we're just this power. You don't just buy a power downtrend like this and be like, oh, unless you really like the company, you know the company. Like swing trading like that is a good way to get your teeth kicked back to the back of your throat and have a bad day. So that's how you'd set that one up. You go, all right, well, that clearly didn't work, and let me cancel that trade. So you cancel it, you move on, you wait, you watch, you go, bam, 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 bam. Oh, it's going even lower. This is where Woodshed's watching it going, oh man, this thing should probably not go down forever. And it does. It does go down forever. So yeah, we had this same little candle closing, didn't close above the 10, but closed close. So it would have been the breakout above it. And yeah. And after that happened too, after it pulled down, I was looking for another push higher, see if we could set up double bottom, see if we could set up same thing. And nothing. It just hasn't triggered in bullish. It's just going straight down, which the VIX is low. So it makes selling options a little bit harder, because I mean, you're not going to get paid near as much for those. Then if you're selling options, then we do actually fall. The premiums are going to spike a little bit, so it can hurt some things if you're selling options right now. But still, if there's good option sales, take them and go for them. They look good. So one of the things I like to do every day, just I got all my new friends here hanging out. I'll just run through it real quick. Got a lot of new people still in the house. I like to run this scan, which is just a really easy scan on FinViz, just for gaps. And the reason is because I really like gaps, especially like this this time in the market, gaps are amazing because we can see what's gapping out. We can see what's actually having really good gaps. Some examples recently were Shopify, Home Depot had a couple, MRK had like the coolest gap in the entire world. If you're part of Real Life Trading, you probably already have heard me talk about it for far too long. And so yeah, this will just tell me what's been gapping, what percent I want to look for. I can narrow it down. There's really no good gaps today. I've already looked through this. It's a really, really easy thing to set up. You can just do your market cap, whatever you want it to be. If you want it to be mid, you want it to be large, you want it to be whatever, you want to price. You can do any. Actually, I should have any. Oh yeah, I was showing one of my coaching students on that. So the price, any, but if you want it to be lower, so you want to do like, hey, I want to only trade stocks under $50 because this is going to fit my account size perfectly. Bang, you just do that and you set it up. So there could be something actually, because I had that on today. Then average volume, I like that. Over 1 million also works pretty well. If you want to do over 1 million. And then your gap up of 2 or 3% is usually gonna give you like a decent yeah, AXP is a really good gap today. Zach, didn't you play that one like a professional and make some crazy money on it? Way to go. Remember seeing something about that. Yeah, then I just looked through these little pictures. Way to go. We're gonna go look at it because that's a crazy cool chart. And that's the charts I like to back trade. I like to look at them. I like to see, hey, what's happened in the past? Have we had a gap like this in the past? What could I do in the future? And then I just set up my trade on it and we see what happens from there. So that's the only, and I'm really just looking for these gaps to clear areas of support resistance, to clear areas of sideways chop consolidation. And Chewy is a terrible gap. It's inside candle. KNX, not your favorite close. LHX is okay. Could look at that one real quick. And NOG is actually interesting too. And that's it. Let's look at this epic trade by our boy Zach. Yeah, so pretty sweet double top coming in. Played it with a 10 EMA and a double top, a double whammy. Afternoon rollover play after we had a really nice, probably can't see it down here, but 1, 2, maybe I don't even know how to count this one without seeing it all. This is a 5 up here, so yeah, really, really cool. Nice work, my friend. New stop here, really good new stop placement. Man, look how it retested that area. So this is some double top action. Look at this double top, this perfect breakdown, this just like best, you're just like such a hero if you short that candle right there and you go, all right, let me just make all the money because my name is Zach Johnson and I'm big time smarts. Cool chart. The wick retest felt so good. Yeah, man. That is it's cool. Yeah, and it's great too because you can throw your stop right there. Like once this candle comes in, the second candle after it breaks those two, you're like, bang, done. I'm a genius, the best trader in the world. And then it wicks you out like after you say that. So try not to say that out loud. So it'll be like, bam, you're gone. I'm like, oh no, I said the thing too loud and the market heard me. All right, so going back to right where what stock was I looking up? It was just AXP first. All right, where's RLT, XP? There we go. All right, AXP. Ooh, interesting gap, really interesting gap. AXP, the rich man's credit card. They don't accept it except at high-end fashion stores. Yeah, so AXP is pretty cool. I like it. It's pretty interesting. So really the things I'm looking at on this one, I mean, it's also well, you should have, yeah. If I don't know why you didn't just spend every last dollar you had at buying calls at open. That was the obvious move. Zach knew that too, but he was like, I'm just gonna make like an R.5 or 1.7 Rs instead of making $64 billion. So, all right. That's fine though, because at least didn't lose $64 billion, which he had to lose. Trend line, really, really cool. Bang, 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 bang. Another one. Bam, bam. Results were very quick. But so we got a really, really interesting consolidation triangle pattern coming in. I love this. I love this last 3 days pattern right here where we pushed up, we closed above it. We put in a bearish candle yesterday with decent volume. Today we just gapped up above everything. And we pushed hard. Because it's AXP, it's not just like, I don't think we're just going to absolutely moon up out of here right now, like this gap. But even if you look at it, this is COVID gaps are a whole different breed of gaps. But if you look at how this one worked, it's very similar pattern, similar price action to how we got it. What happened? We gapped off of a bearish candle after a few days up. We gapped above an entire several months of consolidation. And we did retest nicely before moving higher, right? So that's one of the things we're just looking at in hey, what happened before? This is a bearish gap and go. This is a bearish candle, so it's a gap and go. And so we're gapping up. And we could see that it retested this gap. It did not fill the gap. A gap fill would have been all the way down here. So we did not fill the gap, and then we pushed higher. So there's one just kind of example we could see going back in time, looking at it. Here's another one, pretty interesting gap on AXP. This is an earnings gap. We have a huge consolidation of, I don't know, a month off of the 200 simple moving average in 2018. And then we gap above several months price action. So what do we do on that one? We almost fill the gap. We eventually actually do fill the gap before running higher. So we can see that this one was a retest gap, and we filled the gap more, and then we moved up higher. So that's really interesting to see as well. Really strong. We were gapping into an all-time high at that point. So a deeper retracement makes a lot of sense. A deeper pullback is all right, we gapped into an all-time high. We ran to an all-time high. We wicked into an all-time high. All the people buying here are probably not, they haven't been at real life trading long for more than 13 seconds. And so those people are going to lose. People are going to buy back down here who bought down here the first time. They sold here. And then we just have that continuation of the trend. Another gap right here, really, really strong, really, really good gap. So we were pushing down into this gap, the reverse of what we just did on our last gap. We were pushing up into it and put in a bear candle. This we were pushing down and put in a bull candle. We gapped up, we retested just about the open of that candle, and then we pushed higher, which this is a really interesting gap to me. I really like this one, really like seeing it, how to play it, see how you would have played it. And so what I'll do is I'll just actually go through and I'll back trade every single one of these if I'm going to take a trade on AXP. We don't necessarily, we're kind of doing that, but I'm just kind of walking through it and talking about it. I'll go through and I'll be like, all right, man, I know what happens, but I'm telling myself, well, why did this happen? So then I draw lines and I go all right, well, here's our line. We closed above it. Some kind of retest makes sense. I also, about an hour ago, said, hey, buying half that candle makes a lot of sense. So just make this a buy. So you're buying there, you're buying here, and maybe you buy a third position there. And that's your whole position. You buy 1, 2, 3 there, and you put your stop right here. Stop. Something like that. You go, all right, well, this is how I'm going to play this. You go, bam, 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 bam. You go, all right, I've filled on 1/3 of my order. Should I have played it more aggressively? What should I have done? At this gap up, I was just playing it. This gap up, this is where you play more aggressively because you just had this rotation, the really another good gap. Playing a breakout from this area would have been your second entry, and you never really get filled in your third. So that's how I might have played that next one. And that's a really pretty price action. I really like how that one, oh no, how that one played out. We're back. That was annoying. It doesn't usually do that. And then that's kind of the main gaps on AXP. So let's go back, look at it. November 9th, 2020. Did I miss that one, or did I look? Is that the 2021 I looked at? Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, November 9th. Yeah, wild. Yeah, this one I looked at. Yeah, no, that's. So good. And honestly, so I would have played this one. Half the candle, number one, and also half the candle is also this open. So it's bang, there's my first entry. Always done. That was easy. All right, second entry, open of a big bullish candle oftentimes is good support. Bang, there's my second entry. I don't always do 4 entries or 3 entries or whatever, but generally on gaps, I'll do 3. Gaps or big candles or something. If I'm playing it kind of in a bigger position size, I'll try to get in like 400 shares. And so I'll divide it by 20%, 30%, 50%, something like that on the shares. And then I just play it from there. But yeah, I mean, that's probably how I would have played this one. And yeah, just got filled on half of the little over half right here. This one didn't fill. You would have known at this gap that this was not filling. So you could have bought a limit buy of this gap fill, and you would have got filled over here on it. And then on a new high right here, you would have exited the whole position for whatever kind of gain this was, or collared it or done something. But anytime it makes a nice new high right here, after having such a big open gap, I'm gonna take some kind of profits. I'm not just gonna be like, I'm gonna hold this one until I'm a billionaire. And you could have done that. Oh, always sell too early is my philosophy. And then I don't get so mad at myself when I do it. So yeah, looking at this one, knowing that what literally just happened on all those candles is like, all right, well, right here, bam, there it is. There's our level, AXP. We got a really nice little support line right there. If we go out to the weekly, we'll see it even smoother right there. We got some support on that candle one day. All right, there's number one. Honestly, just where the market is, I kind of want to do. I don't want to do one here. It's too aggressive for me. That's probably how I do it though. 1, 2 free, done and done. Well, that was easy. All right. There's a setup on XP. I probably will take this if I'm being honest. Like, this is why I set up these gaps. Like, this is the whole reason I run this deal, is to look at them, to take it, to see what happens. I'll do more analysis. I'll look through, I'll draw some trend lines. I'll look at the weekly, I'll look at the monthly, which I haven't looked at and it's been a minute. The monthly looks interesting. I mean, it looks strong. We came down, we retested this level perfectly, and we're pushing up higher. And so, does it look like I'm barely buying a pullback on the monthly? It does. It certainly does. But I'm not trying to be in this trade forever either. So if I was going to be like, I'm gonna buy AXP and hold it for the rest of my life, I mean, my buys would be down here. They'd just be retesting this big candle halfway, which I love that the second entry on this is retesting this candle halfway, especially if we close like up here. This month closes nicely without a giant upper wick. Like if we retest tomorrow, this candle would look kind of gross. We wouldn't, I mean, it wouldn't look that bad, but just not as good, because then we'd know that if we got above that wick, it'd be really cool. So there's pluses and minuses if you're already playing it. So this weekly looks really cool. I like that a lot. Really, I mean, such a strong pattern with this hammer coming in. It retested, it wicked below these 3 candles. And then we just crushed today. Like, yeah, really, really cool pattern above the 100. I love that this entry is the 100. This entry, like, honestly, if you just have one entry, that's it. I'm just gonna be patient. I miss trades almost as often as I get COVID, which is like seemingly all the time. It seems it's like a weekly occurrence. All right, fine. I've had it twice, but it feels, when you have it, feels like you have it more than whatever. But yeah, this trade looks really good right here. And if I miss it, whatever. Moving on with life. And yeah, perfect. Yeah, I love it. Wait, which one was it? Hold on, 2 seconds. Yeah, 162. Okay, perfect. It's like half of a gap fill on there. Yeah, this entry is cool. I like it. I'm gonna deal with that. Don't forget. Hold on. Just so you guys know what I'm doing. That's a limit buy. So is this. And there you go. Cool. There it is. All right. So yeah, that's basically that's basically like how I'm figuring these gaps out, what to do, where to do them. Not Nog. What's the other one that's interesting? Nog. I think they sell eggnog is why it's named that. This is the number one eggnog manufacturer in the world. Like tens of gallons a year, I think, is produced, because at least. Yeah, it's an oil-based eggnog. I think that's why this says that. That's why you're confused. It's an oil-based eggnog instead of a raw egg-based eggnog. Look at this trend though. Jeez. That ain't bearish. I don't love this gap. It's a great trend. It's good. It's interesting. If I bought this one, I'd try to just buy it here and here and here. That's it. And I'd have a stop right here. Will it work? I don't know. I'm not going to analyze this one anymore, because I just don't love it. Just where we run to, because even say I get into, where are we at? 30, 32. I'm already in Bank of America, which has been an annoying stock for me. If I get in at 31, so call it 32, I can make some money up to 38. All right, whatever. I'll flag it. Get the old flagging and purple. And we're done. Are we still supplying them all with liquid natural gas? I don't know the answer to that, probably. I mean, who else would be? Yeah, so it's interesting. It's if that plays out, not Russia, that is for sure. If that plays out, yeah, I mean, that could be a nice little push down, pop up. Really good trend line, and this trend line is cool. It's not like an emote or anything, but it's kind of neat. So yeah, I like that one. But yeah, so I'm in Bank of America is another one of these that I played, and I don't play banks usually. Jeremy's always like, I never play banks, and I was like, man, I'm gonna play some banks. I just don't. I don't have like a thing against it. Besides, yeah, they don't move a lot, and it's like I'm in this and I'm in Shopify, and Shopify's like, I'm up 46%. Look how bullish I am. And this is like, I'm up 0.31%. You're making some money, and I'm like, cool. Because it feels like this is another one I threw out to all my traders plan peeps, and probably some got stopped out if they had hard stops here. That is true. I don't know. But I basically, once this candle came in, we were like, all right, well, this, like, if you're back trading it, this candle is supremely bullish. Like, this was on earnings as well. So like, it's bank. So here's the thing. It's a bank. Our interest rates, I mean, they're able to just take cash overnight and get like 4% on it. More than that now. And so it's like, yeah, banks should be doing a little bit okay right now. It would seem to me that a bank should be able to make money in this environment. Yes, that would be my guess. So yeah, we gapped down. We absolutely just looked like supreme death at this point, like right there. Everyone's like, well, Bank of America is going to zero. I guess banks are going out of business. And then it ended up here. I was like, that's interesting. We're above the 200, 100, 10, 50, all of them, all the things. You can just say all the things. It's a lot quicker. We're closing above the 10, closing above the 20, and above the 200. And our next area is right about now. And look at this hammer. Oh, I'm gonna run out of time in 6 minutes. 1 week. Get rid of all my drawings. Look at this hammer. Look at that hammer. Are you kidding me? I've always wanted to own a bank. Jeremy should start one. I agree. I like that. I like that sentiment. And yeah, that's another reason you should trade banks, is just so you'd be like, people are like, what do you do for a living? You're like, I own a bank. And it's like, oh, well, come here, sir. I have a table for you. Like, yeah, thank you. But yeah, this hammer, get out of town. So good. We haven't closed above this candle yet. I get it. Whatever. But yeah, so I was like, buy here it, and buy here it, and see what happens. We did that. A bunch of people got wicked out. on. I got in. I was like, all right, I'm in like 1,200 shares of Bank of America. This is fun. Let's see what happens. Let's see how much money I lose. It's not looking good. So this came in. I was like, all right, well, I got into some puts on this level because I was like, this is gross. This is not exactly how I envisioned this trade going. And so, yeah, well, this isn't great. Got into some puts and we've gone up only since. So today I sold a call at 36.50 because this thing pays almost $0 for the call they could sell on it. Oh my gosh, banks pay nothing. If you're trying to buy banks and make premium in selling covered calls, you better have like 20 billion. You better be Warren Buffett. This is his second biggest position. You better have some size because I got paid 50 cents for these things up here. That was cool. So I made $50 per share. So that's like what, $600. Yay! But if I get called away there, that'll be cool. I have a cost average of 34. That's 36. It's not the coolest trade ever. But I don't know. I can say I own a bank. So there you go. But this candle, that's why I played it. And I would play it again. I played JP Morgan. It's looking a lot dumber. I'm also in JP Morgan because of this candle. And same thing, got wicked into some puts. And it's up right now. Whatever. When I was young, I used to tell women I had a diamond mine. Yeah, but was there any truth to that? Because see, this bank thing, if you own one share of Bank of America, like you're not lying anymore. No, there's no truth to it. All right, well, let's see. My bank idea makes you a more honest person. So it's a win-win for everyone involved. Everyone gets to win on my watch. Except when we lose, like all the time. There's that. There's that part that like I put a little asterisk on it and be like, except when we lose occasionally all the time. Just lose less than you win though. That's a good rule of thumb. So yeah, that was that. And I don't really have much else. I'm gonna get kicked off here in 3 minutes. Oh yeah, Shopify. I actually did Shopify today. I am out of Shopify. It's it. I'm done, gone, and bang. What a trade. This trade made my month. And yeah, that was cool. So I'm gonna buy a bunch more shares on a pullback. And there's my first level. And it goes all the way down to here, 35. Just in random increments of things. I don't know where my actual chart is. Something like that. A little something like that is my Shopify chart. I'm gonna buy a bunch of shares, see if it works. See how many I can get. And this one you can make some premium. Like, because you can own some shares on Shopify, especially like my dollar cost average is 35 on this thing. I mean, if you own 1,000 shares, it's for $35,000. And so you can sell covered calls. I got called away on some at like 45, I think today, which is it annoying because it's like, I could have made an extra. Yeah, of course, whatever. But I mean, when you get paid on those, like $1.20 or something for a couple of weeks, then you're making % per year. You're making a lot of money, right? Because if you're getting paid 45 cents in a month, that you're making an extra 1% a year. So if you can make 90 cents every month, you make an extra 2%. Just try not to get called away at like 30. That'd be sad. But yeah, so got called away, sold the rest, all out, 100% out of Shopify right now. For the second time, I haven't even talked about this one today at all, but I got out right over here on Shopify for first time. And now this is the second time exiting all. Now let's do it. I'm going to play this one until it just does this and I lose because it's worked really well the last 2 times. I bought some dips. Round number 3. Let's do it, Shopify. Can you be the thing that makes my year? Maybe.
Definitely looks like it.
Man, it's not doing bearish things right now. That's for sure.
No, it's very hard to. Well, Intel. I feel like Intel is the only one you can find if we're really playing Fine Waldo.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's been like that for a bit now. This thing's just been
It wasn't a new trend today. That's for sure.
it's been not being very cool to its buyers for a little while. Like there was like that 2020 drop, you guys remember, and then that was it. It was like the 2020 drop continued to drop for the next 3 years. That was the story of Intel. It goes down.
Not looking good. I think the next catalyst is if they do drop that dividend, it's going to get rough for them.
Oh, true. Yeah. What is the dividend right now? It's pretty decent.
Yeah, let me look it up.
0.3 so per. I don't know what that is. Math is hard.
Dividends. It's probably decent. The question is, yeah. I mean,
45.
it's 4.91% as of right now. It's not horrible, but I think there's some better opportunities at this moment.
Can you make more than 4.5% a year not buying a stock that's gone down only? Maybe. Possible.
Yeah, 4.9% divvies, but then you're down 40% per position.
You're only down 60%
I
if you bought here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, man. Well, I'll stop sharing. I'll let you take over to man the afternoon room, the last hour of the free week. Man, oh man, it went quick.
This room is gonna be fire.
Yeah, man, get it, Dan. I will see you guys all later. Thanks for hanging out with me. Peace out, team. I'll stop my recording.
Awesome. Love the analysis as usual. Mr. Yates, I think we're still live streaming, which is beautiful. Let me get a record going here. Yates, you might have to make me host if you have not yet.
Yeah, give me a second. All right, where we at?
I was like, oh no, he left. Now we're stuck.
Here, I gotta copy the chat pane to get some info out of it too. So I'll be here for a second. All right, where we at? Main coast. Boom, done.
All right, awesome. Record to cloud. Yep. What is up, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, day traders, closet swing traders? It is DJ Dan in the afternoon room. Hope all you party people are doing absolutely incredible. Hope you guys had a good day. For day trades, I took nothing. I was on the mic. I had a couple calls I had to take care of with some of the members afterwards, and got back, and we've already run the pace. So I did nothing, and I'm perfectly fine, okay with that today, because it's been a solid week. It's been a outstanding January, to say the least, and then we throw this free week in here in January too. Met a lot of new people. It's very, very cool, intelligent people that you guys are in this room right now. Just focus on making changes, enriching lives, and this is what the markets has the ability to do for people, which is insane. So I do appreciate all you guys hanging out. Redfin on the list. Now we could add Redfin. At least I don't believe it's on the list. Redfin. And beautiful. All right. Now it's on the list. Awesome. But pretty wild day in the market. Obviously, now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bullish days in a row. Keep in mind, those 2 bullish days, technically they're inside days, even though this one did drop slightly below it. Obviously, bulls came in, bought this one up. This was an impressive gap at open, just almost into that resistance. We already had the retest. Sentiment still bullish. Nice little wick at the end of the day, though. So we'll see if this one wants to play out. Again, I mean, Friday, Thursday, here's Wednesday, here's Tuesday, here's Monday. Every single day this week was bullish. Some people at the end of the day taking some profits. I get it. Here's our first test into, here's our last VPOC, right? So you guys know I use VPOCs a lot. I even have the blue line right there. There's our last test into it. We got rejected, slight breakthrough, and then came down, rejected, closed underneath it. But we already retested this once. Could we get a little pullback? We're getting a little extended from that 10 EMA. That being said, it's going to be very, very difficult, I think, still to fight the bears unless we get Black Swan event, something crazy over the weekend. I obviously don't foresee that, or could foresee that. So we will see how this one wants to play out. This could also be, just looking at this, I would probably go This was a 1, this is a 2, this was out 3, 4, and some type of 5 ABC. So I think this is a new 1, 2. This could have been out 3, 4, 5, right? And if this is out 5, we get up into the zone. I still think 410 is definitely going to be in play. I think actually in the morning, sometime during the morning room, I said, yeah, I think everybody's kind of watching this 410 zone. I do think it could probably go a little bit higher before, if we get a big rollover. I don't know, but if we do get the rollover, we probably, I think, break this 410. If I was to just take a wild stab in the dark, but I think everybody's looking at 410 on the SPY as a potential rollover spot. So even in the morning room, I was like, we could probably get to like 408-ish, and then we start to pull back slightly, and people kind of think it's over, and then you make that move. So we almost looks like we just broke above that 408, and could we get a little bit of resting Monday, Tuesday, end of the month? People want to end the month with profits in their little purses. This could be a good spot to do it, maybe for the beginning. But again, unless we get some crazy sentiment, next week is going to be wild. Make sure, whether you're with us or not, make sure you are paying attention to next week very, very carefully when you trade. There is a ton of earnings coming out. We also have the Fed supposedly raising rates, or FOMC meeting on Wednesday, February 1st. We also have Google, we have Apple, we have Snapchat, we got Meta, we got just a bunch of, and I only throw Snapchat in because some reason the markets react off of Snapchat, which realistically it's because they're usually one of the first tech companies, social media tech companies that comes out. And if they have bad earnings, especially specifically regarding that they see a decrease in advertising, then I think the rest of the market looks at it like, well, if advertising's down in social media, that might also affect Meta, that might affect Google, that might affect some of the other guys. So Snapchat, for whatever reason, market looks at it, and I think it's just because they're one of the early reactors to it. It is on the list, so we'll take a look at that for sure. Otherwise, we'll see. We're getting into some kind of resistance after just an incredible run that we've already had. There's only 2 more trading days left of the month. And again, I think people might want to ring the register, but I'm not bearish. I'm not bearish yet. I'm going to need some kind of fundamental candle breakdown. Any red candles at this point, I think would just be some kind of a pullback, little resting period. And then we look to maybe break through, could be maybe even that Wednesday. So we'll see. We'll see how this wants to go. But obviously we have this beautiful wick in place. If we start breaking out of this one, since we already retested this VPOC, I'm looking now for 407.49 to break. Exactly where I drew that blue line about 2 days ago, 3 days ago, whatever it was. I'm looking for some kind of a breakthrough, come back. That would be the retest. And then I think that takes us to, I think about 413 would be realistic. And I think 418 and change is my actual target. So I think we have a little bit of ways to go in a bullish direction, providing that we can get that next little leg up, either from earnings, either from the Fed, something like that. But that's what I'm looking for. And then once we get to that 418, doesn't mean don't buy puts here, by the way. You could buy puts, protect positions. That's fine. Just give it some time in the zone. And then around that 418, I'm looking for some kind of a bigger pullback. We'll see. We'll see how it wants to play out. And if we continue this catalyst, I think a lot of this has to do with squeezing. A lot of people got FOMO that we had the bottom, and how do I get in? And a lot of anticipation for the potential Fed pivot. At SPY 410, 411, then 419. Then if the wind is strong behind us, then that 430 could be in play. But I'm thinking we get to that 418. And I don't know, even if we hit that 418, I don't know if we make new lower lows and we get that big massive sell-off. Anything's possible. But I think that would be a good spot for a significant pullback, bigger retrace of this bigger overall move, and that could take us a little bit lower, put some more fear in the market, and then probably about a 50% retrace from the bottoms here, somewhere around this 376, 76, all the way up to that 418. I think we could probably draw some kind of decent fib and look for a much bigger sell-off, and then look to either rebuy or see how the market wants to react there. But we're not showing any real signs of every single dip's been bought up. We have PCE today. very weak attempt to even sell off, and any little bit of a sell off at that report, we bought that up. We had consumer sentiment today. Again, we sold off a little bit on consumer sentiment, double bottomed in the SPY and came right back. So I don't want to take the foot off the bullish direction, especially for day trades. But if you're in something right now, I would look to sell some calls potentially, start to piece off some profits. If the market gives you money, make sure you take it, you put it, you could always reinvest it. It's better to do that than just to let things ride, comes back, you stop out for a loss, and now you gotta kind of start fresh. Right. So just control the balance sheets. Pull off when you can. Can't wait to see SPY come back to those levels. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I wish I knew exactly, but those are if the momentum continues, the squeeze happens. There's a lot of people that were bearish up into this. I mean, it was a pretty much given from the markets. The Fed telling us, hey, we're raising rates. Don't buy stocks. We don't want you to buy stocks. I don't know what more clear signal that people had. So people were definitely in this thing short and down a lot last year. Maybe some kind of a just smaller rebound, and we'll see what happens. So market is going higher too fast with no change to economic situation. There is some changes to economic situation. That's a good point. The market, no, obviously we're still getting more data points. We do have, at least from the reports, inflation is starting to come down, it looks like, right? So we do have a little bit of a change there. We still have the Fed hiking interest rates, and it's going to be interesting to see. I think most people are expecting the 2.5 basis point. Could be a 5 with this run that we've had, and it's possible as well. But I think more than likely we're probably still sitting at that 0.25. So yes, rates are still going higher. Regardless, rates are definitely still going higher. But what's happening is stocks usually lead us into a recession, and then stocks are usually the first thing out of recession, because nobody would look at the Qs right now and try to buy this ETF thinking in a year from now it will be the same price. Because why would you put your money in something that stays stagnant? Right? You're investing, you're putting your money in, buying something with the expectation that in the next 6 months, in the next year, your position is going to be worth more than what you put it in now, right? So you're investing for the future. So the entire stock market is not based on what's happening today, but it's based on where they see the market in the next 6 months to a year, 18 months, and so forth. So that's how people are looking at the market, and they're seeing that, hey, maybe we are at the tailwind at a lot of the inflation problem, and it's not today, but in the near future, a lot of this thing might be kind of heading away. Rock says 0.5% no rate hike. Reed says 99.23% chance of that is what I think the general market is expecting, that 25 basis point. If they come out with a 5, I think market tanks. I think the market comes down a lot, and maybe that's what the Fed needs. So we'll see. Time will tell. We got till Wednesday, 8:30 a.m. Eastern. The Qs, again, nice breakout. If I was to look at any trade ever, and this is my chart, I would never be like, I would be like, great for everybody in this thing. But if I'm looking to enter an individual stock, not an ETF, not this, and I'm like, okay, it was here how long ago? And you're telling me I got to buy it all the way up here. This is my price. There's a certain element of chasing that I think would come into play in my mind in this. And maybe this is, again, wave 1, 2, this was out 3, 4, 5. This is supposed to be the ABC, and this is a gap up, right? And maybe that starts a new wave count, get a little bit higher, do a full another wave. It's possible, but it makes it very, very difficult to go bullish without any type of pullback. So I'm kind of waiting for some kind of pullback, whether it happens or not. Swing trading, I think, becomes a little difficult in a bullish direction. We'll see if there's, as we go through the list, we'll see if there's anything that comes up. And again, I also don't want to step in front of a bus driven by bears. That could hurt a lot. So we'll see. But Q's pretty decent little close. Even this VPOC. So the Q is actually still looking a little bit better than the rest of the market. So we have this VPOC up here. The last one that really came in there. We had one down here. We had one. We're closing. We close above all VPOCs on the Qs. That's very extremely bullish. The next spot that we'd be looking for targets on the Qs is probably going to take us to about, that's a good rejection right there. That's a 293 or 298.13. So that's the spot. If we could break that wick, next one becomes 307.29. That's massive. Very possible. So we'll see. But again, I would love some kind of pullback. What I love and what the market wants to give me is two different things, though. Todd says, contrary to what your real estate boys say, real estate leads the stock market out of recessions and down markets. It depends. Honestly, so it depends. I would say more than not, you're looking at stocks coming first. We still, I don't think full real estate has really hit the bottom yet, right? And I'm not sure exactly what they were referencing, but usually the stocks are the first ones that start to build. It doesn't have to be. We don't have to go V-shape. It doesn't have to be like this. We could go like this, and then this could be a slower grind higher. Could take a while, and then maybe real estate starts stabilizing first. But especially with the scenario that we have now, and again, they're gonna be more real estate focused. So they'll definitely have more details in regards to specific real estate. But we do know that the Fed is still raising rates, regardless of anything. I think we at least get another 0.25. So what does that mean? That means the Fed is now charging the banks more money to rent to loan money, right? The banks still need, as Yates talked about, the banks kind of want to make money. That's their job. The one thing to do is make money. So they're going to now have to loan that money at still slightly higher rates than they are today, right? And therefore, again, consumers are looking at this and going, great, now it's up, instead of 8%, I'm paying 8.5% for the same money that I need to borrow, right? So I think it's going to be a little bit of a slower grind here for real estate. When the Fed pivots, that I think will, and by pivoting, they could reduce the rate, or they could take some bigger nosedives down, just because if they realize, hey, we've done this way too quick, you're going to see some bigger moves on the Fed reversing those rates a lot. And I think that is going to be more of a sign for the real estate, right? But usually, again, people with money, they have a better opportunity at getting the real estate, right? So if you're an investor into real estate, you're looking for probably drop dead rates, foreclosures. You're looking at a lot of things going down. So it depends on, I guess, the angle that you want to look at for that. But we got QS. And the other thing too, and I'm saying for a common person trying to buy a house to live in, not somebody that's trying to pick up their fourth house or just do flips or things like that. So it's a little bit different. But if the stock market is down, if I have investments, I have a 401k, I have Roth IRAs, a regular traditional IRAs, and this stock market does this every single day, every single week, every single month, that's going to affect my consumer sentiment, which we saw the report today. And I'm going to be like, you know what? I don't have the same money that I had a year ago, and the rates are higher. Is this the time that I could really afford to buy the house? If you're sitting there with cash, if you're sitting there with loans, if you're sitting there with, you're ready, good to go, that's the best time, right? But it's different if you're a regular consumer trying to buy a house to live in. All right, so that's the cues. We're going to see if we could get that break, but we close at the neckline. I do love where that VPOC is. Pretty, even though we had a wick, relatively strong close to it. And I still think bullish is probably the direction. Todd says they're going lower on interest rates to have better real estate market. They're going to lower on interest rates to have a better real estate market on end of year. 2024, 2025 would probably be the right time frame. I 100% agree with that. They don't want inflation. They don't want the Michael Burry second spike, meaning that we've had inflation, whether it's due to COVID, printing insane amounts of money. We had inflation just rise. Now they have to raise all those rates, the Fed rates. People are going to be cautious. That's looking good. This is the problem. Once we get back down here, which we're not there quite yet, but once we get down there, this is the portion of that, and we'll get back to Goldman, but this is the portion of it where this is a different type of scenario than we've seen this is probably a little bit closer related to the 70s, right? Any of the other .com bubbles, the housing crash, all that stuff, people were like, what's happening with the economy? What's going on? And there's no clear time frame. Here, the entire move is manipulated solely by the Fed at this point. It's what the Fed needs to happen in order to their two mandates is max employment and keeping prices under control. That's it. So they're trying to balance the two. So once this thing comes down, we haven't really seen a dip really in the unemployment market. A little bit, nothing crazy, right? So there's still a lot of people with jobs. There's still a lot of people that, I mean, it's been a short time, so a year, but before that, there was a big monster boom in the economy. There's still a lot of money floating out there, right? So as this thing comes down, and now people are going and start anticipating that the Fed is going to start to pivot or lower rates, well, that's just a signal to buy, right? And as they start to buy stocks, the same thing, they're looking to buy more products. They're trying to get back into the real estate game. They're like, this house is cheap and I can make money. And that demand starts to grow. As the demand grows, the price starts to grow, right? And now you have that same situation where we have that double inflation. And during this period, the market's going to feel thrilled, right? They're like, it's over. We hit the bottom. We're rallying. We feel good. But meanwhile, that inflation comes back and the Fed has the same decision to do. And that next one is going to be a rough one. If that has to happen again, they're going beyond what they have to because they have to keep this under control. And even the 0.25 basis hikes, I don't know specifically that the Fed is going to pivot and just start dropping rates down to 1% very quickly. I've seen some reports that that's what people think they might do. I don't know. Because the longer they could keep the rates where they're at, the longer they could bleed that inflation and make it a little bit more consistent and drain some of the money from the economy. And that's what they essentially need to do. Todd says the second spike in inflation and the true recession actually comes in will be right after the Fed lowers interest rates. Historically, this is when it happens and where the boy Wonderberry is getting that this is happening. He studies history, but more important, he knows where to study history. Yep. I'll give him credit. I mean, I think he's pretty intelligent. I see the thesis, and again, Kathy Woods has a slightly different one, and it depends on whose pays out. Kathy Woods would be a much more rosy, soft landing type. Michael Burry would be the relatively hard landing type scenario. All right, so we have, again, 2 green days in a row. Those were kind of inside. I would also classify that inside. So really, 1, 2, 3. Today was an inside day, really, of yesterday. We did try to break. We got rejected. On something like this, again, the market's ripping, and you have Goldman Sachs kind of coming down a little bit. I would be forced to do some kind of a fib on this one just to see. Looks like we got rejected right off that 518. Kind of at a crucial point if you're looking to take it. I do see this nice little double bottom in here. All right, so this is 1, 2. We know at least from this move, we're sitting right at that 50% retrace. And the next spot, if we continue bullish, look for somewhere around the 359.72 zone. If we do one more fib, you're going to tell I kind of like fibs. They make sense to me. Let's take a fib of this much bigger bullishness. I would say it started about here. And it looks like the top of it is right about here. Probably we're in no man's land. This is a good double bottom right off that 50% retracement of this much bigger move. That's the spot you're looking to buy. That's the spot you're looking to buy. We've got a little bit of bullishness in the way right now. But I would say whether this thing, and I don't know if this thing is, we're going to retest that 50. This is it. We go a little bit higher to that 618. And then we do make a much bigger roll. Could happen. Or I'd be looking for maybe what I would probably be doing is looking for some kind of pullback to about just under 350 somewhere. And then try to attempt a bullish move. The reason I would do this is because I got clear stops. If that candle breaks, it's over. This would give me decent risk reward, even up into the whatever price that is. Looks like 374-ish. All right. If we get 374, that looks almost like 2 Rs. So yeah, if Goldman Sachs pulls back a little bit, I think it's probably more of a buy opportunity. Again, I don't know exactly which way this runs. We've obviously been on some kind of a downtrend, but we do have a nice little double bottom at a very crucial spot based on this last monster move. CVX. Yep. Is that on my list yet or no? Okay, we'll add that to the list and we'll cover the fibs on that too. So yeah, any pullbacks that'd be interesting in buying with a stop there. It's either going to be a loss of an R or magnificent win. But I don't really, if this thing comes down, more than likely, so let's say even if we're wrong on this bullish trade on Goldman, I would say this happens, we get stopped out, and I could bet almost anything that this thing comes back, does some kind of retest, and we could also flip the position here. So we'd be down 1 R if this thing does not go bullish. And then I'd be looking definitely to flip this position, go short around here, and we, even if you lock a 1.2, you're positive between the two attempts. But again, I don't know if this thing goes bullish or bearish, but I would say you have a clear spot for good risk to reward on that trade. All right, I'm going to wait on the trade, so I'm not going to take it or set it officially yet, but I'm going to leave that and just watch it, see how the next couple days go. Specifically, if we could get some kind of pullback Monday, Tuesday, would be interesting. I don't know what this rando target is from Roku, so I might as well just delete that off the chart. Roku had a little day today, 6.5%, 6.58%. Nice bullish engulfing candle. We are above the 10. We came in, we respected that 10 almost 3 times in a row. You got a nice little break, good bullish, good volume at least. This candle's green. You're still actually down from the day before from close. And then you had a nice little gap up, beautiful retest. This looks like potential breakout for Roku. The immediate resistance on this thing is going to be 59.77. Watch this little E down here very closely. Let's see. February 16th is when they report earnings. So if I was to take a trade on this one, if I'm in this thing, I would essentially want to be out of this thing by the 16th. So if you're going to take this thing, you still have about 2 weeks, two and a half weeks, something like that, to get out and have a nice trade. I would definitely be concerned up in the zone though. So, and I would be concerned because I think this is a rejection spot just under 60. I could be wrong, but I think with only 2.5 weeks left, if we get up there, even that slight little pullback for a retest is going to take us very close to that earnings. And then that earnings is probably going to dictate that move if it's bullish, or again, if they continue to make no money and in the verge of going out of business, probably to the downside. But that's we're getting a little bit close, and I think resistance might hinder a bigger breakout for right now. Let's look at the Googs. 1.9% on the day. Nice little double top. Definitely coming into some resistance zone. This to me looks like we've kind of already, I mean, Yates, I don't know. You might agree. To me, it looks like this could be a 1, 2. This entire move is 3, 4, 5 into good resistance. Probably would think maybe a little bit of a pullback, at least into this little VPOC. Maybe even that one. It's a lot. That's a big resistance right here. Decent day, and you also have. It doesn't look like the best bull trap, but you've had a little bit of bull trap. So we did get above this prior candle. Immediately got shot right back down. Yeah, this did wick higher. That's an interesting wick. Again, nice little gap down. What kind of gap is this? Looks like a retest to me. All of this could be the retest. Hit that last VPOC. Nice little bull trap on top. Maybe. Again, I don't know. I don't know if we start breaking this. I couldn't tell you. But we do have earnings coming out next week. So if there's a time for this thing to break or be saved, this is Thursday. Probably after the bell. So Thursday after the bell, we have earnings. So that's not going to give us a lot of time for a trade, but be watching that. We might not even break out of this thing prior to earnings. We might get a little bit of back forth chop, and then that or this, depending on how that report looks. And they might even get some sympathy from, I don't know when Meta reports, but there might be a couple companies prior to them. And maybe they get a push a little bit ahead of time. Government's been trying to break Google up for a while now. I feel like that's a good rotation story that they just have in like their Rolodex. Like, shoot, we don't have anything to say today. Flip to February. What do we do? Let's break up Google. I think that story, I heard that one today too. And I don't know. They've been doing that for a while. Let's see. This is a nice looking move. Lots of room on Amazon. But the downfall, another Thursday. So far we got Amazon and we got Google on Thursday. Definitely a gap fill to be had. I do have some calls on Amazon currently. They are doing quite well. I would probably be out of them by Wednesday. I'd probably actually, you know what? I'd probably be out of them by Tuesday before the Fed meeting. Just in case the market does something and this thing moves with it, then I'm kind of just trapped in this thing until the report. So I'll probably be getting out of my calls on Tuesday, but I definitely eyeing this gap down for sure. We close with a VPOC above every other VPOC in this entire stratosphere of stocks. And then the next immediate target is going to be probably 107.57. If I could get to 107.57 by Monday or late Tuesday, that's where I'm going to sell. I'm going to take this one, although I could see it come up a little bit higher to this 111 zone. That earnings is going to be interesting. The one thing though on Amazon, so if you guys go through the Microsoft reports, the one thing that was a little bit of a shining star for them, a little bit, was the web services. And you did see Amazon kind of follow Microsoft on that. So I would say that's a decent little move, which could give Amazon a little bit of hope. And consumer confidence was decent today too. It kind of fell in line. So we might see a little positivity. Maybe I'll sell some. Maybe I'll sell some and hold the rest. We'll see. We'll see how the Monday, Tuesday plays out. But just be careful on this one. I do think that we could look at. I'd probably be more interested on day trades than a swing trade on this one, just because maybe we could play some continuation. That's a beautiful breakout. I love where this thing comes in, this VPOC, where we actually got that close. So any type of little pullback that comes in, the next buy spot, which would be interesting, is $98.13 on Amazon. But again, that has to happen very quickly. I'd want to see that Monday, and then just I would blindly enter there and just see where we could bounce to. If that's the case, that's a very, very close date to earnings. Plus, investors like it when the tech companies do massive layoffs. Yeah, they do. And we've seen layoffs. The biggest issue, honestly, is that that's not a lot. Between all of the big companies, we haven't really laid off that many. We've laid off some people, but not as many as you would think, comparative to everybody who works for those big companies. Beautiful candle on Snapchat today. Yeah, be careful. So they're Tuesday. Yep. Everyone's going to be watching Snapchat. Probably 1 out of every 10 people might own a single share of Snapchat, but everybody's going to be watching Snapchat. Snapchat will, in a weird way, move the markets because, again, they're the first of the plate. First ones at bat. Beautiful breakout. That's a really, really nice breakout on Snapchat. If they do well, then you got they really timed this Fed meeting poorly. I was going to say you'll probably see after hours the entire market kind of move, but then you go right into the Fed the next morning, like 10 hours later. We'll see. Next target though for me on this one, if you do want to play this one, or if you're already in this one, 1150. Again, that's very, very close to earnings for Snapchat. I'd have to, if it wasn't earnings, I'd have to probably even at this point wait for a little bit of a pullback. 50% of this candle would make a ton of sense. So having some kind of like $10.50 entry anytime, the last few times on earnings, be careful. Massive gap down on this earnings, massive gap down on this one. I think the one before this was actually a really nice gap up though. But the last two earnings have not been good. Nope. Yeah, never mind. This one, this one looks like we got, if this is the right date, somewhere in the zone. We sold off on it. I don't know what this gap was from, because it doesn't look like the earnings gap to me. But they've been getting hit pretty heavily. It would be interesting to see how they want to recover, if anything. I don't know if I have too much hope for them right now. They're kind of on my back burner. I made a lot of money on Snapchat, like a lot, on that run up to like $80. But I don't own a single share anymore. Snap going to tank the market again. If Snapchat becomes the black swan of this market, I mean, I don't think there's much to do but laugh. I don't know. Like, it was Snapchat the whole time, deleting photos. Yeah, everyone's actually worried about all these documents found in all these politicians' houses. If they just use Snapchat all the time, they self-delete. You don't have to even worry. Again, we have a nice little breakout. Let me just see a downtrend on this one. There's my downtrend. We're still in it. Looks like a good rejection spot. Again, good risk to reward if you're going to try to play this thing bullish on Coca-Cola. Let me just draw one more fib on this thing. I see a full 5 wave count. I just would be buying this thing, trying to get a price of like $60.29, having some kind of stop at maybe like $59.63. So you're trying to catch the pullback, the dip on this. Let's just see if, make sure that this is a good location though. And a lot of the safety plays have been selling off because we are in a little bit of a risk on the table type environment. Oddly enough, there's a good bounce off that 50% retrace. So as long as we're in a downtrend, I don't want to go bullish yet, unless we're getting a little bit closer against that 50, and I'd have to see how this thing wants to play out. Coca-Cola's, it looks definitely like one I might be interested in adding very high on this watch list. Let me just go back a little further. I like this volume too. Again, this is the bigger volume. We did break through it. It looks like we're kind of just testing this. That might even be a decent breakout for the. I'm gonna watch this one. This one looks kind of interesting. I don't know how much room to the upside because we're still up a lot on Coca-Cola. Like historically, we're up a lot. But this is a very interesting location and place. I'd want to see another day or two. Looks like they have earnings too coming out. We even get Coca-Cola coming out. So February 14th, we have a little bit of time on this one. This looks like a 1, 2, 3, 4. This could be a 5. If we get back down into the zone, I'm going to watch it down here. So somewhere around this 59.38 zone. This is high. This is very, very high, but that's a good little breakdown. Nice little double top retest. But that location of this last move, if we're going to stay bullish and if recession is on the table, especially hard landing, Coca-Cola might be people just piling in on this one. Fake wick on Coca-Cola. Let me go back to it. This wick might be that fake wick from the couple days ago when everything got halted. I think that was probably Tuesday. So this is Friday, Thursday, Wednesday. Yeah, that's Tuesday. That's probably it's apparently they're real wicks. I think there was random orders filled at those zones, but it's more so based off the market halting than anything. So yeah, it's like a 74% fake wick. Congrats to anybody that randomly had a short order up there, just assuming that the market was gonna mess up. Kellogg's. Again, here's another safety play. February 9th, they report. So I would give maybe, what's that, about 2 weeks? Kind of looks like it's just absolutely breaking down, to be honest. I think I would actually like to be a little more short on this one. Again, let's just see location, though. Where's an interesting spot? The fact that we're below that big old red candle is not a great sign. Yep. So here's our 50% retracement right here. That held. This one broke through. That became the retest spot. So my next target where I think this could come down to is 66.39. So any interest in buying this thing, I would wait. I think we could get one more rotation down. Also, we have in this chart, and again, it doesn't have to bounce at that 618. We could make it all the way back down to 63.24. If you're playing this thing short, I'd be going underneath this candle right here. Today's candle. If this candle breaks, I'd be looking all the way back down to 63.24, 63.25 zone. That should be probably stops 68.47. That could be a really nice short if this thing does want to come down. Fundamentally, this thing looks shot right now. That's a big old candle, lots and lots of volume bearish. One little retest, almost double bottom-ish, and I think anybody that was kind of nervous about that massive gap and all of that selling, nonstop selling, probably clearing out positions here, and even all of that candle now is broken out. Huge candle, not even a lot of a wick or anything, pretty much at the bottom. This looks like a mini this. This candle right here looks like mini this. So here is that little bounce up higher. Here's that little bounce up higher. We came down. Be concerned. Maybe we get a little bit of a bounce this, and then I could see that happening. But I do think if this candle today breaks down, we probably start to head a little bit lower on Kellogg's. And it's going to be such a busy, volatile week next week too. It's going to make anything in a swing direction interesting. Intel numbers were absolutely horrible on yesterday's earnings. Second quarter in a row, they were just absolutely gross. Obviously, they've been selling for a little bit prior, but I could also back then make a case that it's also due because the entire market was coming down. These guys should be getting gold medals in how poorly a company could be run, at least to this moment. Like, they were the leaders, and AMD has definitely got them on the floor, pinned, and just crushing their esophagus. So, and AMD, I mean, the biggest issue with AMD, and I like AMD, I like the products, I like the company, they're diluting a lot of shares, and I think the best in show right now is going to be NVIDIA. If I'm going to take something, honestly, in a longer term portfolio, I'd be waiting for dips on NVIDIA, then continuing to buy Intel until they've look like they've turned things around a little bit. I wanted to see what this quarter was. If the numbers got any better before I was going to pick up any Intel for the long term. After those numbers, I probably have to wait another 2 earnings reports to really get some kind of sense where they're actually taking this company. My price target, by the way, where I think I might be interested, and that should be enough time, is about $20 on Intel. So I think we have the ability right now to come down. But what kind of retest is this? This is a massive sell-off, a little bit of a high wave. Looks like we're kind of just retesting into that breakdown, and I would not be surprised if this starts to come in. And as investors start to hear chatter that maybe dividends could be at risk, this thing could get ugly quick. We will see, especially, and then you got the whole market. If the market wants to pull back and lend a hand, this one could be short. The question is to where though. I would say either here, we might get a little more bullishness up to potentially, I don't even know if that happens, but $29 would be a decent spot to look for a short. If we could get it, that'd be an amazing sell spot. Throwing some kind of stop above 30, maybe $30.50, somewhere in that zone. That will give us more than enough risk to reward for a bigger capture. So on my list for now, earnings came out, so we're not in trouble with that. I just want to see if we get a little bit further of a bounce, or we get some kind of candle else that I'd have to play, as opposed to just kind of having those blind orders out there for now. But I think this one heads lower, and it might take a week or two, but I think we start to come lower on Intel. I don't really see the reason to save it. Twilio, nice little candle today. We are increasing in VPOX. First, next target would be $63.62. If you guys are already holding this, terrific. I will continue to hold this one. Careful, we do have earnings coming out on Twilio as well. That looks like Wednesday, February 15th. So you still got about 2 weeks. That might be enough time, especially if the market wants to remain bullish. I'd be shaving some shares at $63.49. And then I'd probably look to be out of Twilio by $66.26. However, if don't own any shares on a pullback, so something maybe close to about $56.60 would be my entry spot. I'm going to actually set an alert on this one for myself. So we can get any type of pullback on Twilio, $56.60. Essentially what I'm looking for is this to happen. And I don't know how far we go first, but let's say we get that little pullback and then maybe make it to that target. I could actually probably draw this out a little bit better if I want to be Mr. Squigs. That goes a little bit higher into this little move. We get that pullback there, and then we make that move, which would be phenomenal. Something like that would make sense. So buying the dip on that one again, things are just going nutty. DraftKings, we do have Super Bowl coming up in what is that? February 13th, February 12th, maybe 2 weeks, about 3 Sundays from now. So this Sunday, next Sunday, and the following one, Super Bowl. Especially as we get closer to the Super Bowl, you are going to hear a lot more about sports betting and anything related. I do think continuing the trend would be bullish, but they got earnings. Please tell me it's after Super Bowl. It is after Super Bowl. We got a week after Super Bowl. Okay, good. That's smart of them. I was gonna have to fire the CEO if he threw it right before the Super Bowl. Potentially ruin every aspect of a bullish run that this thing could possibly have. Nice little double bottom. Going into a little bit of resistance. We do have a little top wick here, so does everything else. The close, we could not close above that one candle. I would be looking for maybe a slight little pullback, hopefully on Monday, $14.78. And I think throwing a stop above this thing for probably $14.20. I don't know if Rock's in the house, but I know Rock has noticed usually the day after Super Bowl, you get some kind of sell-off on DraftKings, so be out of it probably that Thursday, Friday leading into Super Bowl, and or have some covered calls, something like that. But nice bullish engulfing candle, I will say that. Obviously going to have some resistance. Here's a much, much bigger downtrend. Beautiful double bottom. Here's a clean break. I still like DraftKings for longer holds. I'm on board with it. And if this thing gets rallying, we're probably not going to be at the $100 price target yet this year, but $20.65. So that could be a massive move. But again, it's probably any pullbacks, things like that look like a decent spot to buy. Here's a much longer term volume, 1382. I don't know if that comes into that. Looks like we already retested that. So look for about 50% retrace of today's candle and maybe ride it up for about a week long type swing. This is going to be our first real test, 1559. And then maybe by Super Bowl, we can get this thing to $16.69. We will see. We got Visa. Good earnings on Visa. Obviously, they crushed it. Beautiful, beautiful looking gap and go. I missed this whole thing, to be honest. A couple of you guys, we looked at this thing, we go, man, that's a great looking gap and go. We should play it. A couple traders were able to get in right at open. I was looking for like a red candle, something that I could take a break above. Did not give me that whatsoever. If we go to a 3-minute chart, though, there was one other opportunity, and I even did see this one. I think I was on the phone at one point, and I was like looking at it. I go, "This is the spot to attempt it on this pullback." This little double bottom, beautiful looking high wave candle, hammerish. After that sell off, we know it's a gap and go. Very, very difficult to go bearish on gap and goes. So somewhere in this zone was the spot. Could have made some R's. Again, just did not take any trades. But could we look for some kind of continuation? Yeah, at this point, we're probably looking for about a 50% retrace of this candle. If it happens, I have a green line up here, longer term target, 239.89. I think that's still in play, but let's see if we get a little bit of a fade. If you do want to play this thing, it's going to be tough, but you're probably looking at 229.52 as your entry, and then stop would be below today's candle. Is that the absolute best spot for a stop? No, it could definitely come down, wick you out. You got the 10 EMA trying to boost this thing up. But very, very good candle. Probably one of the cleanest setups I've seen today, and it just did not give me that day trading candle whatsoever. Could you please tell me something about PLL stock? Sure, it's got 3 letters in the ticker. Piedmont. Again, this one's kind of looking like it looks a lot like the other stocks. It looks like everything else that's just run massive. Doesn't mean it can't continue. No, I actually kind of like where this location is. So we did have, again, little sell-off candle, breakout. We broke out to new highs. What do all those people want to do? Okay, let's take some profits. Taking some profits, little high wave candle. Very, very small potential S-curve, right? I'd be looking for maybe, if you want to play this thing bullish, let's see if we can get a break above this high wave. So $68.26. And essentially I'd be playing this low of the candle, $65 and about 43 cents would be my stop. And the idea behind it would be, if that's my entry, we get that break, probably pulls back a little bit, and then maybe we get that continuation. The problem with that, what makes it tough, is all those people are profitable. We already saw once. As soon as we broke out, we'd start to sell a little bit. I do like the location as to where we're sitting right now in the overall bigger chart of things, but it's run a lot. So if you want to, it could be a greedy long type play, right? As it's just a really, really nice. This would be my just play this candle specifically. And if you do get that break, great, you're in it, and try to capture it. Once these things, if I'm going for a greedy long, I'm gonna keep those entries and stops kind of tight. All right, let's see what else we got on the list. We got, looks like MasterCard probably had some follow through similar to, no, okay. MasterCard actually down today. One does not look like the other. Is this a real candle? Can anyone tell me if that's real? That's a wild one, if it is. Or if that had something to do with the stock market in general. Zach says it's not. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I was going to say if there's news or something, it's very close to that earnings, but I don't think that has much to do with it. Let me go back to slightly longer time frame. MasterCard. This is the level it's got to hold. Every time we've gotten up into this zone, we've been selling. So here, 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 and now here. You gotta be cautious of that. The one nice thing I do like is, if you're going to play this thing, I really don't want this thing to break down into this zone. So my stop would be probably somewhere around 371.70. And then if we do bounce from here, great. You should be able to move your stops up almost to break even. But if that breaks, we'll probably come into 365.34. So somewhere in that zone will be a much better attempt, at least to go long. And if this thing does roll from here, now it's another just lower low, lower high. Visa looks better for continuation in a bullish direction. This one, honestly, it seems like it's just all over the place. You get massive swings in each direction for whatever reason. Longer term, decent, still uptrends. I don't think MasterCard would be at any type of risk. And I think for the most part, Visa and MasterCard, they're there to process payments. They don't actually hold the remaining debt. So I know I've heard some people, it's a good, beautiful uptrend. Just ran a lot. Still looks decent though. I know a lot of people concerned with, well, if we do hit recession or depression and people can't pay credit cards back, they don't really hold the debt. Somebody like Capital One does. So Capital One would be a little bit more victim to if that scenario plays out. I don't know if it does or not. Beyond Meat, and I know we've been looking at this one for a while. I don't know if Jeremy has a trade on this one, not or officially, but I think he said he was in. And again, I'm not sure if it's official. He had a massive breakout. That looks good. I'd have to, again, wait for pullback. This looks like a really, really nice spot on Beyond Meat at this point. $17.02. So if we could pull back about $1.50 from here, $1.49 from here, I wouldn't mind being in this thing and having a stop. A generous stop would be about $14.75. That's the only way I would play it. Does this entire trend make me feel good about going long ever? No, it's not my favorite. But just because something could be a little bit more to the bearish side does not mean we can't make money to the bullish side. And that is a fantastic breakout. Absolutely fantastic. This looks like we're bouncing at the 23% retracement. That's a good spot for a little bit of a pullback, right? So maybe we get filled on that retest. Second attempt, we could at least get to the 38%, which would take us to about $24. That's a really, really nice win if we could get it. And then we don't even have to get to the 50 for solid wins. I have to get that pullback. I'm not about to FOMO on what I would consider a garbage company. And it looks like there's earnings on this one coming out soon too. Let's just see when this is. February 23rd. So we have about a full month on this one. Very, very tempting for some type of I might have to go official trade on this one. We'd have to get this one at 1705 though. People still need their used car tires. That's called recycling. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This would be the spot to get rejected. So if we're going to get that pullback, it would have to be Monday, Tuesday, something like that. We come down, we get wicked in, and then we're looking for that breakout. And I think we have enough time on this one where we could take the swing. The Fed meeting might affect it, which is Wednesday. That might affect everything. I don't know if we're going to go bullish or bearish on it. Very interesting location. Very nice breakout. I love this consolidation. This is our first attempt to break. We got a good close on it. The Fed meeting that's coming up, though, how is that going to affect it? This looks almost like a little cup and handle as well. That's the perfect retest spot, 1705. I don't know what this Fed meeting is going to be, though. 2 days before the Fed, we're going to be hopping in trades. All right. Let's move on. That's by far my favorite setup so far, though. All right. XLP, nice little double top. Here's our higher volume on that dotted line. So here was our break. This is our retest. If I would probably only go short on this one for right now. This would be about $74, maybe about $73.80. For our entry, my stop would be somewhere above here. And I would be looking to try to catch this. And then that bigger rollover to test in this zone. We could do this, and we could do XLP, and we could do Beyond. This way we have one long, one short. That's gonna be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we could get in a short right around maybe even a little higher, $74.80. That would be a better attempt. That could also be looking at some kind of inverse head and shoulders. if we get some kind of recovery up here. Let me just see the bigger chart. Bigger chart is just Chop City. So we just kind of traded in this bigger zone for a long time. Okay. This doesn't feel that appealing to me. This is kind of just all over the place. All right, I still like Beyond better, but yeah, this one does look like it potentially could come down to my target would probably be closer to this $68.92 in a little bit of a longer time frame. And we got XLE. And somebody else put something in the chat. I forgot what it was. It wasn't Chipotle. Oh, CVX. Okay, yeah, we'll do CVX as well. Here's a beautiful candle into prior resistance on XLE. Again, nice little gap up. Technically, that should be a retest gap. I would be thinking there should be a little bit of pressure on here, but also support's going to come in right around that retest. So right around $90, probably slightly higher, maybe $90.12. Just kind of coming in for that retest, and then we'll see if we can break out. Otherwise, I don't trust the breakout, nor am I ready for the breakdown yet. This is a great resistance spot. If you're in it, I would be taking my profits, and then even if it breaks, you'll have another opportunity on a pullback to catch it. But this is probably a much better short opportunity, still above the 10 EMA. I'd have to wait a little bit on this one. Very, very key, interesting kind of close today as well into that zone, but that is a good gap. Just all of that's going to be a big issue for it. So we'll see. And almost last but not least, and then we'll look at CVX. Good breakout on Redfin today. Good 20% day. We do have earnings coming around the corner. That's going to be the 16th, so about 2 weeks for that one. Again, nice, very nice breakout. I'm not chasing it after it just moved 20% in the long direction. Look for those pullbacks. I'll probably be looking for some kind of entry. Let's see if we get lower than that. Let's see if we can get some kind of entry around $6.28. Otherwise, we are making nice higher lows each time. And I don't necessarily think Monday we get that big massive pullback. It could happen, but I don't think so. But probably would take it a couple days. Then you're probably getting filled. So that order would be out there for a little bit. And then you're looking for that continued bounce. But very, very nice breakout on that one. Good bullish volume coming in today as well. Congrats if anybody caught that one. Target on this one, first initial target would take us up to $8.17, and then otherwise you're looking at $8.79. I do like Redfin as a company in a weird way, though. We'll have to see what the earnings come out. It's got a lot of room to the. Not that I think all of this valuation is absolutely correct for the company, but somewhere down here in the zone, it's not bad. Even looking at just some of those VPOCs, the next resistance to me looks like that. Yeah, it's right around where we said, $8.26. And then if this thing's going to do anything spectacular, which we'd already be up probably about 50% on the position, but looking for 1264. I might actually add some of this to the long term. We're going to have some struggle buses along the way, but I do like Redfin as a company, though. We will see. In terms of just trading, wait for some kind of pullback. 20% is way too much in one day for me to jump in now. You do have earnings coming. I might have to wait till after the earnings. That's when I'll look to. I'll see what their earnings are, and then I'll make a decision if I want to add that to the long term. If I do add to the long term in one of the long term investment things, we'll go through the entire financials, why I'm choosing to buy it or not to buy it, and then you guys can make a case for yourself. And then you guys want to make one more CVX. What is the? I just don't know what the fib would be that you guys want to draw, though. That's the only thing. So we could draw from here to here. All right, nice, clear, hit the resistance. Any pullbacks on Chevron, I do not mind buying. Would love a deeper one, but this would be 50% retracement. It's going to sit somewhere at 177.48 ish. The next one's going to be 175.10. Do I have a video of how to analyze financial data? I don't know. We've gone through it a couple times in the afternoon room. Just not sure if they're recorded. I believe we did. I just don't have any clue where it is. But what we could do is one of the rooms will focus solely on that, and I have no problem making one. But to answer your question, I've recorded a bunch of stuff. I'm just not sure what's out there on YouTube or not. Yeah, this would be about slightly lower. We get one more break of today. I'd be looking for something I'm going to buy maybe around this 176.39. That's a alarming double top though. Alarming double top. Obviously, if we get news, anything related to oil, that this company could come down. But if we could get a much bigger pullback, this would be a consideration for my long term. Probably somewhere in the 164 zone, 162 zone. I'd probably start to pick up some. I already have XOM though, and we did get some sympathy plays from that. But that buyback was absolutely massive. Dividend rate hike. There's not much more positive things I could say about it. Just absolutely massive. That being said, just because it's good news doesn't mean the chart's going to act the same way. You might have some people taking profits, and I'm cool with that. I'll buy it when they want to sell it to me. But yeah, coming down a little bit lower would be good for the long term. If not, we do have a little bit of double top. We're not past that 50% retracement yet. I'm going to continue to watch it with bullishness, with a bullish sentiment before I do anything. But I do think that eventually this could make new higher highs. All right, guys. So we will wrap this here. If you guys want, throw out any tickers that you guys want for Monday. I believe Jeremy Newsom is hosting Monday. So you throw those in the chat. This way I'll make that list. I'll pass it to him for Monday, what you guys want to look at. Beyond Meat is my by far favorite potential setup that I see so far. There was maybe one or two others that were decent and good that I would personally put my own money in. This one has to pull back first. And biggest issue that I have setting up any swing trades today, tomorrow, especially Tuesday, is that Fed meeting. Earnings are going to be wild. We have a lot of earnings coming in, even on most of these companies that we looked at. We do have earnings coming in, so beware of, if you are placing swing trades, know what those key days are for you, right? And then also, if you're playing a company, try to find out the sympathy company too. Find out if you want to play Coca-Cola, when does Pepsi report, right? Make sure that you're also kind of aware of those, because obviously if Pepsi has a horrible quarter and you're in a bullish swing trade on Coca-Cola, you're probably going to hit that. You're going to feel it as well, right? Same thing with Intel reported today. AMD dropped. NVIDIA was kind of stagnant, dropping a little bit to the lower side. So just be aware of all that. This is a very, very big week for the market coming out. I expect a lot of volatility. And then you throw the Fed into it because they cannot plan that any better. We'll see what happens. It's going to be a rough one. It's going to be fun. You guys want LVS? All right, so I'll throw that into, I'll shoot that over to Jeremy. Otherwise, you guys are incredible. I appreciate all of you guys for a free week, by the way. I absolutely love your participation all week. You guys have been absolutely incredible. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart, you guys keep me doing what I do, because, just to see the questions come in, the enthusiasm, the chance to learn. And I would love to see everybody trading with us on Monday. If you guys want to, head on over to reallifetrading.com. It's the all access pass. Nothing changes from the format that we have this week. It's not like we had to edit the schedule just to come up with some smoke and mirrors of what this could be, the dream. This is what we do every single day, 9 a.m. Eastern to 6 p.m. Eastern. And would love to see all you guys trading. And if for some reason timing's not right, whatever the case, I'm not trying to sell nothing. Just want to be hanging out, trading with you guys and enriching lives all day. So if it's not the right time, I hope you guys at least took something from either myself, from Johnny, from Jeremy, from Matt, David Potvin, from Tony, from Maloney, from whoever else. And I might have missed some people. Hector, Louise, Yates. I hope you guys learned, took something away, multiple things, just something that you could implement into your own lives, your own trading strategies, understand the markets a little bit better, because that's how this works. It's all just progression. Just build on what you know, try to master it, get better, keep growing, be in the game. That's the only way to succeed in it, is just to be in the game. So make sure you guys do that. And I hope to see lots of you guys on Monday trading. Mark says, when I sign up, can I pick the day and the bill gets paid? Good question. I don't believe so. I think the day that you sign up is the billing day. So it's not, it's a good question. It's not like the first of every month. If you sign up today, that's your billing day, right? So it's just the full month from the day you sign up. Yep. Otherwise, you guys are incredible. I will catch all of you guys next week. See you guys later.